guys, what's up? My name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. Oh, let me see if my ring light will work today. No, it's still not gonna work. Come on, it works some of the time. Nope, I guess it's completely dead now. Dang it, gonna have to buy a new one. Anyway, good morning, everybody. We are on day 3 of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. And we stopped at a morning break because I had to go get Spike's pain medicine. Poor little guy. His back hurts. But he feels much better than he did when I took him to the vet because he was just miserable. He's much better. Hey, Marty. Good morning. Hey, Carissa. I see that you made it. Hey, Wiggles. Hey, Judy. Hey, Jennifer. So I went to the animal hospital to pick up Spike's medicine, and I came out and I had a flat tire. So I called Travis, and he came and with the air compressor and put air in it, and it held air long enough to get me home. He followed me, and he couldn't find he couldn't hear a leak. He didn't see a nail or anything that I'd run over. So I just need new tires. Late last year, we got new tires for the back. Now I need new tires for the front. So I don't get to go Disney till I get new tires. And I was supposed to go down there on the 16th. I have a friend coming down from Maryland, and we were supposed to meet there, and now I don't get to go. You better start saving up money for tires. And he and I were supposed to go on the 24th for my birthday. My birthday is next Tuesday. So, anyway, how's everybody doing? Oh, Judy. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to everyone who joined us the last 2 days. The chat was outstanding. I appreciate all of you. How sweet, Judy. Yes, the past 2 days has been exactly what I want this channel to be. We have talked about this trial. We've had differing opinions. We've talked about complex situations with no name calling, no fighting, no, what's the word I want? No fighting, no, I don't know, strife, no, you're stupid, I'm going to leave, I don't like, you guys know what I mean. You guys know I'm not good with words. But I talk a lot, but I'm not good with words. You know what I mean. Like, we've all just expressed our opinions and agreed to disagree, and we've stated why we believe the way we believe, and we've not been slinging mud at each other. Like a lot of other channels, you can't do that. You say one thing that somebody else disagrees about, and everybody jumps on you, and I agree with Judy. I've very much enjoyed the chat the past 2 days. It's been everything I wanted this channel to be. So we've got Judy trivia. This is a question I had. I just there kind of wasn't a time to ask it. Jacob Blake did not pass when he was viewed by law enforcement officers. It was announced on August 25th that Blake was paralyzed from the waist down. See, I didn't know. I didn't know if he died or not. He also suffered a gunshot wound to one arm and damage to his stomach, kidney, and liver. He had to have most of his small intestines and colon removed. Charges were brought against the officer. He returned to duty after an IA investigation. You know, didn't it say he had a knife and he was resisting arrest? I don't see the problem. Did they not have tasers or non-lethal, something they could do? I mean, he had a knife. It was self-defense. Like, what is just the issue that the guy was black and the cop was white? Like, and I'm not sure that it has anything to do with him not dying, because if he died, it might have been worse. Hey, Carla. Hey, Marty. Jen. Oh, thank you, Carla. Oh, he tried to flee? So where did I read that he had a knife and was resisting arrest? Well, trying to run from the cops on a felony stop is resisting. It's okay. I do the same thing all the time. Okay, Carla. Oh, okay. Okay, I don't know how many of you saw the post I did last night, but somebody in the comments is now complaining that I'm too loud. You're not gonna endear me if you come into my comments and say, oh, I just found your channel and you're so loud my ears are bleeding. Okay? That is not how you get on my good side, people. Look, I love y'all. I love my replay crew. I love all you guys. This is my hobby. I am not a tech specialist, okay? I don't know anything about IT. I'm just doing what I know how to do, okay? So, if you don't want to watch me, don't watch me. Don't want, seriously, y'all. You know? Seriously. I am not a sound technician. Y'all know I have been fighting with this damn thing for how many months? How many months? Oh, okay, Wiggles. I was like, why are you telling me to turn my, y'all been telling me to turn it up for how many months? Why are you telling me to turn it down now? Yeah, because the person that did the post was like, OMFG. And I was like, well, number one, don't take the name of my Lord and Savior in vain. Like, And no, it was OMFG Lady. Okay, I have a name. But it was like, you're making my ears bleed screeching at your animals. I never. And then, she's like, I just found your channel. Never in my life have I found a brand new channel, watched one episode, and bitched at the creator about something I didn't like. If I find a channel the first time I watch it and I don't like it, I don't watch it again. I don't go to the comments and bitch about it anyway. So if you saw my post last night, that was why I did that. Because I'm tired of this crap. And I know it comes with the territory. And I realize that. But I ain't taking it anymore, y'all. I'm done. My sound is my sound, okay? If you don't like it, don't watch me. I even bought lapel mics. And I was like, you know what? This works. They're not complaining about my sound anymore. So I'm not even going to try anything else. I'm done. They can hear me now. They're not complaining that they can't hear me. I'm leaving it alone, y'all. I don't know how to make the court any louder. And I mean, I guess I could make myself quieter if I'm too loud with the StreamYard settings, I think. Yeah. I can make myself quieter. See, I'm really low now because I can adjust the mic volume. Or I can turn it all the way up like I had it and you can hear me. That's all I can do. That's all I know how to do. And as far as the court volume, I have no idea. The little slider down here at the bottom is all I know for court volume. I don't know. I'm not a sound technician. Go watch Recovery Addict if you want good sound. This is after the break. I guess they're waiting for the jury to come back. Why is there no sound? Oh. Oh no, I guess this is before the break. Who's that?
How are you? Yeah, my wife says that I'm too hot. No, that.
You're Marty. Gotta be
What does
specific.
that mean? Mhm. No, it's true. One of my daughters and I really, really turn it up high. And,
I did.
oh yeah,
I did.
and the rest of the family must be the chocolate I ate. I said it must be the chocolate that I ate.
It's got sea salt in it. It's dark chocolate with sea salt.
Mm-hmm. And caramel.
Oh, and caramel?
I think that's what it said. It tastes like it. Either that or
He's trying to figure out what kind of candy he's eating. It's taking so long.
If it's always been titled in his wife's name.
Your deal. Oh.
The unlock device has been installed on our other car. Okay, let's proceed. Mr. Binger.
Thank you. Mr. McGinnis, when we left off, we had finished watching the video that is entitled Richie McGinnis Walking with Kyle. It is the one in which you followed him south along Sheridan. And at some point in the video, the defendant encounters a group of individuals. The most noteworthy of one is wearing bright yellow pants. Do you recall that?
I do, yeah.
And there's some interaction between the defendant and that individual. And then the defendant walks across Sheridan Road, but you stayed.
Yes.
Why was that?
Well, Kyle had told me my goal going into these protest zones is to tell the full picture, or our goal. And after interviewing Kyle or Mr. Rittenhouse, it was clear, what he thought his mission was there. But these individuals seemed to think differently. And so I wanted to hear what their opinion was on the matter, because that would be part of providing the complete picture.
And the individual in the yellow pants accused the defendant of pointing his AR-15 at that individual. Is that fair to say?
I believe he said, yes, something along the lines of, you were waving the gun, you think you're in a movie.
When you approached those individuals to speak with them, you took your, was it your phone that you were recording with?
Yes.
You took your phone and you stopped recording. You pointed it to the ground, and then after a while it stopped.
Yeah.
We've established you're a video director for your website. Capturing video is one of the things you do. Why did you stop recording that interaction?
There were 4 individuals there, and you can see in the video, one of them had large rocks in his hands. And, it's a public street. So generally speaking, but just from the perspective of an ethical perspective as a journalist or somebody providing content, you generally want to get the permission of people if you want to conduct a proper interview. When I walked up to them, one of the individuals who had these bricks in his hands stepped out on me like he was going to, smash my head. So I put my phone down and I told them, I'm not going to record. I just want to know why you guys are mad.
Did you ever ask any of them for permission to record them?
I did. So based on this guy's actions, they didn't want to be recorded. So I actually I was more concerned with why they were mad than actually getting it on video, just from the perspective of gathering information.
As someone who works in journalism and takes video, gathering information without having a record of it doesn't do much good, though, does it?
It can, because it does do good, because you can, from that information, then ascertain other individuals to talk to, and also I think there's an aspect of gaining somebody's trust before you conduct an interview. So a lot of times it's helpful to speak with people about why you're there, why you want to interview them, and then maybe try to restart and say, hey, now that we're on the same level, can I do this interview?
So the question I asked you right before that last one was, did you ask any of those individuals for permission to record them? And I don't believe you answered that question, but I'm assuming the answer is no, based on what you've told us.
I actually mentioned that I was going to stop I stopped my phone and I said, listen, guys, I'm not recording this. I just want to know what the deal is. Why are you guys mad? So it was clear to me that there was no permission to be granted because the guy had bricks in his hands and he wanted to.
And again, I don't mean to be overly formal, Mr. McGinnis, but the question is, did you ask them for permission?
I did not.
Understood. And obviously they never verbally gave you permission, correct? They didn't never say anything like, hey, go ahead, you can record us. Nothing like that.
No, they did not.
You took their reaction to you, this physical movement, as a sign that you shouldn't be recording them. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say, yes.
You mentioned that one of the individuals had some things in his hand. I think at one point you said rocks, and another one I think you said bricks.
Well, it was like I guess bricks wouldn't be the right word either because they're like gray. So I guess generally a brick would be like red. There were like pieces of
different colors.
gray stones that you would use to build a building.
How many of these individuals did you speak with that are all in a row there? Do you remember?
I talked to all of them.
But how many were there total?
There were 4.
Okay. And one you said had a couple of rocks or stone in his hand?
Yeah, one had like one in each hand, and then another one had like a stone in one hand, and then it was like a strap, leather strap, something like that. That seemed to be, couldn't tell if it was attached because it was in his hand. And I believe those were the only guys who had rocks in their hands. There were 2 of them.
Okay. Other than what you've just described, did you see any other weapons of any kind on any of those 4 people?
At the time, I did not, but in hindsight, I believe that one of them was armed with a handgun.
With a handgun?
Yes.
Okay. The person who was wearing yellow pants did not have any sort of weapon, correct?
No.
Not
that I can see.
So just so we're clear, at that moment when you were dealing with those 4 individuals, you perceived 2 of them to have rocks in their hands. And that was the extent of any sort of weapon that any of them had that you saw at that time.
That I saw, yes. But in these kind of situations, it's never really clear who's armed and who's not. I was still unsure of my safety in that situation.
Were you armed?
No.
Can you help us understand what it was about these 4 individuals who, by the way, all 4 of them are black, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
What was it about these 4 individuals, 2 of whom had rocks in their hands, that made you concerned about your safety?
Well, the way that the one stepped out on me, it was like he was presenting the rocks as if he was ready to smash my head. And he stepped out in my direction, at which point I kind of took one step back. And in those kind of situations, I'm just trying to keep my distance to ensure that, if he's going to advance closer, then I'm going to take that many steps backwards to keep our distance.
Do you have any idea why this individual stepped forward towards you in such an aggressive manner?
It was because of my phone. Because I believe that it was because he perceived me to be recording him, and he didn't want to be recorded.
Once you stopped recording, did his demeanor change?
I put my phone down, and then I told him I'm not recording. I just want to know what happened, and his demeanor did not change. And he still had the rocks in his hands, as if he was ready to hit me. And so then I said, "Hey guys, let's take a step back here for a second. Does anyone want to?" I generally carry like cigarettes and White Claws to diffuse these kind of situations. It's like a tactic. People are always really angry in these areas, and that's a good way to, I guess, break the ice.
So in your experience in these types of crowds, you have experienced anger, threatening behavior, that sort of thing before. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Definitely. And one of the ways you've learned to diffuse the situation is to offer individuals something like cigarettes.
Anything, cigarette or White Claw. That's generally.
White Claw is a hard seltzer, an alcoholic beverage in a can.
And I actually I had 2 in my gas mask bag, and I just said, "Does anyone want a White Claw?" And it's like, people generally think it's kind of funny, and oftentimes take me up. And it's a good tactic to kind of, because the goal here is to elicit their truth, what they think is the reality in this situation. And so my goal is to basically make them feel comfortable telling me what they think the truth is, and that's one tactic to achieve that.
So when you offered these guys a White Claw, did they take you up on it?
One of them did, yeah. The guy who was squatting down in the image.
So you handed him the White Claw.
I said, "Do any of you want a White Claw?" I had my hands up, and I said, "I'm going to reach." And actually, the guy who was squatting down, he started to stand up. He said, "I'll take one." And I pulled it out, and I used to bartend, so I cracked it for him and then handed it to him.
So you gave them a total of 1.
1, yes.
This individual you described with the rocks who stepped forward to you, can you demonstrate for us the manner in which he was holding those rocks? Because you made it sound like he was about to hit you with them or something.
Yeah, it was.
So
I mean, he was like holding it, as if like he was ready to fight, but with rocks. So he was kind of in an athletic position, and he stepped out in front of the other guys towards me, like that.
how close did he get to you?
Probably 8 feet.
Did he
Because
ever?
I took a step back when he took a step forward, and actually, that was part of the reason why they thought my actions were so funny to them, was that I was so scared and so ready to run away.
You say they thought your reactions were funny. How do you know they thought that they were funny?
Because they all laughed when I asked them if they wanted a White Claw, and actually after that, once I gave it to the one individual, they started making fun of the guy with the rocks, saying, "Oh, you think you're so tough? Like there's one of him and 4 of us, and like look at how scared he is." They're,
Sounds like
making
at that
fun.
point, the whatever tension was gone.
Correct.
And this individual stepped forward with the rocks. Did he ever throw a rock at you?
No, and actually he put his hands down at that point, once his friend made fun of him.
Okay. You were never harmed in that incident in
No.
any way? Okay.
Nope.
All right. So we've seen the end of that video, which at that point you are talking with those 4 individuals when you stop recording on your phone. Is that fair to say?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. We just watched a video of you following the defendant and Ryan Balch down south on Sheridan. You encounter the individual with the yellow pants and the other 3 individuals next to him. You walk up to them after the defendant walks away. You start to have a conversation with those individuals, the 4 of them, and you stop recording.
Yes.
Okay. What I want to know is, after you stop recording, how long did you spend talking to those guys?
It was a matter of minutes. I'd say less than 5 minutes. That whole interaction that I just described was probably about 2 minutes, and I talked to them for maybe another minute after that.
After that, what happened?
I got back to my task at hand, which was inquiring about why they were mad at who I later found out to be Mr. Rittenhouse. And they said something along the lines of, yeah, we were over there, we were jumping on some cars, and he came up with his gun. And that was actually right then was the point that I saw Mr. Rittenhouse running down the street. And I said, hey, guys, I got to go.
Are you able to show us on that map when you saw the defendant running, which you just described? Where was that on that map? Are you able to show us that?
It was like, let's see. So we were right in this green right here. We were approximately right here at the green in the parking lot, and he was running this way.
Okay, you just kind of drew a line all the way from 60th down to 63rd. Are you able to be a little bit more specific as to where he was when you saw the defendant running?
So you're saying where was the defendant?
Yes, when you first saw him, you said he drew your attention because he was running.
Yeah, he was. So he was basically right running down this corner right here.
So you've indicated an area right in front of the Ultimate gas station.
It was in front of this. We were over here.
Okay.
And he was here.
All right. So again,
I don't. The gas station's up here. It was down here.
Okay. On that map, I think it's labeled the Ultimate Convenience Center, but it's the gas station that is on the southeast corner of 60th.
That's correct. That's correct. Yes.
And so, just because sometimes these things don't translate into the record, you've used the pointer to illuminate an area in front of the First United Methodist Church. On the east side of the church, between the church and Sheridan Road, there's a parking lot area there, and you've kind of pointed to that as where you were talking to these 4 gentlemen. Is that a fair summary of the location?
I believe actually it was a little bit further south, so it was like somewhere right around here.
Okay.
So sorry, it was actually just a bit farther. Is this south or?
The bottom of the map is south.
Bottom of the map is south, so it was a bit farther south than that. Yes.
Okay. And you saw the defendant running. Was the defendant in Sheridan Road when you saw him running?
Yes.
Did you see anything in his hands when you first saw him?
Yes.
What did you see?
He had one of those small fire extinguishers that you saw earlier in the video. It was that sized fire extinguisher in one hand and the AR-15 in the other.
What did you do next?
I told the guys that I had to go, and I proceeded after Mr. Rittenhouse.
Why?
Because, well, he had a fire extinguisher in his hand. So, I perceived that as he was running to some kind of event that was taking place that would be newsworthy.
What did you do after that?
I started jogging after him, and he was quite far in front of me. And I called my coworker Shelby to inquire where she was, because seeing the fire, the way that he was running, and the fact that he had a fire extinguisher in his hand, I said something along the lines of, I won't use the expletive language that I was using, but something's about to go down. Where are you? We should make sure we're close to each other.
You said you made a phone call to Shelby?
Yes.
Where were you physically when you made that phone call?
So I was in the process of, I was actually jogging, right around here.
You're pointing to an area on Sheridan Road, just to the north of 61st Street.
Yeah. I was probably right around this corner by that point that I called her, actually right around here, because I had opened my gas mask bag for the White Claw, and then I ran off without clipping it back. My gas mask actually fell out of the bag. So what happened was the gas mask fell out. I picked it up, I put it back in the bag, I clipped the bag, and then I pulled my phone out to call Shelby. So it was probably actually just south of there by the time I got on the phone with her.
You have given an interview in which you indicated that your attention was drawn, or when you saw the defendant running, that you felt that he was drawing the attention of the crowd. Do you recall saying that in one of your interviews?
Yeah, I think in that interview, I was referring. Which interview are you referring to?
I think it's the one that you gave to Tucker Carlson, actually. But I'm not.
Okay, I believe that I was referring to him shouting medical. And I did notice that when he was running, there were a lot of people looking in that direction. There were like this area, this parking lot here, there were like dozens, if not hundreds, of protesters or rioters or whatever you want to call them, right in here. And so when he was running, it was like kind of people directed their attention that way for sure.
You also said that you felt that this was going to be a hairy situation. You also characterized it as a dangerous situation. Do you recall that?
Yes. The combination of the fire extinguisher and the fact that he was running indicated to me that something was about to happen. Potentially, if there's a fire involved. That's why I wanted to get a hold of Shelby and find out where she was.
Did you also feel that the defendant running with an AR-15 through this type of crowd could cause a problem?
In my mind, in that moment, I couldn't think of a situation that would necessitate somebody running through a public street with one of their hands occupied by a fire extinguisher and the other one occupied by a weapon. Kind of serving dual roles there. That didn't. It seemed to me, it's not the way that I was taught to handle a weapon in a public place.
Did it seem a contradiction to you to have a weapon in one hand and a fire extinguisher in the other?
I wouldn't say contradiction. I would say that, all these, like in these protest zones, there's like everybody's kind of serving a role. So there were like those punk rockers that we saw, the skateboarder dudes. They were clearly like kind of a fire brigade type because they all had fire extinguishers. And you have like people who are medics, you have all kinds of different roles. So I wouldn't say necessarily contradictory, because generally speaking, I just wouldn't deem that to be a contradiction.
The punk rockers, the fire brigade that you described, did you see any of them with guns?
I did not know.
Did you feel that carrying around an AR-15 was incompatible with the role of a medic or the fire brigade?
I wouldn't use the word incompatible.
Certainly doesn't match up, though.
I don't know exactly what you're getting at,
Yes, you
but
do.
I wouldn't say.
Don't be obtuse. You know what he means.
I don't know what matching means here in this instance. If you could clarify that.
So you indicated that when you saw the defendant running, you left those four individuals and followed. You've described a point in that process where the gas mask fell to the ground. You picked it up, whatnot. Did there come a time when you were following the defendant when he was no longer running?
Right about, I was on the phone with Shelby at the time, and right about when he slowed down, I was still running to catch up. So he did slow and stop, down and around where the eventual shooting took place.
So he starts running, walks for a bit, and then there's a time after that when he begins to run again. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you in relation to the defendant as you're following him down Sheridan Road?
So he was probably just, at the moment that he slowed down, I was probably like a half a block back. He slowed down probably right around here. And I was like, I could just barely see him. And so I was probably right back here when he slowed down right around here. And I was still on the phone at the time.
When the defendant slowed down, were you still running?
Yes, I was running to catch up with them.
When you eventually caught up to him, how close were you behind him in the end?
So it's hard to, I guess, from the point where he was slowed down, when I caught up to him, it was just a moment after that he started running again. So I guess at that time, I was probably like 30 feet back.
And you described that the defendant then began running again.
Yes.
Was there any event that you perceived, that you heard or saw, that attracted your attention at the same time that the defendant started running?
There were a lot of people yelling.
Do you know what they were yelling?
There were a lot of screams. I heard like an N-word, and you can hear in the video the friendly, but it was mostly just yelling. I didn't hear really anything decipherable.
We've heard some references to that friendly. Now, I know it's hard, Mr. McGinnis. I'm going to try and ask you to put yourself back in the mindset of that evening. I assume since that evening, obviously you said you've given a lot of interviews, correct? So
I gave as many interviews as I felt necessary to inform the public of what I saw.
And I wasn't trying to make it exaggerate or anything like that, but
no, that's fine.
You've given some interviews. There have been a lot of videos out there on the internet. I assume you've watched some of those. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. If we can try our best to put aside what we've learned since then and try and go back to that moment, and I'd like you to tell the jury what you were thinking and observing in that moment, without the benefit of hindsight or other videos or things like that. Is that
Yes.
fair? Okay.
Yes.
You mentioned friendly. At that time, that moment, in that evening, do you recall hearing that?
I do not. I recall I was on the phone as well. So I was talking to Shelby, and I recall hearing the yelling while I was still on the phone. And I said something along the lines of, "Oh, expletive, I gotta go."
You being rude.
And I hung up on Shelby, at which point that's when the running had started. Like I was already basically running with Mr. Rittenhouse and later Mr. Rosenbaum at that moment.
So let's continue at where you just left off. Please tell us what happened next.
It was hard for me to see because, like I said, I was like 30 feet back at the time, but I could see a lot of yelling. I could hear a lot of yelling, and I could see there was a crowd of people in the street. And one individual, Mr. Rosenbaum, advancing towards Mr. Rittenhouse, as well as a couple of other individuals who were moving very quickly in the area. But it was hard for me to see because I was a little bit back, and it was dark.
What happened then?
Mr. Rosenbaum advanced towards Mr. Rittenhouse. Mr. Rittenhouse gave I think he maybe saw him coming and gave kind of I said on the night of to police that it was like a juke, but it was more like just a pivot and a run.
Please continue. What happened after that, as far as you recall?
And then he pivoted and he ran towards this parking lot right here. So he was right on the side of the street, and he ran towards this lot, and Mr. Rosenbaum ran after him, and I was behind both of them.
So the sequence of the folks that were involved in this running, as we've seen in many other videos, is Mr. Rittenhouse is in front, Mr. Rosenbaum is running after him, and you are behind Mr. Rosenbaum. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
How far back from Mr. Rosenbaum were you as the pursuit went through the car source parking lot?
Well, it's hard to say because I kind of caught up to them. I was running a bit faster, and so at the time initially, I was probably 30 feet back when everybody first started running. But then, by the time I arrived in the lot, it was 15 feet.
And you continue to be behind Mr. Rosenbaum at the time that the defendant shot and killed him, correct?
I did alter my trajectory a little bit when I saw Mr. Rittenhouse turn around and saw Mr. Rosenbaum lunging for the front portion of the rifle.
Let me stop you there for a second. First of all, we know now that individual who was shot and killed by the defendant was Joseph Rosenbaum.
Mm-hmm.
At the moment this was all going on that night, did you have any idea who that person was?
No clue.
Had you ever heard the name Joseph Rosenbaum before?
I'd never even seen that individual.
Up until these events, you had not seen that individual at any time?
No, I had not.
Okay.
I saw videos after the fact of where he was, but I actually wasn't at that location, that gas station at that time.
And again, I want to hear what you saw and what you know, and not other stuff. In the videos of this incident, you appear to be holding up your cell phone. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Tell us about that.
So I got off the phone with Shelby, and I wasn't sure what was going to happen. So I attempted to record on my phone, and I thought that I was recording at the time. It turns out that I actually just took a live photo of the ground. I assume at the time that I pressed what was the photo button instead of the record button, the video button.
So as you're running, you're holding up the phone thinking you're recording video, but in fact you're not. Is that fair to say?
Yes, the video
Mistake.
did not start until, and I've turned all of this over. I'm sure you've reviewed it.
Sure.
But it did not start until just as I was arriving over Mr. Rosenbaum after he had been shot. So I don't know what happened in that period of time. I wasn't even looking at my phone. Usually when I'm recording, I'm constantly looking at what the video is recording to make sure that, everything's in the frame and whatever. But at that time, obviously I was fixated on the situation in front of me rather than my phone. So I didn't realize that it wasn't recording, and I don't know what happened or why it started later.
What was it about the situation in front of you? You said you were fixated on it. What was it about the situation in front of you that focused your attention?
Well, there were we were running very quickly, number one. So I was just by virtue of the fact that I was running, I was focused on that. But also, I knew, having seen Mr. Rittenhouse earlier and just using my eyes at that time, that he was armed. And also there was a bag that was thrown by Mr. Rosenbaum. And so clearly there was something about to happen. So I was paying attention to that.
Did you ever see a weapon on Mr. Rosenbaum?
I did not.
Never saw a gun on Mr. Rosenbaum?
I did not.
Never saw him have a knife?
Nope.
Never saw him have a club or a bat or a chain or anything like that?
I just saw the bag that was thrown. That was it.
As the chase is occurring in the Car Source parking lot. Did you hear? And again, I want you to go back to that moment.
Yes.
We've seen other videos. We've heard other videos. So we have hindsight. But in that moment, as you are following the chase behind Mr. Rosenbaum, behind Mr. Rittenhouse, did you hear Mr. Rosenbaum say anything?
There was a FU. And at the time in that instance, my recollection of it the night of it was really hard for me to decipher, whether that was who yelled that. After seeing the footage, it's very clear to me who yelled it.
Okay, let me stop. I don't want to. I want to. In that moment, I'm interested in your perceptions of the sounds around you. So I understand there's a lot going on, and it's a scene, but put yourself back in that moment.
Besides counting I'm better. I just still have this cough. Besides counting how many times he said, what did he keep saying? How did he word it? I will represent to the jury that this has been stipulated to. Besides counting that, we should count how many times he's had to redirect his own witness. Learn to control your witnesses, Binger. That is your job. Don't let them go off on these little tangents. I don't know. I've lost track of how many times he's had to redirect this guy. No. I just want to know about such and such. Don't even let them get there, dude. How long have you been a prosecutor? Good God, man. You're wasting time.
Do you recall hearing Joseph Rosenbaum say anything?
No.
Do you recall hearing the defendant say
I
anything?
heard it said, but I don't recall it coming, me perceiving it coming from him because, like, for example, in that instance, there was a pop. And then when Mr. Rittenhouse turned around, my focus was purely on the barrel of the weapon and where that was going. So I didn't.
Okay. In fact, when you were talking to the Kenosha Police Department after this incident, and very shortly thereafter, you were asked if you heard any words exchanged between Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Rittenhouse, and you said no.
Yeah, that was the phrasing of the question, which is, were there words exchanged? And so that would imply, like some kind of conversation. If they had asked, did you hear Mr. Rosenbaum yell anything, I might have phrased it differently because I just didn't focus on that at the time. But the way that there was nothing exchanged, that's that I saw.
So let's continue. You just mentioned hearing a pop sound. Was that during this chase?
That was right before Mr. Rittenhouse turned around during the chase. Yes.
Okay. And just to finish that thought up, you're talking about when Mr. Rittenhouse turns around and shoots Joseph Rosenbaum.
Correct.
Just before that, there was a pop sound.
Correct.
Again, with the benefit of hindsight.
Yes.
But let's put that aside. In that moment, as you are running, first of all, did you hear that pop as you were running?
I did hear the pop, but given like the environment, it's not that uncommon to hear those kind of pops. So at that time, it was not clear to me that it was from a gun or what it was from. In fact, I did tell police that it was my understanding that he turned around because he felt like he was running into a corner because that area of the parking lot where the shooting actually took place was like there's the wall right here, and then there was like cars parked, kind of. So it at night of it appeared to me that he turned around because he had reached a dead end or something like that.
Could you please pull up Exhibit 25? Mr. McGinnis, we have, and I think I need to turn on the TVs again.
He looks like a baby sitting there. He shouldn't have been in out there in the first place. I want to have a talk with his mother. I hate this video so much. What did you say yesterday, Judy? It looks like ants being blown by a snowblower.
Mr. McGinnis, there is a video on the screen which has already been introduced into evidence, and we've heard some testimony about it. Have you ever seen this before?
I saw screenshots of this thermal footage.
Okay. Was that from yesterday or the day before during the trial?
Yeah.
Okay. There's been testimony that there is an individual with a circle around them identified as person of interest number 1. That is Joseph Rosenbaum. There is a square around a second individual who is identified there as person of interest number 2. That is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse.
Mm-hmm.
You will come into this video, if you're not already on it, behind all of them. So I'm sure you'll be able to recognize yourself. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this forward a little bit so you can see
yourself.
it. I'd like you to pay attention to the movements of the 3 of you, Mr. Rosenbaum, yourself, and the defendant, and then I'll ask you a couple questions about it. So if we can play it forward, please.
Okay. For anybody that wasn't here yesterday, this is an FBI video taken at 9,000 feet. I hate it. I can't tell what anything is or anybody. There's circles around people that I can barely see. I hate this video. What? I don't know what I'm looking at. There's a square there, an oval there, a circle, square. What is it? Ant number 10.
Let's pause it there, please. Were you able to see yourself on that video?
Yes.
And it shows you, back up about 10 seconds, please. Go back a little bit further, please. 10 more seconds. Okay, continue there. Go forward, please. Or play it, rather. Pause there. I don't know if it's possible, Mr. McGinnis, are you able to see yourself on that video at that very moment?
I think I'm one of those 2 people.
Okay. Let me continue forward, and unfortunately,
it's
that
hard to
laser
tell.
doesn't
I
work
think
on
I'm
TV.
right.
So,
gotcha.
let's continue forward, and I'll pause in just a little bit here.
Yeah, now I can see me.
All right,
Yeah.
pause. Mr. McGinnis, I've got a Sister Marciana's pointing device. The judges allowed us to use. May I approach you? Okay. Could you please use this and go up to that screen in the corner, and can you point out yourself on that video?
I think it's hard to see right here, but can you just go back for a second?
Yeah, why don't we rewind?
I'm right under the text.
Yeah, let's go back 10 seconds and play from there. And then, Mr. McGinnis, just pause when you see yourself, or raise your hand when you see yourself, and we'll pause it, okay? Okay, can you hold it up there 1 more second, please? I didn't quite see. Okay, so just for the record, you are pointing to an area that is on a screen to the left of a vehicle that has, right or wrong, been referred to as a Duramax. Is that a thing, a Duramax? Vehicle. Is it? Yeah. A Duramax vehicle. I know from other videos that this vehicle is parked in a way that the hood of the vehicle is to the lower left, or sorry, lower right of this TV screen facing Sheridan Road. So if you'll accept that representation, then you're pointing to an area that is near the right, or the rear passenger corner of that Duramax. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit farther out here, right?
Okay. All right, let's continue the video forward, please. Pause. Can you use your Sister Marciana's pointer to show us where you are? Okay, and you've just can you hold it up there for a second longer so we can make sure we all see it? Right. That is you. Now I can tell from that video that there appears to be part of your body extended forward. Is that your arm holding the cell phone? Yes. Okay. Was that your right arm, if you recall?
Usually it'd be my right arm.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you.
Oh, good.
You can leave that up there. That's fine. Thank you. You can go ahead and have a seat, please. Now, this is stopped at a moment which is right around the time, I think we're maybe a frame or two before Mr. Rittenhouse fires and the shots at Mr. Rosenbaum. And everyone can see where you're at in relation to that. What I want you what I'd like you to do, Mr. Guinness, is tell the jury in your own words, what was going on at this particular moment where we stopped in the video.
So basically, I was running behind Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum, and like I mentioned before, Mr. Rittenhouse turned around and Mr. Rosenbaum continued, and I was continuing. But then I realized, that they were about to basically collide. And so at that moment, I was still running, but just before the shots, I kind of altered my trajectory of my run a little bit in the direction that I perceived to be out of harm's way.
What do you mean harm's way? You were several feet away from them. What was the harm to you?
Well, once Mr. Rittenhouse turned around and Mr. Rosenbaum continued, it was a very short, very, very short period of time from when he turned around to when the shots were fired. And basically in that very short period of time, I realized that Mr. Rosenbaum was continuing to advance and that Mr. Rittenhouse was standing still, and that they would be based on Mr. Rosenbaum's the way that he was running and then eventually lunging towards the front portion of the rifle. It was clear to me that something with the weapon was about to happen, and I didn't want to be on the wrong side of that.
When you say something with the weapon was about to happen, what do you mean?
Well, it wasn't clear to me whether the weapon would be grabbed or fired or what exactly was going to happen, but it was clear to me that it was a situation where it was likely that something dangerous was going to happen, be it Mr. Rosenbaum grabbing it, Mr. Rittenhouse shooting it. I didn't know, but I knew that my eyes at that moment were, like in this exact moment, were fixated on the barrel of the weapon because I didn't want to end up on the receiving end of that.
You said your eyes were focused on the barrel of the weapon.
Yes.
Where was the barrel of the weapon pointed?
At this moment, when he stopped, it was aimed about 45 degrees at the ground.
Did the aim of the barrel of the weapon change?
It did. And when Mr. Rosenbaum lunged, Mr. Rittenhouse kind of dodged around. And then that's when it was leveled at Mr. Rosenbaum and fired.
What was the position of Mr. Rosenbaum's body when the defendant fired at him?
Well, there were 4 shots, but it was like in one continuous motion. It was like a lunge towards the front portion, a dodge around, and when he missed, his momentum continued forward.
I'm going to stop you for 1 second.
Yeah.
When he missed, who's he?
Mr. Rosenbaum, I'm sorry.
Please
Yes.
continue.
When Mr. Rosenbaum did not make contact with Mr. Rittenhouse, or it wasn't clear to me whether or not they made contact, but what was clear to me was that the trajectory of the rifle wasn't really altered by Mr. Rosenbaum's lunge. So if they did make contact, then it was just a glance. It wasn't enough to alter the trajectory of the rifle. But and again, this is just because that was the only thing that I was looking at that point, and it's not clear to me whether he basically fell forward, but that was as.
I'm going to stop you for a second because you said he again. Can you?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Rosenbaum.
Okay. He fell forward.
Yes, like it was as if, you know, if you were to lunge at somebody, if anybody were to lunge, they'd probably stop themselves, you know, from falling face down on the ground. But the shots were fired in the exact instance that his momentum was going forward, and that continued until Mr. Rosenbaum landed on the ground.
When Mr. Rosenbaum landed on the ground after being shot by the defendant, what was Mr. Rosenbaum's body position?
He was lying face down.
Is it fair to say, if I'm understanding your testimony correctly, that when the defendant shot Mr. Rosenbaum was already falling forward?
His momentum, I wouldn't say falling. I would say his momentum was definitely going forward. It's not clear, you know, to me whether he would have, I guess, fallen if, you know, the shots hadn't been fired. But certainly his momentum was in the forward direction, and also his hands were out in front of his feet, such that, you know, his center of gravity was beyond where his feet were.
You gave an interview in which you characterized this incident as the defendant shooting Mr. Rosenbaum while Mr. Rosenbaum was falling. Do you recall saying that in an interview?
There were 4 shots, so
That's somebody asked you.
I don't recall specifically saying that, but was that the direct quote?
Let's put it up on the screen.
They need to coach their witnesses better, not coach. Prepare.
So I'll give you a few more minutes. Do you want to continue?
Could we just finish this little piece up, and then I'll break? Can we play this starting at the 52-second mark, please?
Well, Tucker, I was just about 10 or 12 feet behind them as they ran into the parking lot. And what I saw was Rosenbaum pursuing Rittenhouse, and Rittenhouse turned around. Now, right before he turned around, I'm not sure if this was a reason why he turned around, but there was a gunshot, and that's actually visible on video. It's not clear whether or not that gunshot was fired into the air or towards Rittenhouse, but Rittenhouse did turn around immediately after that. And at that point, he went from running away to aiming his weapon at Rosenbaum, and I was actually directly behind Rosenbaum. So I took 1 or 2 steps to my right as Rosenbaum was lunging for the barrel of the rifle, and he was that close to him. And Rittenhouse actually took the barrel of the rifle and just dodged around. And at that point, as Rosenbaum was falling forward, he fired quickly 4 shots into Rosenbaum. And at that point, I was only about.
We just played an excerpt from a video interview that you did with Tucker Carlson on Fox News. Do you recall this interview?
Yes.
And the date of this interview is August 28th, 2020.
Yes.
Does that sound about right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's 3 days after the event occurred. Is that fair to say?
I think it was so it happened on a Tuesday, and I believe that was Friday.
Sure. 3 days later.
Mm-hmm.
Fair to say that on Friday after this incident, your memory of it might be better than it is 14 months later?
It's just the same. I'm never going to forget it.
Generally speaking, people's memory is better when it's closer in time. You'd agree with that?
Yeah.
And you mentioned seeing some other videos before you gave this interview to Tucker Carlson. So you had watched some things in those 3 days, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. But in this video here, you are telling Fox News, Tucker Carlson, that the defendant shot Mr. Rosenbaum as Mr. Rosenbaum was falling forward, correct?
Yeah, it's unclear to me because the shots were so quick whether, you know, the shots are the reason why because he lunged and then the shot was fired as he was lunging. So it was like.
He wasn't falling, he was lunging.
perhaps it was the shots that caused him to then, rather than stopping himself, just fall flat.
That's not what you just said. Let's play this back about 20 seconds, please.
He said lunging, and then he said falling. He was lunging toward Kyle to do
for
something.
the barrel of the rifle, and he was that close to him. And Rittenhouse actually took the barrel of the rifle and just dodged around. And at that point, as Rosenbaum was falling forward, he fired quickly 4 shots into Rosenbaum. And
your interview 3 days after this incident says that Mr. Rosenbaum was already falling forward when the defendant used the gun and discharged the shots.
I don't see why that's inconsistent with what I'm saying right now. He was lunging, falling. I would use those as synonymous terms in this situation because basically, he threw his momentum towards the weapon, and when the weapon wasn't there, his momentum was continuing, and that's the point at which he fired. So if you use the word falling or lunging, it was his momentum was going forward, and that's the point at which he fired the shots.
That's exactly what I'm getting at. A few seconds ago, you were saying that you weren't sure.
No, I understand what he's saying. I don't think his testimony is inconsistent. If you're lunging at somebody to grab them or do something to them, and then the person you're lunging for moves or steps out of the way, you're gonna fall. That's what he's saying. So the guy lunged at Kyle. Kyle sideswept him or turned around or whatever. And then the guy was falling, and then Kyle shot as he was falling. So I guess Kyle didn't need to shoot him because he sidestepped out of the lunge and the guy fell. Kyle should have just run then, I guess. I'm rethinking. I think I'm rethinking. Because the first guy, he shouldn't have shot. And if he was lunging and he sidestepped him and then he fell, he could have just run away. Didn't need to shoot him. I wonder if watching this a second time is going to change my mind. Bye, Jen. Don't be sorry, Nancy. I mean, he's making it seem, Binger's making it seem like the guy is changing his story, but he's not. You have to think about it. He's trying to make it look like the guy fell down and then Kyle shot him. Because he wants a conviction. But the way the guy is saying it on the stand, and even the way he said it in that interview, the guy lunged and then fell because Kyle moved. But even if he had lunged and Kyle didn't move, he's still going to fall to the ground. Even if he grabs Kyle and brings him down with him, he's still going to fall. If you lunge at somebody, you're going to fall to the ground. That's just how that works. It's called gravity.
Because he was shot. But in your interview here, the falling is occurring before the defendant even shoots Mr.
That's not what I said.
According to your interview.
Let me clarify. I said that I wasn't sure if he didn't catch himself because he was shot. Because you can lunge forward and then put your foot out and stop yourself from falling.
True.
So it wasn't clear to me, for example, if the shots had not been fired, it's not clear to me whether he would have fallen or whether he would have caught himself. That's what I meant when I said that.
At any rate,
Me too.
Your statement in this interview and what you're telling us here today in person is that Mr. Rosenbaum was already falling forward when the defendant shot him.
lunging
his
forward.
momentum was going forward. I don't know this term falling. I just wouldn't use that. So I'm not going to say that because that's not what I.
You actually have said that. I'm using your.
I'm not going to say that right now because I'm clarifying. It's correct. It was a live interview.
You can ask questions, but don't comment on the witness's testimony.
Fair enough. At any rate, whether it's the momentum falling, however you want to put it, Mr. Rosenbaum was in that motion.
Yes.
Before the defendant shot him.
Yes.
Okay. We can take a break now, Your Honor.
All right, let's take a break, folks. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Any questions, anybody? Okay, thank you. I didn't even tell them that. I usually keep it a secret, and then they eat faster. But I was going to say about 12:30. But if you have somewhere, it's something you have to do or something. Okay, let's aim for 12:30. You need some more water?
Oh, that's right.
Oh.
Have you guys seen? This is totally random, but have you guys seen the movie The Faculty? It's an old horror movie from the 90s. Came out at pretty much right after Scream. After Scream, made the kind of reinvigorated the horror movie industry. All these other similar teenage horror movies came out, and I think Kevin Williamson wrote this one too. So it's an alien horror movie. It's so these there was a little alien parasitic worm thing or whatever on a football field at a high school, and it started infecting all the teachers. When then it eventually affected the kids, and anyway, they drank water. The major thing that you could spot the alien was they drank water all the time. Water, constantly drinking water. And I watch these trials now, and I watch how much water everybody on the stand drinks, and the attorneys too, because they're talking all the time. Their mouth gets dry, right? And it's gotten to the point that every time I watch all these people drink so much water, it reminds me of that movie. I'm like, why was that such a big deal that they were drinking water all the time? Because we drink water like that all the time. It's a natural human thing. We have to drink water all the time to keep going. That's what it's normal. And that movie made it seem like it was weird that humans have to drink water all the time. So every time I see people drinking water all the time on the stand, I'm like, yep, that's an alien. They have an alien parasite inside of them. They got to feed it water all the time. Like I said, totally random, but that's how my mind works. You haven't seen a movie since the late 80s, Judy? Seriously? Why? Just because? Or you don't like movies? Or what? I am not a movie theater person. My stepdaughters, good Lord, they go to see every new movie as soon as it comes out. I wait till it comes out on a streaming service. I'm not a movie person. I mean, I like movies, but I don't like going to the movie theater. It's expensive. It's crowded. It's uncomfortable. You usually have to pee in the middle of the movie and you miss part of the movie. Well, that's kind of what was happening, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm not the only movies that I want to see on the big screen are the Star Wars movies. So when you're not going to see Mandalorian and Grogu, Judy, that's going to be on the big screen. You got to go see Grogu on the big screen. The Star Wars movies is the only one that I'm like, gotta go see this in the theater. Those are the only ones I'm like that about. Now, my stepdaughters always take us when the new Jurassic Park movie comes out.
They thought they were in different court.
You don't want to even see Grogu? We will be seeing that one in the theater. So the girls take Travis to see the Jurassic Park movies. We were seeing all of the Fantastic Beasts movies in the theater too until they fired Johnny. When they fired Johnny Depp, I was like, nope, we're not going to pay them money to see that anymore. And the last one sucked. And there's supposed to be 5 in total in that series, and I've not heard anything after the last.
Good afternoon, everyone. And the answer to your question is yes. And it's a #1 buzz is what it's called. But can anybody tell me why they'd call it a partial?
Because you're bald on top,
Why would
dude.
they call
That's
that a
why.
partial? Okay. Go ahead.
That was the day he got a haircut.
Good afternoon, Mr. McGinnis. We're going to continue where we left off this morning. You were describing the situation where the defendant shot Mr. Rosenbaum. I want to talk about where you were at that location and what was going on through your mind. Earlier, I think you said your eyes were focused on the barrel of the gun. Is that fair to say?
That's yes.
When you saw what was going on in front of you between Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum, what was going through your mind at that moment?
Well, at the point at which Mr. Rittenhouse turned around and Mr. Rosenbaum was continuing to advance, that's when I realized that they were going to, I guess, collide or meet, but it was clear based on the speed with which Mr. Rosenbaum was running and obviously what was shouted beforehand that they weren't coming together to have a friendly meeting. And given that Mr. Rittenhouse was armed, I became extremely worried because I was behind Rosenbaum that I was going to be caught in whatever was about to happen.
Did you feel like you were positioned in the line of fire?
I did, and that's why I altered my trajectory slightly as the shots were being fired.
When those shots were being fired, did anything happen to you?
What exactly do you mean by that?
Did you get hit?
Nope.
Did you feel at that moment like you had gotten hit?
Well, I told the police the night of because they were asking me, where my eyes were. So as as Rosenbaum was lunging forward, my eyes were on the gun. But as the shots, when the shots were fired, I did actually change my. I looked down at my legs because it's difficult for me to say whether it was a sound or a sensation, but there was feeling sound that something went past my legs, and I looked down, and then I looked back up, and I actually stepped my feet to make sure that I was fine.
You told the detective that you felt something on your leg, and your first thought was that you had been shot, correct?
I was worried of that, absolutely. I'm not sure whether it was something that actually, actually contacted my pants, or whether it was just the, sensation sound, but it caused me to look down, and I did, stamp my legs to make sure that they felt okay.
Did you feel that the defendant's actions of turning around and pointing the gun and discharging those rounds put you in danger?
I would say that given where I was, certainly I was in danger. Yes.
Let me back up 1 second. We've talked a lot about Mr. Rosenbaum's actions towards Mr. Rittenhouse, and I just want to clarify one part of that. At any point, did you see Mr. Rosenbaum touch the defendant's gun?
It's hard for me to say whether he actually made contact with the gun, but what I can say is that they were extremely close, and that if he did, then it didn't alter the trajectory of the weapon. So if he did, it wasn't like, he got a hand on it. It was maybe barely grazed it, but they were very close. And it was actually, since I was behind him, his body was partially obstructing the barrel of the gun at that time. So it's hard for me to say definitively whether or not he actually made contact, but not that I saw. I couldn't say definitively.
I couldn't hear the last
Which part?
sentence.
I couldn't say definitively whether or not.
That is my DVD collection. And you can't see them all because that's a regular bookshelf. So the shelves are deep. So there's DVDs behind DVDs. And that's only part of them, because I've got, in the entertainment center where the TV is, I've got more DVDs in there. And then in my bedroom is all my X-Files and Star Trek DVDs. And I don't watch them that much, because if it's something that is streaming that I want to watch, I would rather stream it. Because that's a lot of DVDs to have to pull down. I don't know, Nancy, I've never counted. I've never counted them. There's a lot. It's easier just to stream it. So if I want to watch something, even if I know I have it, I'll Google where can I stream it first and stream it. Unless it's something that I like, if I've got something on Blu-ray that has like extra features and I want to watch the extra features, then I'll go find the DVD. But you had a laser disc? I never had a laser disc. I don't have a VCR, but I think I kept one of my Star Wars VHS tapes, because it came in like a thing with a book and an actual piece of like reel from one of the reels where it was in the movie theater. I think it's Phantom Menace, which is my least favorite Star Wars movie. But anyway, yeah, I think it's put up somewhere, like a collector's thing. But I can't play it but I have it on DVD and I can stream it. Oh, wow. That's cool. Like the original before he like went back and did stuff to it. My cousin swears that you cannot get the original movie on anything. And I have it. And I know I have it. You had a laser disc too? I never had a laser disc. I think they came and left so quickly. That's why I never got it. There is on one of my DVDs, there is the original version of A New Hope, but my cousin told me that wasn't the original version, so I don't know. He keeps redoing them over and over and changing stuff, so I don't know if I have the actual original version or not, but I don't ever watch it, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, I have a lot of DVDs. It's easier just to stream it though, like I said. So I usually just Google where can I stream such and such.
There was contact made.
Oh
We know
wow.
from all the videos, from all the evidence, Mr. Rittenhouse
Oh,
fires 4
okay.
rounds.
So my cousin is right. I didn't know that.
You
Huh.
testified earlier, Mr. Rosenbaum winds up face down on the ground, correct?
Correct.
What did you do then?
Well, after the shots were fired, there were other shots that were going off, and at this point, I'm aware of the fact that that's probably gunfire. Mr. Rittenhouse, from my perspective, had run away, and Mr. Rosenbaum was lying behind a car, and so I knew that he was, given the shots were fired at such close range, that he had been hit, and he was lying lifeless on the ground, and so I saw him behind the car, and I saw it as both a place that I could get safety, but also help him. And so I ran over. I said something along the lines of, "Are you okay? I'm going to flip you over slowly." And then I flipped him over, and at that point, other people were arriving, and that's basically all. The rest is on video, but we were trying to, I presume that there were, given the weapon that he was using, that there had to be big wounds, and as people arrived, we were looking for those, and then somebody shouted that there was a hospital across the street, at which point I told one individual to grab his other arm, and we carried him across the street. Should I just continue with?
Let me stop you there for a second. Can we please play Exhibit 19? 19? Oh, I gotta turn this.
Reporter wannabe. Are you gonna do something, Binger?
Is it hard for you to see that?
I certainly don't like to watch it.
I understand. I wanted to show that to you because there's a moment after the shooting where you are taking your shirt off. Why did you do that?
Because I presume that, given how close they were, that he had been hit, and that my dad was an ER doctor, and if something's bleeding, you apply pressure. So that was the goal with doing that.
We see in the video that the defendant runs around the cars and comes close to you. And again, like I said earlier, we're going to try and go back to that moment in time. I know benefit of hindsight, but at that particular moment, as you're standing there next to Mr. Rosenbaum's body,
Hey, kid.
did you know that was the defendant?
I did not.
What did you think was going on with that figure next to you?
Well, the way that I saw it from it was kind of a tunnel vision situation. So I was looking at Mr. Rosenbaum on the ground and attempting to find where the wounds were. And it was like a pair of legs arrived next to me from my peripheral vision. And I just screamed, call 911. And then I saw a hand reach into the pocket. And I assumed that was what was happening. And actually, when I got up, I did, watching the video after the fact, I was facing Mr. Rittenhouse, but given that I was in the process of removing my shirt, I was actually looking at the ground, and I told the police, and I actually remember the moment the next morning that I realized that was Mr. Rittenhouse when I saw the video.
If you had known in that moment that was Mr. Rittenhouse, would you have felt in danger?
I think I felt in danger anyways, but I think would have maybe changed my tone of voice. I can't really imagine what I would have done, but I mean, I was afraid in that moment anyways, so it's hard for me to say.
The individual who you sensed next to you, we now know the defendant. You said he pulled out his phone.
I just saw his hand go into his pocket, and like from my perspective, that's all that I saw. And I assumed that that was, I had said call 911, hand went into the pocket. I assumed that was what was happening.
Did you hear the defendant say?
Are you kidding me? It's a signal loss.
I need to show it. I'm sorry.
Uh-uh.
You okay? Just don't move, man. Don't move. All right, can I flip you over real quick? I'm gonna flip you over real quick, bro. Here, flip over real quick. Just gotta get pressure on this, dude. Where's it at? Turn around. Where's it at, dude? Get a light on it. Get a light. Give me a fucking light.
Put pressure on it. Put fucking
Where?
pressure on it.
Where, dude? Where? Where's the hole?
Wait, where you at?
Get the
It's
fucking
right
mask
here
up.
in his head. Come on. Put pressure. Put pressure. Put pressure. Hey, keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes open. You shot him.
I didn't fucking go.
Hey, you're okay.
Shit, get pressure on this shit.
We gotta keep him alive.
I got him, brother. Talk to me, bro. What's your name, bro?
Stay with me.
Hey, what's your name, bro? What's your name, bro?
Is y'all thinking the hospital right here? Yeah, get him up.
We got a car. We got a car. Yo, keep pressure on it.
I got him. Get him.
Keep pressure on that.
Get his arms.
I got you, dude. I got you. Keep pressure.
The video we just watched was one you were recording, correct?
Correct.
Earlier, you described holding your phone up as the chase is going on, and the phone wasn't set to record video.
Mhm.
At what point did you realize that and make?
Nancy, 100%.
I have no idea. I have no clue. I don't know how it went from photo to record, and I don't know how it started at that particular moment. Actually, I did call my CEO of my company immediately afterwards from the hospital and told him that I had recorded a homicide. And then I looked at my phone and I realized that it wasn't recording at the time.
I think you testified a little bit ago, and I want to pick up where you left off, that you attempted to treat Mr. Rosenbaum, and then there's a process by which he is carried over to the hospital. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Can you tell us about your involvement in that process?
Well, my hand was on his head and I was under his right shoulder. There was another individual under his left shoulder. And then there were maybe one or two people carrying his legs. And we ran across the street and there was somebody who told us that he worked at the hospital and that we should put him in the car to get him there quicker. At which point he opened the tailgate. And there, we loaded him into the back of the car, and there were people actually. There's a large crowd around the back of the car, couldn't close the tailgate, and so we just said forget the tailgate, and we drove down a small ramp, and at that point I was alone in the back with Mr. Rosenbaum. And I was just telling him that we're going to have a beer together afterwards.
It wasn't a black screen. It was a guy laying there bleeding out. Okay, I think I got confused. The guy that was lunging for Kyle's gun was Rosenbaum, which was the first guy that got shot. I was thinking the guy that he was saying lunged for the gun was the guy out in the middle of the street. So... Help, Judy. Rosenbaum was the guy that shot up in the air? And then Kyle shot him? Okay. So Rosenbaum, why did he lunge for Kyle's gun? So then that was self-defense if the guy was lunging. I thought Kyle just shot him because he shot in the air. I'm confused. He shot in the air. Someone else shot the shot in the air. Oh, so did Rosenbaum think that Kyle shot in the air and that's why he was lunging for Kyle? Hey, Nichelle. Okay, so it was self-defense then. If he was lunging for Kyle and then Kyle shot him because he was afraid of him because he was lunging for him. I just thought that Kyle shot him because it is, Ken. It is. It is. Because, and like we discussed in length yesterday, shouldn't have had the gun, shouldn't have been there. Yeah, what he did was in self-defense, but had he not been there with a gun, it would have never happened in the first place. And the two charges that they dropped were the two charges he should have been convicted on. The illegal weapon and the breaking curfew. It's a crap show. You're absolutely right. It's a crap show. The whole thing is a mess.
It was all going to be okay. And once we arrived, a gate had to go up, and we went through the gate.
He should have got some kind of punishment.
And I helped some medical personnel came out with a gurney, and then I helped them load it on.
I mean, even if it was
him onto the gurney, and then
probation where he had to do community service or something, he should have got some kind of punishment. He got nothing.
We've seen the video that you recorded at Mr. Rosenbaum's body. There's another video that we were watching before that of someone else approaching the scene. It appears to.
Yeah, the murders or whatever, homicides were self-defense. The homicides were self-defense. But he was breaking curfew and he had an illegal firearm. That's what he should have been punished for. Oh, that's why they dropped it? Ugh. He was invited. But he didn't stay on the property of the business where the guy invited him to, though. He was all over the place. Yeah, but his friend got charged with buying the gun for the minor. Yeah, but that guy just said that the guy was lunging toward Kyle. But if someone just shot in the air and Kyle just shot like he overreacted, then yeah. But this guy just said that the guy lunged at Kyle. So now, I don't know. Crap show. Like Ken said, crap show.
In the videos that, at least at the beginning, Mr. Rosenbaum has his eyes open.
Oh, okay. Because he testified,
he
right?
To you?
I believe that when I was talking to him in the vehicle, I like to think that he could hear me. It seemed that his eye was looking at me, but it was kind of rolling back. And then when I started talking, it rolled back kind of towards me, and I was looking at him. So I'm not sure if he heard me, but I think perhaps he did.
Did he say anything?
No. He was having difficulty even breathing.
Agree.
Just so we're clear, from the moment you came upon his body after the shooting until the end, did you ever hear Mr. Rosenbaum say anything at all?
No.
After you helped the hospital personnel get him on a gurney, did you stay at the hospital for a while after that?
Yes. I was, number one, covered in blood. Number two, I didn't have a shirt. And the police actually locked down the hospital. My coworkers, Shelby and Jorge, came to the hospital, and actually Shelby literally offered me the shirt off her back so that I could, not be conspicuous if I tried to leave. But then the police said, you're going to, can you come to the station? I mean, it wasn't really an ask. It was more of a, you're coming to the station. But, I had already talked with my mom and my CEO, and I was resolute and cooperating fully with the police. So I said, whatever you guys need me to do. And I stayed at the hospital for maybe an hour or 40 minutes before a squad car came and got me. And there was actually a detective or a uniformed police officer who asked me some questions while I was at the hospital, and I gave him my phone.
While you were at the hospital, did you see any other folks that had been shot or injured that night?
I did. I saw Mr. Groswitz. Groswitz.
Where did you see him at?
So right after I loaded Mr. Rosenbaum onto the gurney, before I could even grasp what was happening, he came in there were like the doors that we came in were on one side of the hospital, but then there were like the emergency room sliding doors, like the public access. And he came in through there with an officer, and he was holding his arm, and I saw his arm.
Can you describe what you saw?
It was his bicep was effectively gone. And there was just a lot of blood.
Can you tell us in your own words how you were feeling at that moment?
it was just surreal. It was, I felt scared about what was going to happen, what I would have to do after that, because I knew, that I had what I had seen. I became more worried once I realized that my phone wasn't recording.
Why do you say that?
Because that made me realize that it was my eyes that saw it, and that rather than just being able to show, I'd have to tell.
Like you're doing today.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Richard.
Yes, Your Honor. After you left the hospital, you went to the Kenosha Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And you were interviewed shortly after this happened by a detective, Separus.
Yes.
And that's not either of these two individuals here, correct?
No.
And you gave them video taped and sound recorded statement, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And that was in a room with a small table and carpeted walls.
Yes.
And you stated to Detective Separus, and I'm quoting from your interview, the guy who I interviewed was trying to evade him. When you're using the term guy who you interviewed, who are you referring to?
Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okay. And he was trying to evade whom?
Mr. It depends on what instance you're talking about, but initially it was very difficult for me to tell who he's evading because the street was dark and I was a ways back. There were a number of individuals kind of moving in his direction, and there's a lot of noise. So it wasn't clear to me who he was evading initially when he started to run.
Okay. But you used the word him, which would be singular. Is that a fair statement?
Yes. I believe that in that same statement, though, I said that there were a couple of individuals, including the man who was shot.
I'll read from your statement at page 20. And there were other people who were moving very quickly, and I noticed two guys who were moving quickly. One of the ones was the guy who ended up, I guess, getting shot and dying, and they were moving towards him. So he was, according to what I saw, trying to evade these individuals.
Yes.
Okay. So one of the individuals is the guy who gets shot, Mr. Rosenbaum.
Correct.
And the other one is somebody who, to this day, you would not know who it is.
No. Yeah. It was dark, and it was very difficult to identify. I don't think I could. No.
And you had interviewed Kyle before this shooting, maybe 15 minutes.
It was like 14.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
have the metadata
Okay.
in my phone. So
Okay.
according to the metadata on the phone, it was about 14 minutes.
Okay. And when you met Kyle and you interviewed him, he was not menacing to you, was he?
Beyond that he had a weapon, no.
Okay. So what was menacing was the weapon.
When I said menacing in that context, it was the situation that was menacing, which is a number of armed individuals. And specifically in that instance, I was most nervous about the individuals on the roof because I couldn't see them. So it was just more concerning to me because at least, the folks on the ground, I could see them.
Okay. And Kyle was one of the ones on the ground.
Yes.
And the interview, which Mr. Binger took from and referred to the menacing word, was you being interviewed by a Kyle Horton, and that interview was 26 minutes long, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you used the word menacing once.
I guess so. You went through it, so I'll take your word for it. But I don't recall saying it another time.
Okay. And this is your word to Detective Separus. No, it's cool. But he did. I mean, the interview, he was very cordial. Detective, yeah, you, very nice, and almost seemed like innocent. Almost seemed like too much for his own good. Do you remember that statement?
Yes, I do.
And you're referring to him being too innocent for his own good, correct?
I was alluding to the fact that it seemed to me that a lot of the people, protesters, rioters, whatever you want to call them, were casting negative looks in his direction, and he wasn't. He didn't seem to be aware of that.
Meaning Kyle wasn't aware of how the people
how pissed off the people were. Not in his group. Just the group. Generally speaking, the people who were on the ground, who had just been, basically volleyed back by the law enforcement. Those people, not the other armed individuals.
The rioters didn't like the people with long weapons. Is that a fair statement? The way you
that's a fair statement in my perception. Yes. I think it was also additionally that I was referring to the fact that he was shouting medical, and that people were looking at him negatively, kind of like angry when they heard, him, and then saw presume his weapon or whatever it was that made them mad.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize. That's where you talked about the duality of medic having a gun, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he might not have perceived the problem with that dual role based upon your conversations with him.
Yeah, he might not have perceived how other people perceived him in that situation.
Okay. Reading from a statement from you. I don't know if it was the fire extinguisher or if it was a piece of metal or something kicked something. I have no idea. But when I turned back, the fire extinguisher is gone, and he had the AR-15 kind of like aiming downwards. And at that point, they were heading into the parking lot. And he was kind of facing backwards, and the individual who got shot was advancing towards him, and he actually dodged. He dodged around, and then he ran backwards, so he turned his back a little bit. You're describing him running away from Mr. Rosenbaum there, correct?
Correct.
And as Mr. Rittenhouse is running away from him, Mr. Rosenbaum is in pursuit, correct?
Correct.
And at one point, Kyle turns around with the weapon, and you're talking about it being in a downward position, but towards Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes. Are you talking about the final instance where he turned around?
The first instance.
Yes.
Okay. And this isn't where Mr. Rosenbaum gets shot, correct?
Correct. That was he was kind of up on the curb, and he kind of headed in the direction towards the car lot, and then he stopped and turned.
And then he continues running, and Mr. Rosenbaum continues to chase Mr. Rittenhouse.
Correct.
Didn't mean to cut you off.
No, not at all. The instance where I described that there were two individuals, that was kind of at that point in time. So I didn't zero in on Mr. Rosenbaum being kind of the one person pursuing him until after that first kind of juke and run.
Okay. And do you remember Mr. Rittenhouse turning around in the parking lot when Mr. Rosenbaum is chasing him, just Mr. Rosenbaum chasing him?
Yes.
Okay. And this is before the final confrontation.
When he turned around initially, he was kind of on the sidewalk before they got into the lot. And that was when it wasn't clear that Mr. Rosenbaum was the sole, because it was very dark. So perhaps I'm assuming that was him, but also like I was fumbling with my phone at that juncture, and I was hanging up with Shelby. That was kind of all happening in that simultaneous moment. So it's hard. I didn't identify Mr. Rosenbaum until we kind of entered the lot where it was very light.
Okay.
Well lit.
And when he enters the lot, Mr. Rosenbaum, it's Kyle and Mr. Rosenbaum really in that area where the shooting occurred. There's nobody else.
Yes, correct.
And he runs, according to your vantage point, basically as far as he can.
Yeah, I did state to the police the night of that it appeared that when he stopped, he entered an area where there was like a car parked and a wall. I mean, it would have been conceivable that, you know, you could have, the car was like not, it wasn't up against the wall. Like you could conceivably have continued, but it seemed to me, my perception that night that he, you know, had entered a bit of a dead end, or at least felt that way.
And he turned and looks at Mr. Rosenbaum.
Correct.
And Mr. Rosenbaum knows that he's chasing an armed individual, correct?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's speculation.
He's seen the gun.
You know, it is, you know, we, you don't know what he
Okay.
saw.
I'll ask it this way.
Okay.
Mr. Rittenhouse turns around, has a firearm in his arms, hands, correct?
Correct.
The AR, as we refer
Correct.
to it.
Yes.
Mr. Rosenbaum is running towards Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
So he chased
And
Kyle
there's
before
nothing
Kyle shot him.
between those two individuals to block Mr. Rosenbaum's view, correct?
Correct.
Could have stopped at any time once he sees an armed individual, correct?
I assume he could have. Yes.
He kept advancing.
Correct.
And he continues to advance until he makes a lunge for the weapon, correct?
Yes. It appeared that he was lunging for the front portion of the weapon.
Okay, which would be the business end of an AR-15.
Yes.
And you know, as you sit here today, that he yelled the words F you, but the whole words, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What was the tone of his voice as he yelled that?
Very angry.
As he goes at Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
Correct.
And there's been some statements about him shot in the back. Don't dispute it. If you're Mr. Rittenhouse and I'm Mr. Rosenbaum, did you ever see him turn away from you back to Mr. Rittenhouse?
No.
Okay. And your vantage point would allow you to see if in fact this is the proverbial shooting an innocent person in the back, correct?
You mean, was I close enough?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. And as he shot, you never saw him turn around, look at you directly, and begin running away for the back shot, correct?
Correct.
You to the detective that evening describing the confrontation between Rosenbaum and Kyle Rittenhouse. In my best estimation, I think this individual and possibly other individuals decided they were going to get his gun from him, correct?
I'm going to object to that. It calls for speculation.
It's his belief.
But, you can explore what appeared to him to have happened. But when you say belief, people don't talk the way lawyers want them to. Lawyers want very strict adherence to just perception by the senses. In ordinary discourse, people don't talk that way. They combine a whole array of things that they see and perceive with all of their senses and their experience in life. And then they put that into the form of an impression. And now the lawyers, and I'm not singling out one lawyer or another, lawyers typically, they want, well, just as was referred to earlier, just the facts. I'm going to let the witness testify as one would ordinarily discourse with others, but keep in mind there's a huge component of things other than what he perceived with his senses, and then I'll let the state redirect on those issues, but he can answer the question.
I like it though. I like that he explains things because I don't like it when a judge just is just talking to the lawyers and you don't get it, or when he just says sustained or overruled or whatever. I like when they explain their rulings. Yeah, Wiggles, that is why I said I'm glad I'm not on this jury, because that was one thing I had problems with after I watched it. I didn't watch it live. I watched it replay because everybody kept saying back in the Rittenhouse trial, and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about because I didn't watch it. So I went ahead and watched it all by myself. So I had no assistance from a lawyer or anything like that. I just watched it. And I came to my own conclusion that it should have been not guilty because of self-defense. But he shouldn't have been there. But he was there. So he was there, and he did need to act in self-defense. But yeah, none of this should have happened. He should have been home. All of these people should have been home. They were vandalizing places, burning places, being just unruly. Why were they even there? It's ridiculous. And damaging property does not say anything about the police shooting someone and paralyzing them. Like, how does that say? Like, there weren't even no signs up that said justice for whatever his name was. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't get how congregating and destroying property and starting fires and crap, how does that say we need police reform or whatever? All they ever did was just say Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. I don't understand that type of protest. How about a peaceful protest with signs and no fire and no one getting hurt and no firearms? I don't. Yeah, he'd be a good teacher. Absolutely. I like this lawyer more than the prosecutor. The prosecutor drives me nuts. So I guess I don't know now. This witness is all over the place. I thought this guy shot up in the air and then Kyle shot him. So I think someone else shot in the air. And then this guy started chasing Kyle thinking he did it or something. I don't even understand why he shot this person. But now they're saying this guy was chasing him and he lunged at him. So Kyle maybe was afraid this guy was going to do something to him and he shot him. I'm so confused. So I don't know why the first victim was shot. Because yesterday I felt like... Oh, there you go. Thank you, Ken. I don't need to hurt my brain. Yesterday I thought, well, someone shot in the air and then Kyle just kind of freaked out and shot and accidentally shot someone. But now they're saying this guy actually chased Kyle and then lunged for his gun.
I'll read the statement to you, and then I'll ask you why you believed it or why you thought that, okay?
Yep.
But in my best estimation, I think that the individual and possibly other individuals decided that they were going to get his gun from him. Do you remember telling me that?
I do, yes.
What was that statement based upon?
It was based upon the way that they were advancing towards him. It seemed that they were trying to move quickly such that they could catch him.
Okay. And from your vantage point, remembering back to that evening, did you see that Kyle Rittenhouse was with anyone that was friendly to him that night?
That night?
At that time?
At that moment, no. Mr. Balch was with him when I was walking behind them, and then after I saw Yellow Pants guy, that was the last I saw Mr. Balch. So he was alone after that.
Statement from you to the detective. And it is very clear from the moment I focused on that situation between those two that the unarmed guy got shot, was trying to get his gun. And you remember making that statement?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what is that statement based on?
That was based on the motion of him running and reaching for the front portion of the rifle.
Okay. And that evening, you told the detective he paused, so it looked like he was very close. You used the word very close. What does that mean to you?
Well, I was behind Mr. Rosenbaum, and Mr. Rittenhouse was on the other side of me and Rosenbaum. And so it was clear that as he lunged forward, they almost made contact. It wasn't clear if they did or not, but very close, just meaning like close enough to just reach out and touch someone.
And your perception was that evening, as you watched it, he was going for the barrel of the gun.
Correct.
And the detective followed up on that.
The thing I don't understand is why make a curfew and not be able to enforce it? Because they said it's not a criminal offense. They just get a ticket. So they just get a ticket and then they stay out there? No, round them all up and take them to the police station. The point of the curfew is that you don't want anybody out there after that time. So don't just give people a ticket, round them up and get them off the street. That's the point of the curfew. That's the part that blows my mind. How can you make a law and then not be able to enforce it? It's stupid. That's the point of the curfew, is to get people off the street.
To pin that down, and you stated, but he was certainly trying to grab the barrel of the gun.
Should have been.
That night.
Is what happened.
I raise my objection again. This is speculation.
And I'll repeat my same statement that I made to the jury. There certainly is an element of conclusion in the witness's answer, but that's the way people talk in ordinary discourse and convey information one to another. So they have to weigh it in terms of its reliability, knowing that it's not like a series of photographic images.
I think it was very clear to me that he was reaching specifically for the weapon, and because that's where it went.
And your statement to the detective. Yeah, so it was like the guy he shot was like this. And then he was and he leaned in. So he was like this. And so at that time he was shot, he was kind of leaning forward. You were describing to the detective what you observed Mr. Rosenbaum doing, correct?
Correct.
Could you describe that or show us?
It's probably easier to show, to be
Please.
honest. Just like he was in a low position. He's in a low position running, and then when he went for the front portion of the rifle, his lunged forward like that.
Okay, so you've shown somebody in the tack position, you lunge forward and putting both of your arms out, and you're saying going for the barrel.
I would say he was more like kind of in an athletic position, like you would if you were, like running as fast as you could. And then, I'm sorry, could you repeat the second part?
So he's running as fast as he could.
Mhm.
And then you showed both of your arms going out.
Why did Soldier Boy just pop into my
It
head?
was like a little bit, I think Superman would be kind of straight out. It was more like out and down because the rifle was aimed like it was lower than where his hands were. So his hands were actually going kind of downward as well
And
towards the barrel.
when he goes for the barrel, what does Kyle do with the gun?
He dodged around it
And then does what?
and then leveled the weapon and fired. And it wasn't necessarily leveled because Mr. Rosenbaum was in a lower position, so it was still somewhat angled towards the ground, but it was leveled at his body.
This exchange, ask you if you remember it. That's the only reason why I say that there were more people involved. Detective, okay, in trying to corner this guy or whatever. Detective, because I just heard a lot of yelling and a lot of really fast movement. That's more talking about what you observed at the beginning, correct?
Correct, yes.
But you thought this was a group of people, at least two, trying to get Kyle's gun from him when he's alone.
If I were to, I believe that I was speculating that that's what they were trying to do based on what I saw.
Okay.
I definitely wouldn't be lunging for the guy's gun. I'd be getting as far away from it as I could.
And the shots that you heard, there's a shot and then there's Kyle's shots, correct?
Correct.
The shot that you hear first, can you say whether it's in front of you, behind you, to the side of you?
So like there's like the building, that's the actual building in that lot. That's to my right as I'm running. And Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Rittenhouse are in front of me. And it was like to my left.
Okay. So as you're advancing, it would be from the area of the sidewalk.
Correct.
And you've looked at numerous videos now, not that day, but since, and you actually see the flash of gunfire.
Correct.
Your statement getting towards the end, and it was pretty clear to me that the guy with the gun was trying to evade the other guy, and that's throughout this event until he stops.
Yes, that's an accurate statement.
He did not want to be caught by Mr. Rosenbaum.
That is correct.
And when he finally did turn and point the gun, Rosenbaum kept advancing.
Correct.
And Kyle Rittenhouse had no way of knowing that this was a three-person grouping. In other words, him, Rosenbaum, you. Is that a fair statement?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I don't know how this witness could testify as to what Kyle Rittenhouse knew or did not know.
Well, his actual question was not what he knew, but rather whether he had. He asked whether, or he said he had no way of knowing. I think I'd be more comfortable if you rephrased your question.
To your knowledge, did Kyle Rittenhouse know that you were behind Mr. Rosenbaum?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I don't know how this witness would know what Kyle Rittenhouse knew. It's a complete speculation as to the defendant's state of mind.
Overruled. Well, I think it would need to be phrased in terms of, did the physical circumstances suggest that Mr. Rittenhouse would have been in a position to know?
Sir, would Mr. Kyle Rittenhouse been in a position to know that you were behind Mr. Rosenbaum?
He was certainly close enough, but I wasn't looking at where he was looking. I was looking, like I said, at that point at the front portion of the weapon. It was quite light in that area. So it's very possible that I'm if he had been looking in my direction, he certainly would have seen me.
But he's running away from where you are until he turns, and he has this guy coming at him, correct?
Correct.
And if Mr. Rosenbaum had stopped 5 or 7 feet away from him, would he have been shot?
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
Now, earlier there was, well, I'll go a little bit further. You're giving aid to Mr. Rosenbaum after he's been shot 4 times. Were those shots slow, bang, 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 or were they in quick succession?
It was extremely quick. The night of, I said it was 3 or 4 because it was so quick that it was hard for me to count.
And now everyone agrees it's 4, and you do too?
Yes.
Okay. And after he's shot, you pick him up and you try to carry him to the hospital, but you stop at a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
What's happening to you as you're stopping or trying to get him to this vehicle? What's happening to you?
Well, there was a very large crowd around us. Everyone was yelling. I was getting bumped, and I thought that I was just being bumped by the crowd. But then, I got bumped a little bit harder, and then I felt a fist hit my face as I was loading him into the back of the
Explain
vehicle.
that yesterday, Wiggles.
What in my face?
A fist.
So there's a large group of people surrounding you.
Still
and
have to have
Mr.
somebody
Rosenbaum.
else
Yes.
And
to ask
people
questions.
in that crowd were striking
You're
at you.
say if not.
I can only identify
That's
the one
not a
person
call.
because, again, I thought I had a lot of adrenaline, and I didn't think that it was anything beyond getting, being in a mob, a crowd of people who were all, I guess, very animated. A lot of people were yelling, and I didn't really feel it until it was like a hard punch to the side of my face. And I turned around and saw the individual, and he was pointing at me like he was mad at me.
Like he wanted more punches at you. Is that it?
Yeah, I at that point I was actually just entering the rear of the vehicle, and so he hit me, and I looked back, and I actually kicked my legs towards where he was at the tailgate to get him away from me.
Thank you. And you go to that interview, and they're very interested in your phone, correct?
Correct.
You are told that they're either going to take your phone and get a search warrant, or you'll give consent, correct?
Correct.
And you don't want to give up everything in your phone because it's your job and your livelihood. Is that a fair statement?
I didn't want to lose possession of my phone because it is my livelihood, yes.
Okay. Did they tell you they weren't going to go into your phone because of Marcy's law?
I don't recall that.
If somebody said that, you'd remember that, correct?
Yeah, what they said was, can we take your phone to download the videos? And I gave it to him. I don't recall anything about Marcy's law.
They told you if you didn't give them consent, they were going to get a search warrant, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you were not written a curfew ticket, correct?
That's correct. I was not written one.
Now, you also testified about how at this riot, demonstration, whatever you want to call it, there were more firearms than you had seen at other places, correct?
Yes. Well, I would say the most firearms was probably Seattle, but yes.
Okay. Portland, you can't open carry or you'll be arrested, correct?
I believe so.
New York, you can't open carry or you'll be arrested.
That's for sure.
For sure. Washington, D.C., can't open carry or you'll be arrested.
Come to
Correct.
Florida.
Wisconsin, you can open carry.
Correct. You know
So
better
that
than I
makes
do.
that
Yes.
makes for a prevalence of
We
guns.
got punched. Does that make him a
And I
victim?
believe the same in Seattle as well.
And the second night of the riots, you came to Kenosha and you saw the car source lot with all the cars, not the one where the shooting happened, but the one right below your hotel burned.
Yeah, it was burning every night.
Okay. But that was the night where most all of the cars went out.
Are you referring to Monday night?
Yes.
Yes. The
Okay.
night before the shooting, you're saying?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry I didn't make myself clear.
I
Monday
know
night,
the Darcy's
first car source
lies
lot
to him.
with maybe 30,
I
40
don't know
cars.
why he asked that.
Yes.
Okay. And the fire department didn't come.
That was when we interviewed the individuals with the power washer and the buckets of water. I didn't see. I mean, I saw the fire department responding to a different fire at a furniture store, but not in front of that lot.
Okay. And that's the night where some cars got put on fire at Car Source 2, and they were trying to put it out with a power washer and I think buckets.
Like literally buckets and trash cans. Of
Okay.
water.
And that was citizens, not the fire department.
That's correct.
And then I'll end. You had no fear or problem from Kyle or Mr. Balch when you went out on that patrol with them.
I would say that I was certainly fearful just in the general sense, given that there were weapons and that it was a chaotic environment.
Were you fearful of Mr. Balch and Mr. Rittenhouse?
At the time that I was walking with them?
Yes.
I was fearful of the potentiality that, those weapons would be used. So I would say like I was elevated in terms of my assessment of the risk involved in the situation. But I wouldn't say that I was specifically fearful of them individually. I was fearful of what might happen.
You're fearful of the situation in Kenosha on August 25th, 2020, all the armed people, the rioting, the chaos, and the social unrest.
And the guns, yeah.
And the guns.
Yeah.
And both sides had guns.
I actually didn't see, I know after seeing video, I do see that now, but the only armed individuals that I saw that night were in front of the business.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Can we play? Can we have Exhibit 25 ready, please? Mr. McGinnis, I have an exhibit up on the screen, which is the Exhibit 25. We've shown this to you before. I've heard you testify that you were, well, let me ask you this. Is it fair to say that at the moment this video is paused at, as we see on that screen, you are not yet on the screen? Is that fair to say?
I think that sounds right. I think I was just off the screen to the right, up the street.
And you've talked about your perception of person of interest number 2, which is the one with the square around them. That is the defendant. And what you believe was going on when he arrived at the car source lot. And you've talked about one or more individuals that are after him. He's having to evade them, things like that. There's been some testimony about that, correct?
Correct.
You've already acknowledged that you were further back. It was dark. It was hard for you to see exactly. Is that fair to say?
That's fair. Yes.
Okay. What I'd like to do now, Mr. McGinnis, is I'm going to have this video played, and I would like you to pay attention to that area. And we have person of interest number one identified. That is Joseph Rosenbaum. Other than him, I would like it if you would point out for us the other individual or individuals that you saw chasing the defendant or trying to corner him or somehow running after him or however you want to describe it. The other individuals that were involved that you believe you saw. Do you understand what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I would say, I wouldn't say chasing. I would say it was like they were directing their attention in his direction and moving towards him.
Okay.
But it wasn't, it wasn't like a dead sprint chase or anything like that.
However you want to put it, I'm not quibbling, but whatever those people are, if you could please, that little wooden pointer in front of you, let us know when you see them. We'll pause and then you can point them out for us. Does that sound okay?
Okay.
Okay, let's go forward. Thanks.
It was, so basically it's the individuals like in the middle of the street.
Okay, can we pause? Okay, do you want us to go back a little bit?
Sure.
Let's go back 10 seconds.
Because there was a crowd in the middle of the street, but they're basically on the side of the sidewalk.
Why don't you, please point at it for us. Okay, so you're circling a group of people that are near the sidewalk in front of Car Source. Are you able to count how many people there are there? And do you want us to go back any further, or is this far enough for you to show us what you're referring to?
It was just this group right here.
Okay.
And there was also, it's hard to tell here, but like there was just a group here in the street, and then I believe it, like I said, it was dark. It was hard to say. There was shouting coming from this direction as well.
Can we please play the video forward a little bit? Now, pause, please. Okay, I will. Yeah. The Madam Court Reporter has asked if we can make sure that you have the microphone close.
Yes.
I know I asked you to go up there, so that's my fault. What I'd like to do, if we could, is rewind 20 seconds, please. Okay. And I don't know if I can phrase this easily, Mr. McGinnis. I don't know how to put it. Do you feel like you would be able to point out any folks other than Mr. Rosenbaum that are moving towards the defendant or running after him I know you said their attention, and that can mean many things.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I'm interested in physical movements. Are you able to point out any individuals that moved physically towards the defendant other than Mr. Rosenbaum?
Do you want to play it again?
Yeah, let's play it again. And I'd like you to keep an eye, before we start playing, I'm going to ask you, Mr. McGinnis, if you could please try and keep an eye on that for us and let us know if you see any of those folks. Maybe you can point them out for us. I'm interested in physical movements towards the defendant. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it.
Can you go back one more time?
Yeah, sure. Let's go back 10 seconds. Is that far enough?
I just won, I guess, 10 more.
Sure. Let's do 10 more. Can we go back 10 more seconds? All right. Let's, was that? This is the beginning. Can we go all the way back to the beginning of the video? All right. We'll start it from there.
I think that so when I told that to police, it was basically you can see me running up there just to my left in the center of the street. There are some individuals who were yelling, and I guess it's not clear to me, whether they were just advancing in that direction and yelling or advancing specifically towards Mr. Rittenhouse. But the individuals that I was referring to when I said that were in the bottom right portion of the screen. As I was running up, I basically ran past them.
It's clear from the video that Mr. Rosenbaum is specifically coming after Mr. Rittenhouse, chasing after him. The impression, maybe I misunderstood, it seemed to be that you were indicating you saw other people that were directly going after the defendant. Did you see anything like that? Other than Mr. Rosenbaum?
It seemed to me that they were turning their attention towards him and that they were shouting at him. I wouldn't say that they were like I said, it wasn't like a chase. It was like a turning and kind of directing their attention. And it wasn't, a running at him, more of like turning their bodies towards him. And like those individuals in the bottom right of the screen seemed to be gravitating towards where he was.
But they were already headed in that direction anyway.
Yeah, that's unclear to me where they were. Like I said, I ran up and it was dark, so and I was on the phone, so I just heard the yelling and I saw attention. My eyes went to Mr. Rittenhouse because of where other people were looking.
Would you agree with me that in the video we're watching, this infrared video, this aerial footage, there aren't any other figures that are moving towards the defendant at any point other than Mr. Rosenbaum?
If you rewind, I believe that it's possible that they're just walking in that direction. So it's not.
Let's go back to the beginning of the video. And again, if you can use Sister Marciana's pointer and point out anyone that you believe is moving towards the defendant other than Mr. Rosenbaum.
Who is Sister Marciano? And why does he keep calling it her pointer?
Okay, let's can you come back to the microphone, please? Yeah, where the one we use for the jurors? Yeah. That might help.
Mickey, head down.
Why don't you bring that along with you when you go to the screen? And let's back up the video to the beginning again. And then you can feel free to speak into that microphone and tell us what you're seeing.
Hello? So when I said that, I was referring to this group right here in the street. And they were shouting.
Okay. And my last question to you, Mr. McGinnis, was, would you agree with me that on this video, none of those figures actually physically move towards the defendant? Would you agree with me on that?
They're moving in the direction of the defendant, but like I said, it's not clear whether they were already moving in that direction prior to my arrival. And like I said, that it was their attention and their screaming was directed in his direction, so that's where my eyes went.
The defendant actually, and you both run up behind these people. You approach them from behind as they're walking forward.
Correct.
To your knowledge, did any of those folks look back at you as you were approaching from behind?
To me specifically?
Yeah.
Not that I can recall, no.
And in that lot, that car source lot at this particular moment, there are some folks in the lot, certainly on the far corner of the lot there, where some parked cars are parked on the left side of the building. We all know now, with the benefit of hindsight, there's a large crowd there who are bashing the crap out of those cars.
Fingers testifying.
The doors, everything. We know that with hindsight. Let me ask you this. When you were there that night, as this all is unfolding, again, try and put yourself back in that night.
Testifying.
Hindsight, were you aware
Jackass?
there was a group of folks over there that were smashing out car windows or doing anything along those lines?
When I was on the phone with Shelby, she mentioned that something was going on up the street, but she said like she heard, I believe she said something along the lines of like there's like windows are breaking. And I assume that was probably from the car windows being smashed. But other than that, no.
All right. You indicated that the defendant, when he was running away from Mr. Rosenbaum, I think the words used was he entered a bit of a dead end as he was running by those cars and the building. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, on the video here, the person of interest number 2 with the square around him is the defendant. And person of interest number 1 with the circle around him is Mr. Rosenbaum. Can we please continue the video forward? Pause it right there, please. Where did our video go? Oh, okay. I just want to be really clear on this, Mr. McGinnis. Other than Mr. Rosenbaum, did you see anyone else chasing the defendant?
The word chase, I wouldn't use that word to describe anybody else's actions.
Did you see anyone pursuing him physically in any way other than Mr. Rosenbaum?
Like I said, it's not clear to me whether those other individuals were, already heading in that direction. As for once Mr. Rittenhouse started to run, I didn't see anybody else running after him.
So Mr. Rosenbaum is running after the defendant. Other than that, no one else is coordinating with Mr. Rosenbaum or helping to corral the defendant or, pen him in or anything along those lines that you saw. Would you agree with me on that?
Beyond the screaming and the yelling and, maybe walking in his direction, no.
The video here shows the defendant, person of interest number 2, and he is about to run. Let's continue the video to the end, please. Okay, let's stop for a second. Can we go back about 10 seconds? A little bit more. Keep going back, please. Oh, I'm sorry. That's all the way at the beginning. Let's play it forward. I'll tell you where to pause. Pause. This video indicates person of interest number 2, the defendant, running. Would you agree with me? He's going to wind up running into the center of those 4 parked cars, 2 towards the top, 2 towards the bottom, and that's where the shooting occurs?
Correct.
Okay. Now, it appears to me on this video that if you run through those, there's a huge amount of open space on the left bottom of that parking lot, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. I mean, like I said earlier, that's why I said a bit of a dead end, because if somebody wanted to pass through that area, it wasn't like the cars were snugged up and next to each other and you'd have to jump over them to get out. They were, parked closely, but there was enough space to pass through if you wanted to.
Okay. Now, the area where this all occurs, would you agree with me, is a very well-lit area?
Yes. You mean this all? You mean the final chase?
In the parking lot there where the shooting occurs?
Yes.
There are 3 large lights up on top of the Car Source building that are blasting that parking lot with light. Would you agree with me on that?
Certainly a well-lit. Yes, it was a lit parking lot. Like I said, the street just off there was very dark, but that area, there were large overhead lights.
You have described your impressions of what Mr. Rosenbaum was meaning to do or intending to do in his final physical acts towards the defendant. Would you agree with me that you've given us your impressions of that?
Yes.
At any point, did you hear Mr. Rosenbaum say anything about the defendant's gun?
I did not know.
He never said, I want your gun. I'm going to take your gun. Give me your gun. I'm going to steal your gun. Anything along those lines.
I didn't hear anything like that, no.
And you've already established that after the shooting, Mr. Rosenbaum never says a word, correct?
Correct.
You don't know, as you sit here today, what Mr. Rosenbaum was thinking, do you?
You mean at the time of the shooting?
Yes. Or at any point in his life. I mean, you have no idea what Mr. Rosenbaum was ever thinking at any point in his life. You have never been inside his head. You never met him before. You don't know.
I've never exchanged words with him, if that's what your question is.
So your interpretation of what he was trying to do or what he was intending to do or anything along those lines is complete guesswork, isn't it?
Well, he said, fuck you, and then he reached for the weapon.
Okay. Let's talk about that. At that very moment, you've testified the defendant has turned around facing Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Correct.
The defendant has the gun in his hand.
Correct.
Mr. Rosenbaum is advancing and is pretty close.
Yes.
Correct? You believe, you've testified that Mr. Rosenbaum is reaching for the barrel of the defendant's gun. Is that right?
Yes.
There are many possible reasons why an individual in that position would be reaching for a gun that's pointed in a direction.
Ask the question.
Well, to clarify, the weapon was at a 45-degree angle, approximately.
Quit testifying.
You're asking if there's a reason why he would grab it.
You've already given us what you think.
What? Defense, what are you doing?
When did I say that I gave a reason? I just said that what he was trying to do. I didn't give any reason on why I have no clue. I will say that as many times as you want me to, but I had no clue why he was doing what he did. But I saw him go for the front portion of the weapon, and it was clear to me that that's what he was trying to do.
When you say the front portion, you're talking about the end of the barrel where the bullet comes out.
It'd actually be more like the shroud.
So the what?
Well, it'd be it wasn't like he was grabbing for the very, very tip of the gun. It was like he was grabbing for the front portion of it.
Right.
So like his hand where he missed
from him.
was like, I guess 6 inches up the weapon.
Still on the barrel.
Yes. So yeah, sure.
You indicated that that Mr. Rosenbaum, I think you used the terms, he was in a low position running. Do you remember saying something to that effect?
Yes.
You have any idea how tall Mr. Rosenbaum was?
Is not very tall.
Shorter than the defendant?
Correct.
Shorter than you?
Correct.
And you said that when Mr. Rosenbaum was reaching for the defendant's gun, the defendant, you've given us a physical gesture, and if I'm doing it correctly, and again, I'm going to ask you if I'm doing it correctly, it's like he's got the gun in his hands. The barrel is pointed to the defendant's left. He sort of moves it around almost up and over the outstretched hands of Mr. Rosenbaum. Would that be fair to say?
So that
to the defendant's
left?
Yes.
It was aimed at a 45-degree angle towards the ground. I wouldn't say it was aimed to the left. It was aimed kind of, if you were to draw a line, it was aimed towards Mr. Rosenbaum, but at the ground.
Okay.
And then it was when he lunged that the weapon went to his left.
And again, with the pronouns, I just want to clarify. When Mr. Rosenbaum lunged, I'm using the proper names. When Mr. Rosenbaum lunged, Mr. Rittenhouse moved the gun.
Moved the gun to Mr. Rittenhouse's left, and to my right.
And by doing so, I know you've testified you're not sure whether or not Mr. Rosenbaum actually touched the gun. Fair enough?
Correct, yes.
But at any rate, by doing so, Mr. Rittenhouse was finally able to get that gun in a position where there wasn't any more risk of Mr. Rosenbaum grabbing it by doing that little maneuver, correct?
So at the point at which he dodged around, it was like they were extremely close, and so it's not clear to me what would have happened if those shots hadn't have been fired.
Final question. You talked at the end of your testimony about your feelings as you were accompanying the defendant and Ryan Balch. And you talked about still feeling a sense of your safety being in jeopardy. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me your primary concern was the guns. That's what the thing that was making you feel the most unsafe that night, was the presence of these guns. Would that be accurate?
Well, prior in the evening and in the night prior, there were like some people who tried to take my phone from me. And then there were the other individuals with the bricks. So I would say that, there's a baseline level of fear associated with all of those things. But the guns, the presence of the weapons certainly elevated my understanding of the risk of the situation.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
Okay, you may step down, sir. Let's take a break, folks, and I'm going to ask that you return at 10 after. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen on any account of the trial.
I'm so tired of Binger testifying. Dude, you're not supposed to testify. That's why you have a witness. You're supposed to ask questions. You're not allowed to do that. I don't know why the defense is not objecting. Okay, so now I feel like the first victim was self-defense. He didn't just shoot him because there was a shot. He shoot him because he was trying to get the gun away from him. Oh, he didn't know, was the guy going to take his gun away and then turn around and shoot him with a gun? Yes, he shouldn't have the gun. He shouldn't have been there. That doesn't mean he doesn't get to defend himself if someone's trying to kill him. In my opinion. Feel free to disagree with me. He was trying to touch the gun.
All right. My short one? Yeah, we're missing somebody.
He never touched it because Kyle shot him before he got a chance to touch it.
Yeah, but we have 12.
He was a scared 17-year-old kid. Yes, I know. He shouldn't have been there.
Oh, we've only got 18 here. Yeah, I thought there was.
Oh, wait a minute. Now I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
All right. You may proceed, Mr. Binger.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Ryan Balch.
It's getting cold in here again. You agree?
He shouldn't have been there, Wiggles, but he was. He was, and he's allowed to defend himself.
I do. Could you make sure you pull that microphone close to your mouth and state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Ryan Balch, B-A-L-C-H.
Where do you live currently? What city or town?
Jackson, Wisconsin.
Back in August of 2020, where you lived at that time as well?
That is correct.
And how are you currently employed?
No, I'm stuck on that too. But he was there, and he did have a gun.
Now, was there a time in your
And he's
past
allowed
where
to
you
defend
served in the
himself.
United States military?
That is correct.
Can you tell us about that, please?
From 2008 to 2013, served the United States Army as an infantryman. One tour to Iraq, one tour to Afghanistan.
And I want to turn your attention to the night of August 25th, 2020. Did you come down to Kenosha that evening?
I did.
Why?
We had been watching it on the news. Some of the people I knew within the protest group had said that things were rough down there. Somebody made mention of a Facebook post. I didn't really pay attention to that one too much. But in general, we just decided to come down and help out.
When you say we, who are you referring to?
The 4 people that accompanied me.
What are their names?
Jason Lekowski, Dustin Collette, and there was a female, I didn't know her name.
Prior to that particular night, did you know Dustin Collette and Jason Lekowski?
I had known Jason for about 4 to 5 years, knew Dustin about 3 weeks.
Where you lived in Jackson at the time, where did those other individuals live?
Jason lived in Brown Deer, and Colette lived in West Bend.
He's 17.
Now, you indicated that you'd heard from some protesters that things were rough in Kenosha?
Correct.
When did you hear that?
During the first night of the protests and the riots.
Just so we're clear.
Self-defense is about there's 2 types of self-defense. There's perfect self-defense and imperfect self-defense. I think that's what it's called. I could be wrong about that, but I think that's what it's called. Imperfect self-defense is when you think there's an imminent threat, even if there isn't. And then perfect is when there is a threat. So you can still get self-defense even if it's imperfect, if in your mind you 100% believed you were going to die. If the jury listens to all the facts and thinks that in your mind 100% you thought you were going to die, and they can decide that it was justified, even though it's imperfect. Imperfect doesn't always work, but it can. So maybe the first one in this case was imperfect self-defense, and then they retaliated, and then the other ones were perfect self-defense. But I think that Kyle literally thought that these people were going to kill him. And that's why he shot them, and that's why he got off. But I do think he should have been charged. I mean, well, he was charged, but they dismissed it. He should have gotten some community service or something for the illegal gun possession. If nothing else, he should have got that punishment for that. Because that was illegal. That was the one thing he did that was so illegal. And if he hadn't done that, yes, I know. It was dismissed. I know, and it shouldn't have been. That was the one thing he should have gotten punished for. That's what pisses me off. He should have gotten punished for that. Because that was the major illegal thing he did. And he knew it was illegal when he did it, because he gave the money to his 18-year-old friend to buy him the gun. But murder? First-degree intentional murder? No. The prostituter? Yes, that's on the prostituter. But first-degree intentional homicide? No, that's not what this was. Now, negligent. The one thing, though, it's like he was charged with negligent or reckless homicide, something like that. Couldn't he have been charged with reckless endangerment for just because he just shot his gun? Like, he could have shot anybody that was just standing around out there. Couldn't there have been a charge for that? Of course, it still would have probably fallen under self-defense because he was shooting because people were on top of him, beating on him. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. I agree with everything y'all are saying. Yeah, he shouldn't have had the gun. He shouldn't have been there. But he was, and he did, and people were on top of him beating the crap out of him with a skateboard. He was defending himself. So you can't say, well, if he hadn't been there, it wouldn't happen. If he hadn't had the gun, it wouldn't happen, because he was and he did. And people were trying to kill him, so he defended himself. This case is weird and crappy and ethically muddled.
About when you say the first night,
August 24th.
Okay.
Would have been.
The situation kind of began with the shooting of Jacob Blake on Sunday night, August 23rd.
Correct.
There were incidents that night, Monday night, August 20th.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Was that for one of the people that he shot, or was that just in general because he was shooting off a gun and not, because he could have hit anybody. He could have hit anybody that was just standing around. He wasn't aiming at those guys. He was just shooting the gun because they were, I don't think they shown like the close up of him like in the street with the guy kicking him in the face and the other guy with the skateboard and all that yet. I mean, they've showed it, but they haven't like slowed it and broken it all down and everything. They won't until the guy that got shot in the arm gets on the stand, I don't think. No, they shouldn't. No, nobody should have been there. Nobody should have been out there. There was a curfew, for crying out loud. See, yeah, that's what it should have been. It should have been in general. And that charge he should have gotten something for. Because he shouldn't have had a gun. He shouldn't even been there. But yeah, this case is bizarre. He should have gotten punished for something. He shouldn't have got, like, acquitted of everything. He should have gotten some type of punishment. Because he was in the wrong for having the gun and being there. And yeah, you're right. You guys are right. He was trying to be a badass. He was going around with a big gun yelling, medic, medic, and he lied about being an EMT. Just one of those people that want to be where the action is and want to act like a big shot. And yeah, and I would not be surprised if he gets in trouble with the law again later in life, trying to be somewhere he shouldn't be, doing something he shouldn't be doing. Because he's that type of person. If you're going to do that when you're 17, you're going to do that later. He just wanted a piece of the action. He wanted to be part of the big whatever. Instead of staying at home and watching it on YouTube like smart people did.
24th. There were incidents that night. And of course, Tuesday night, August 25th is the night that we're going to be talking about. Do you remember which of the first two nights it was that you
I hope
heard
you were.
things? Was it Sunday or Monday?
I hope you did.
Anybody I had contact with wasn't down there for the 23rd. So everything I heard about was on the 24th.
Were you personally down here on the 23rd or 24th?
No.
The first time you came down was on Tuesday?
Yes.
And when you traveled down here, you mentioned there were three other folks with you, a female, and then Mr. Lukowski and Mr. Collette. Who all traveled together?
I have to backtrack a little bit.
9 months in jail would have been good
Collette
for
rode
him.
together, and
That would have
the
been
female
good.
rode with, I forget the other guy's name that she rode with.
Jason Lukowski?
No, Jason Lukowski came in later.
I see.
Love you too, Wiggle.
You have identified Dustin Collette and Jason Lukowski as people you already knew.
Yes.
There's a female you've mentioned. Was there anyone else coming down that you knew before this?
Nobody knows how to do this anymore. They just want to sling mud at people they disagree with. That's why I said, this morning, I don't know if you were here yet this morning when I said it. Past 2 days, the discussion, and now today, this is everything I want this channel to be. To discuss things and not just sling mud at people and say, you're wrong, you're stupid, blah, blah, blah. Because this is how we learn, is by talking to people and what they think. And they're, everybody has an opinion, but you can explain why you think the way you do instead of calling somebody names or telling them they're stupid and they don't know what they're talking about. You discuss things. And like I said, I agree with everything you guys are saying, but he was only 17. He made stupid decisions, and I think that he has the right to defend himself. But yeah, I agree. He shouldn't have been there, shouldn't have had a gun. I know. I am usually wrong. But you guys are still here. You still show up to see me be wrong every day. Yes, he was fun to make fun of. He was easy to make fun of.
Tonight.
Danton Mertz would be somebody that I knew as well.
And that's Danton Mertz?
Yes.
How long had you known him?
About the same amount of time I'd known Colette.
Just about 3 weeks?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know where he was from?
West Bend.
We'll talk in a minute about where you wound up coming to in Kenosha, but when you were thinking about coming down, when you were driving on down to Kenosha, what was your plan? Where were you going to go?
We really didn't have a set destination. There had been several places that we'd been told might need some help. But when we came in, most of those places were already occupied. So we ended up on Sheridan Road at 63rd and Sheridan.
Do you remember any of those other locations that you'd heard about?
They were car lots. I don't remember specifically the names.
Obviously, now you're familiar with Car Source.
Correct.
Prior to coming down to Kenosha, had you ever heard of Car Source before?
I didn't know it existed.
Obviously, had never shopped or worked there before.
No.
Okay. When was it that you first learned anything about Car Source?
When we arrived.
And when you say when you arrived, where exactly did you arrive at?
The Car Source location on 63rd and Sheridan.
Okay. There is a little pen in front of you, right in front of you, sir.
Yep.
And if you push the button near the end, there's a laser pointer. Can you, on that map behind you, can you identify that location for us? Okay. And that's the Car Source at the northwest corner of 63rd and Sheridan, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated you arrived there. You've identified some other folks that were coming down with you. Did they all come to that location too?
Everyone but Jason Lukowski.
And you mentioned he arrived later.
Right.
Okay. So in this initial group, you've identified Dustin Collette, Danton Mertz, an unknown female, and yourself. Is that right?
That is correct.
And all of you wound up starting at that Car Source.
That is correct.
Tell us what happened when you arrived there.
When we arrived, we encountered there were 5 individuals on the car lot at the time. One guy was working for the hospital, and he was in full military issue gear. And there was Kyle and his friends there as well. I talked to the guy who worked for the hospital for a few minutes. Then we went over and talked to Kyle and his friends.
And when you say Kyle, you mean the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse.
That is correct.
Do you remember the names of his friends?
I remember Nathan and Dominic.
And what happened then?
We asked them what their plan was, what they were doing. They kind of explained that they worked.
Why was someone that worked for the hospital in full military gear? Was it a military hospital?
For the Car Source facility. And then they described that there were 3 other locations. And then at that point, the owner to Car Source showed up.
Did you speak with that person?
I did not.
Do you know that person's name?
I have no idea.
What did you do next?
We kind of, at that point, several vans pulled up full of people. They got out. Most of them, there was one guy who was armed similar to the way we were. The rest were armed with bats, and one of them had like an axe. So melee type stuff. They were there to brawl. They came over and talked to us. The guy and Kit came and talked to me. They agreed to stay at the location on 63rd and Sheridan, and we were going to go to 59th and Sheridan.
I want to ask a couple of clarification questions. First of all, you said some of the folks were, I think you said dressed like you or equipped like you. I'm not sure how you phrased it, but can you tell us what you mean by that?
The one guy that I spoke to was wearing a plate carrier carrying an AR-15.
Sorry, wearing what?
I'm sorry. A plate carrier, body armor, and carrying an AR-15.
Did you have body armor on?
I did.
And you were carrying an AR-15?
This is correct.
This other person you talked to, were they ex-military like you? Do you remember?
They said that they had worked for Blackwater.
And that's a private security contractor?
Private security contractor.
Okay. You mentioned you said vans, I think, more than one?
Correct. There were 2 vehicles at least that showed up.
Do you know where those folks came from?
I didn't question them.
Had you ever seen or met any of those folks before?
No.
Other than the people you've described coming down with, Dustin Collette, Danton Mertz, the unknown female, and later on Jason Lukowski.
Right.
Other than those folks, the people you encountered on this particular evening, either at this location or elsewhere, had you met any of them before?
No.
Obviously, never met the defendant before?
No.
Had no idea who he was before that night?
Nope.
Okay. Yes. You mentioned that one of the folks that came in the van was similarly equipped as you, and then the rest had different types of,
I don't remember what they said.
melee weapons. Would that be fair to say?
That would be fair to say.
Meaning not guns such as handguns or shotguns or AR-15s.
Correct.
And I believe you said that at some point there was an understanding that those folks that came in the vans would stay at 63rd Street Car Source, and some of you, including yourself, would go up to the 59th Street Car Source. Is that fair to say?
That is
Can you not leave
What day was this when you were
Can you not
having this
leave?
encounter at the 63rd Street
It
Car
was
Source?
approximately 7:30 p.m.
You were aware that the city of Kenosha had a curfew that night at 8 p.m., correct?
Correct.
You intended to stay past the curfew time. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
I know you mentioned earlier something about hearing about the prior night's events, things like that. And maybe I asked this, and you may have given me a little bit of an answer, but what were you actually intending to do physically? Like, what were you actually going to do when you got here to Kenosha?
The intent when we got down there was to stop the people from looting and rioting and whatnot. Most of the protesters that I talked to before coming down there were trying to control them throughout the night, and it just wasn't working. So we were there to be more of a deterrence than anything.
What were you going to do yourself, personally, to accomplish that goal?
Pretty much tell people to stop. Just be, throughout the night, it kind of proved out that we didn't have to actually do anything to not have them do it. Just us being there seemed to work. And that was kind of my intent the whole time, was to just be there, be seen, and to deter people from doing that.
You mentioned your AR-15 and your body armor that you were wearing. Beyond that, what sort of equipment did you bring along to assist you? Maybe not stuff you actually used, but things you brought along in preparation for this night.
Dustin Collette had brought some pepper spray grenades with him, and he kind of handed those out.
We've seen photographs of you and videos of you, which we'll get to in a little bit. It appears that you've got maybe a utility belt on or something like that. I don't know. Can you tell us in your own words what other things you had on your body in terms of equipment?
I had extra ammunition and extra medical equipment.
Any other types of weapons or self-defense equipment on you?
I had a Glock 17 handgun, ammunition for that. But as far as a less than lethal option, no.
You talked about your desire to serve as a deterrent to people. What was it about you or your actions that you thought would work as a deterrent?
Typically the people that were, and from what I'd been told by the protesters and stuff, they were selecting places that were unguarded, that there was nobody there, that they could just go in and do what they need, light it on fire, take whatever they wanted, and roll out after that. So figured just being there would be enough.
If just being there was enough, why did you bring along an AR-15, a handgun, and wear body armor?
Well, because those people could be armed too. If I'm going to get shot, I'd rather have body armor on, first and foremost. And I would like to be able to defend myself from it as well.
So is it fair to say that coming down to Kenosha that night, you were prepared for the possibility that there would be gunfire?
That's correct.
You were prepared to use your gun to defend yourself?
That is correct.
Were you planning on using the gun to protect the property that you were guarding?
No.
So, for example, we know that you were at the 59th Street car source for
That
a
is
lot of
correct.
the evening. If you had seen someone attempting to damage a vehicle, would you have used your gun and fired at that person to protect that property?
No.
At any point that evening, and I know I'm skipping ahead a little bit, but I'm trying to get to a point here. Did you go inside the 59th Street car source?
A couple of times, yes.
What was inside there?
Several cars that were being worked on, some tables, some chairs.
Was there a living quarters or an apartment or anything like that where someone was able to sleep or live?
Not that I saw, but I did see that it was attached to a gas station.
Do you know if the gas station was open and in business at that time?
When we walked by, it appeared to be in business.
But it's fair to say that no one was living here. This was all business property. Fair
That
to
is
say,
fair to say.
as opposed to a house or an apartment.
That is fair to say.
If there had been any sort of damage to the building, the car source building, such as being lit on fire or rocks thrown at it or anything like that, would that have caused an injury or a death to a person?
Had the fire spread to the residential buildings behind it, yes.
Okay. At any point in this evening, did anyone try and start a fire at that car source location?
Later on in the evening, they tried to start a dumpster on fire, and before that, they tried to light the church next door on fire.
And that's the church that's to the north across 59th Street.
Correct.
Okay. The dumpster that was attempted to be started on fire was actually located in the street when that event occurred. Is that
Correct.
right?
They pulled it off the parking lot area of car source and lit it on fire in the street.
So rather than try and light the fire where the dumpster is in the car source lot, they took it out in the road and then lit it on fire.
Correct.
And I believe that's where at some point that evening, Dustin Collette goes out and puts the fire out.
That is correct.
Okay. I skipped around a little bit there. I want to go back to where we were. I believe you were describing how there was vans that met at 63rd. There was some sort of understanding that they would stay there and you and others would go up to the 59th Street car source. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
What did you do after that?
I went across the street to the hospital where the other guy had gone. I met their guy they had watching the gate, and I didn't wholly trust the people who had agreed to stay down at 63rd. So I gave him my cell phone number and said, hey, if these guys leave or somebody starts breaking stuff, call us.
Did you ever get a call that night?
No.
What did you do after that?
We kind of gathered up. I think we took a picture, and then we went up to 59th.
When you say we went up to 59th, who all came along with you?
That would have been Dustin, the female, Danton Mertz, Kyle Rittenhouse, Dominic, and Nathan.
Other than the folks you just mentioned, did anyone else come along that you can recall?
Not that I can recall.
Is it fair to say that when you first got to the 59th Street location, the people you just mentioned was the group that was there protecting that property?
Yes.
I know Jason Lukowski comes later. Other than him, was anyone else there that night at 59th Street that may have arrived later to help with what you were doing?
Some family members from Kyle's friends showed up.
Do you remember who they were?
One of them was one of their fathers. There was somebody else that came through. They were there for 5-10 minutes and they left. I didn't know who that was.
Do you remember approximately what time it was when you got up to the 59th Street car source location?
We crossed 60th right as the sirens went off at 8 p.m. So we arrived at 59th around 8:01, 8:02.
Where did you position yourself at that point?
I stayed on the ground outside in the car lot area. Most of the cars were burned out at that point. And some of the guys went up on the roof and some of us stayed down on the ground level.
Now, you mentioned earlier you met the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, that evening.
Correct.
And that was first at the 63rd Street car source, right?
Yes.
And then he came along up to the 59th Street car source.
Yes.
Did he ever tell you how old he was?
We asked the group when we first got there. They looked kind of young, and the general consensus was 19.
Not sure what you mean by general consensus. Is that something the defendant actually said?
It seemed like as a group they were saying it, and I didn't ask. I was just kind of off to the side when that conversation happened.
Did everybody
After everything happened on August 25th, you met with an FBI agent by the name of Tim Walther at your residence up in Jackson. Do you remember that?
I do.
And do you remember him talking to you about this particular night?
Yes.
And do you remember telling him, and I'm going to quote from your statement here, Rittenhouse told Balch that he was 19. However, Balch thought he was younger. Do you remember saying that to the agent?
I do.
Did the defendant say anything else to you about himself or his qualifications or anything like that?
Early on in the night, no.
Is it fair to say that as the night went on, while you were on the ground in front of the 59th Street car source, the defendant was also in that proximity area?
That is correct.
Were there times during the evening when you would chat with him about various things?
That is correct.
What was your impression of the defendant?
He seemed like a young and impressionable kid. I use that term kind of broadly there. Someone way younger than myself. He seemed to be really interested in what I'd done in life. When Jason Lukowski showed up, he seemed to be interested in what he had done in life. He'd explained some of the stuff he had been doing. The lifeguard, being a lifeguard, being EMT certified, stuff like that.
So the defendant told you that he was a certified EMT.
This is correct.
And that he was 19 years old.
This is correct.
What did you think about the defendant being there that night?
He had as much right as anybody else to be there.
Did it seem like he was properly equipped or prepared to be out there doing what he was doing that night?
He seemed a little under-equipped, and under-experienced as well, which is one of the reasons we kind of stayed with him.
When you say we stayed with him, who do you mean?
Danton merged Dustin Collette and the female.
Did you feel like you needed to keep an eye on the defendant?
He seemed like it. Yes and no. I felt like as young as he looked and the way he was, just the general way he was carrying himself, the protesters would have seen that as a weakness and tried to exploit that.
Is it fair to say that you took it upon yourself that evening to stay close to the defendant to ensure there were no problems?
We pretty much all picked one of the guys that we met at 63rd and kind of looked out for him. Yes.
And you personally picked the defendant.
It's kind of more of a he picked me kind of thing.
At any rate, it turned out that you spent a lot of the evening close by the defendant. Fair enough?
That is fair.
Okay. One of the things that the defendant was asking you about was your military experience. Is that right?
This is correct.
What did you tell him about that?
I just told him about the various deployments and what I'd done while I was there.
Now, you mentioned earlier that when you arrived at the 59th Street car source, it was a little after 8 o'clock, a little after curfew. Can you describe for us what the scene was at that location at that time?
Most of the cars in the parking area had been burned out. The building itself had been boarded up pretty good. You could see some evidence on the side of the building where people had thrown things at it to try to start it on fire. But other than that, it typical looked like a war zone, what I would say.
What about the street in front, Sheridan Road, in that area? Were there a lot of people around at that point?
At the time, it was mostly law enforcement and people similar to us milling around. We had an occasional group of protesters coming through.
Now, there are, on that particular evening, there are protests that were going on in Kenosha. Were you aware of that at the time?
Yes, we could see them up by the courthouse from that position.
Is it fair to say that when you first got to Car Source, most of the protesters and most of the protest was north of your location?
That is correct.
Closer to Civic Center Park, which is right out in front of the courthouse.
That is correct.
Did there come a time in which the crowd started to come down closer to the 59th Street car source?
Before the police started to push them towards us, there were some folks that came through. Most of them were carrying fire extinguishers and said they were putting out fires and whatnot.
You mentioned the police pushing them to you. Did there come a time when that happened?
Yes.
I've seen statements at various times where you have talked about hearing the police say something about what the plan was or what they were intending to do. Did you ever talk to any law enforcement officer that night? And did they tell you something about what the plan was?
Yeah, right before, I want to say around 9 p.m., me and Kyle were walking down to the Ultimate gas station, and we encountered a female deputy. And she told us, hey, we're getting ready to start pushing them down, you guys. Once that happens, it's kind of going to be on you guys. And she got in her patrol car and left.
Who was that person?
I didn't get a name.
So your understanding was that the police were going to move all these protesters into your area and give you the job of taking care of them?
She didn't insinuate that so much as it seemed like what was likely going to happen.
Do you know what the rank of this person was that you spoke to? Was this a captain, a lieutenant, a sergeant, anything like that?
I didn't see any rank.
Other than that, did you speak with any other law enforcement officers about this notion?
No.
And you said the defendant witnessed that.
That's correct.
And I believe you mentioned that was around 9 o'clock?
It would have been around 9 o'clock.
Had the police already pushed the protesters down your way at that point, or did that come later?
That came a little bit later. They started pushing them around 9:30, 10.
Okay. So I want to talk about the time period from when you first got to 59th at around 8 or so, and that time at 9:30 or 10 when the protesters start getting pushed down your way. So there's an hour and a half, maybe 2 hour period of time.
Okay.
During that time period, where were you located?
For the most part, 59th.
Was the defendant also there?
That is correct.
What were you doing?
Oh, we were just kind of standing around talking. A couple of times, some of the protesters came over and told us that, hey, some people are trying to set this building on fire, so we'd go over there, and when we'd show up, they'd run away. That's around the time that we were told they were trying to light the church on fire. And at that point, we were told it was a bald guy with a red shirt.
So let me stop you for a second. You indicated that there were times in which you received reports that someone was trying to start something on fire, and you said we would go over there. Who's we?
It was a mix each time.
Did the defendant ever go?
He went with us at least once when we went over to the Stella when they were trying to break the windows out over there.
Okay. So tell me what you remember about that.
So the same protesters that were carrying fire extinguishers before, they were from Kenosha. They had stopped and talked with us quite a bit. In fact, we'd helped them carry somebody from up at the protest back beyond the police so they could take them to the hospital. And the defendant helped with that as well. They came running down because there were, in their words, there were people trying to break into the Stella and light it on fire. Somebody had pointed a gun at them, and the cops weren't around. So we headed across the other car source facility across the way into the burned out cars. And there were 3 to 4 subjects breaking out windows on the Stella and just milling around over there. And once we got to within 100 yards of them, I believe it was Colette yelled out at them. They turned and saw us and they ran off.
You were one of the people along with Dustin Collette that went over there?
That's correct.
Who else went with you?
I want to say that Kyle was with us and one of the protesters who had told us about it.
So I understand no one wants windows broken out or fire started or anything like this, but what gave you the right to go around and police that area?
Well, there were members of the community that asked us to go help them.
Who?
These 4 protesters.
Well, those you characterized as folks walking with fire extinguishers. Were they from the Stella?
They came from that direction.
Were they employed by the Stella?
I didn't ask.
Is it fair to say you heard a report that somebody was up to no good and you decided to head over there and stop it?
Correct.
Other than that, you don't know anything more about what was going on?
No.
And these people you saw milling about at the Stella, do you know who they were?
One was one of them was fairly tall. The rest of the people seemed to be about average height or shorter.
Beyond that description of their height, do you know anything else about them?
No, we didn't get that close.
Don't know where they came from?
Nope.
Don't know their names?
Nope.
Don't know where they went afterwards?
Nope.
Don't know what their affiliation, if any, was with the Stella? Right?
I would assume they weren't affiliated with the Stella.
I would assume somebody breaking the Stella's windows is probably not. I agree with that. But my point is you're making an assumption.
Correct.
With less than perfect information.
That is correct.
You mentioned a fire at the St. James. Was that at the St. James Church?
This church right here.
Now, can you just put your pointer back up right where you were doing? This is a satellite photograph of Kenosha that's a little older. There's a building that you're pointing at right now. On the night of August 25th, 2020, that building wasn't standing anymore, was it?
Is that a new one?
No.
There was a pile of
There
rubble.
was rubble right here, but there's another building right in there.
Okay. The church itself is actually on the other end of the north end of the block along 58th Street. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. When you mentioned something about a fire or somebody's trying to start a fire at that location. Can you tell us more about that?
Yes, the same individuals that told us about the Stella showed up again, and they described a female, 2 males trying to light a fire at the church.
What did you do?
We kind of just walked around the street to kind of look around there. When we got there, we could see somebody on the front of the church. They saw us. They ran off.
Did you see anything more than that one person?
No.
Did you see what that person was doing?
No.
Did you see a fire?
No.
Did you put out a fire?
No.
We've talked about and again, I started this with asking you about that 8 o'clock to 9:30 or 10 o'clock period of time. And you've described a couple of things, the Stella incident, the St. James incident. So beyond that, what other things were you doing in that period of time?
We were walking down to 63rd to check it out. At that point, we'd figured out that the folks that said they were going to stay there no longer stayed there. So onesies and two at a time, people were going down there to check on it. Then they would go over to the Ultimate, check on the guys over there, see what they were doing, and then circle back and come back.
We've seen some photos and videos of the Ultimate gas station. Would it be fair to say that there were people protecting that location that were similar to your group, armed with long rifles, things like that?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that whatever these vans were with these folks with melee weapons at 63rd, at some point in the evening, you found out they weren't there anymore?
That is correct.
I want to ask more specifically about that. Was that something that you personally found out or you heard from someone else?
I kind of just heard it through discussion that there was nobody down there anymore.
When you heard that, how many people were in your group guarding the 59th Street location at that point?
It would have been around 7 or 8.
And you said you would send groups of 2 people at a time to go down to 63rd?
That's correct.
Were you ever one of those folks?
Yes.
Was the defendant?
Yes.
What was going on when you went down there?
When we went down that way, there was nobody down there. A couple of the folks that had been down there initially had moved over to the Ultimate. That seemed to be where they had kind of ganged up, but the folks with the melee stuff had kind of gone.
Okay, so I want to make sure I'm understanding you. You said a couple of the folks that were at the 63rd Street car source initially wound up going over to the Ultimate gas station?
That is correct.
Were those folks that came in those vans?
One of them came at the same time the vans did.
Okay. So one of the people that came at the same time as the vans did wound up at Ultimate Gas.
That is correct.
And it sounds like there may have been more than just one person from 63rd that wound up at Ultimate Gas.
There was one other guy that was with him when we showed up.
Okay. So is it fair to say that, speaking for you personally, Mr. Balch, you felt like it was part of your responsibility to not only guard the 59th Street car source, but also the 63rd Street car source?
That is correct.
Which is why you and other folks were going down there to check on it.
That's correct.
Okay. So I want to continue talking about that 8 o'clock to 9:30 or 10 o'clock period. We've talked about a few things. Other than that, what else were you doing during that period of time?
Mostly we were just kind of talking to people when they would walk by. We didn't really have any negative encounters during that period of time. You'd get the occasional person wanting to have a debate and whatnot, but most of it was just walking down to 63rd, somebody coming saying somebody's trying to light something on fire, go check it out, come back, wash, rinse, repeat.
Okay. So now you've mentioned there was a time when the police started to move the protesters in your direction. And I think you said earlier that was around 9:30 or 10 o'clock?
This is correct.
Okay. Tell us about that.
As soon as they started pushing the protesters, we started getting the people who weren't intending on participating in a riot, I should say, started kind of drifting down towards us. They were shouting insults at us. And some of the other members of the group were having back and forth with them. I spent the large majority of that time trying to calm people down and just keep them moving down the street. Then we started encountering people who were more and more aggressive, and the cops would push them, then they would back off, then they'd come back and push them again, and they would push them further south each time. That's south.
When you describe these interactions with the people walking past, was the defendant present for any of that?
He had one exchange that I saw.
Who was that with?
Just some random person in the crowd screamed, "Fuck you."
At the defendant?
Yes.
How did the defendant react to that?
He said, "I love you too, ma'am."
You mentioned earlier that there was some sort of report of someone in a red shirt with bald head who was reported to be involved in some sort of incident. I think I heard you mention that as well.
Yes.
We now know with the benefit of hindsight who Joseph Rosenbaum was, and we've seen photographs of him in a red shirt and a bald head. Let me start by asking, whatever report you heard regarding Mr. Rosenbaum at that particular time, did you ever see him at that time?
I had seen someone fitting the description, kind of milling in and out of the groups.
I agree.
That were coming through. Every time he was around the groups, now that I knew who Joseph Rosenbaum was and can confirm who he was and stuff, he was not organic with the protesters.
What do you mean by that?
They didn't seem comfortable with his presence or the people that were with him.
Who was with him?
He had a male and a female that were with him pretty much consistently throughout the night.
So you saw those folks together?
Yes.
Him and the male and the female. Did you ever see them speaking to one another?
The male and the female, yes. But as far as them talking to him directly, no.
So you never saw Mr. Rosenbaum talk to that male or female?
No.
And you never saw the male and female talk to Mr. Rosenbaum?
No.
But you saw them in proximity to one another, so you're making some sort of assumption that they had some sort of association. Is that fair to say?
I saw them in close proximity with each other several times, which led to that assumption.
Okay. Tell us about the first time that you observed Mr. Rosenbaum.
The first time, he was just getting aggravated with someone in the crowd. And the protesters were trying to separate him from whoever that was. And he was shouting, fuck you kind of things to everyone. And they kind of walked off. And one of the things that stood out to me was the tall male that was with him had a handgun in his hand with the finger on the trigger pointed down to the ground.
Now, you had an AR-15.
This is correct.
And you had your hand on the butt of that AR-15.
No.
I'm sorry, but if there's a riot and there's a curfew and the cops are like, don't go out there, stay in your homes, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm with you, Judy. I don't know why anybody wants to go out and help police a riot. That's not my job. I'm not a police person. I did not sign up to do that. Everyone is exactly right. If he had not been there, this wouldn't have happened. Why were you there? You're not a policeman. You're not even an EMT. You're lying about being an EMT. So, and this guy's a full-grown adult and knows better. Why were you there?
At no point?
Hand on the grip with the fingers straight forward along the side of the receiver.
I misspoke when I said butt. I mean, the grip, the pistol grip of the AR-15, you had your hand on that with your finger not on the trigger, but within close proximity. Fair
That
to
is
say?
correct.
Okay. And this individual had a handgun
Right.
with his finger on the trigger.
This is correct.
And that caused you to be concerned of some sort of what?
Well, you're typically taught not to put your finger on the trigger unless you're ready to shoot. The way he was holding it, had anybody bumped into him or him tripped and fell, he would have been sending a round off into who knows what. So I just saw it as unsafe.
And potential for some sort of tragic accident.
Correct, or he was prepared for something.
Did you ever see him point that gun at anyone?
No.
Did you ever see him fire that gun?
No.
And obviously you had a gun that was bigger and more powerful than his. Fair to say?
This is fair to say.
And you're familiar with AR-15s?
This is correct.
How long had you owned your AR-15?
Since 2012.
So 8 years.
Yes.
And over that period of time, how many times had you fired your AR-15?
By August of 2020, I probably had somewhere close to 10 to 15,000 rounds through it.
And what type of ammo did it take? What caliber?
5.56.
And are you familiar with the term full metal jacket?
This is correct.
And is that the type of ammo you would use?
Yes.
And can you, as a military former infantryman in the Army who's fired 10 to 15,000 rounds, can you tell us a little bit about what full metal jacket bullets are?
FMJ full metal jacket bullets are just a solid copper lead core. There's nothing really particularly special about it. It's not particularly more dangerous than any other type of ammunition. In the state of Wisconsin, you're not allowed to hunt with full metal jacket ammunition.
Do you know why that is?
Penetration, over penetration.
What does that mean?
FMJ versus hollow points. Hollow points are designed to hit the target and expand and transfer the energy. A full metal jacket's not designed to do that. So depending on what it hits, it can just sail right on through.
So it's fair to say that a full metal jacket round fired from an AR-15 has the potential for hitting whatever it's shot at, say a deer, for example, and going through that and continuing on to something down the line.
It can.
As opposed to a hollow point, which typically hits a deer, for example, and then stops.
Yes.
And is it fair to say in your experience that a Glock handgun like you had that night is often loaded with hollow point ammunition, and a AR-15 is often loaded with full metal jacket ammunition?
It depends on what you're doing with it.
Is that what you typically would do?
I tend to run full metal jackets, yes.
In the AR-15?
In the AR-15.
What about in your Glock?
Hollow points.
And why is that?
My AR-15, I mostly use it for target and competition shooting. Glock is more for personal defense.
Loading a handgun like a Glock with hollow point ammunition is what you would consider to be the better choice for self-defense.
Yeah, for concealed carry, absolutely.
What about for open carry?
For open carry, it would be the same thing for a Glock handgun.
When you've fired your AR-15, 10 to 15,000 rounds of full metal jacket ammunition through there, what is the furthest distance of target that you've hit with that?
500 yards.
So it's a weapon that's capable of shooting a full metal jacket round and hitting a target 500 yards away.
Its maximum effective range is 550 yards. This is correct.
Now, we were talking about Mr. Rosenbaum and your observations of him, and I think you described something out in the street with some other protesters, or he yelled F you to them, something along those lines. What else did you see him do that night?
Every time I encountered Joseph Rosenbaum, he was hyper aggressive and acting out in a violent manner.
When we say violent manner, you saw him hitting, punching, kicking
He
people?
was always having to be restrained by someone.
Okay. And I understand that. Did you ever see him hit anyone?
The crowd was pretty good about getting in between him and whoever it was. If he landed a blow, I didn't see it, but he definitely wanted to.
Well, now, you have no idea, do you, what was going on in Mr. Rosenbaum's head?
No.
You'd never met him before that night?
No.
So let's just keep to your observations if we could. How tall are you?
5'9".
How tall was Mr. Rosenbaum?
5'4", 5'3".
So much shorter and smaller than you.
Yes.
Fair? Now, I know you want to talk about what you believe he was intending to do, but my question to you was, did you ever actually see him hit anyone?
No.
Did you ever actually see him kick anyone?
No.
Did you ever actually see him with a weapon in his hand?
No.
Did you ever actually see him cause any physical injury to anyone that night?
I saw him attempt to do it on a couple occasions, but I never saw him.
That was not my question, Mr. Balch. Did you ever? Excuse me?
It was my impression he was answering your question.
You'd agree with me?
Cross-examination.
Pardon me?
It's not cross-examination. He's supposed to ask open-ended questions. He was answering.
It was my impression that the witness had not completed his answer.
I apologize. I'll try to stop jumping in a little too soon, Mr. Balch. Did you ever see the defendant actually physically Mr. Rosenbaum? Did you ever actually see Mr. Rosenbaum physically injure anyone that night?
No.
Go outside, baby.
Did you personally have any interactions with Mr. Rosenbaum?
I got between him and Colette at one point, and then he threatened me and the defendant.
The time you described where you got in between him and Dustin Collette, between Mr. Rosenbaum and Dustin Collette, was the defendant present for that?
It immediately preceded him threatening.
Do you remember the guy? The guy that was just on the stand, that was like the journalist guy. He interviewed Kyle. This is the guy that Kyle was with when he interviewed him. No. The guy that was just on the stand was a journalist that worked for the Daily Caller. This guy wasn't a friend of Kyle's. He was just someone that was there to help protect Car Source, and they just paired him up with Kyle. They didn't know each other before that day. So the guy that was just on the stand was a journalist. This guy was just a guy that was there to help out. So he didn't know Kyle before that night. This is the guy that just got paired up with Kyle for that night. So they just met that night. And then the guy before was just a journalist. No, Spike, I'll let you out in a minute. Hang on. So neither of those guys knew Kyle before this night. They just were there and observed what happened that night. And Rosenbaum is the first victim that got shot.
Me and Kyle Rittenhouse.
So was the defendant present for that?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Colette had stopped him from starting something on fire. There's a video of it. And Dustin Colette said something to the effect of fuck around and find out. And I stepped in and told everybody, chill out, calm down, stop doing that. I turned and had an exchange with one of the protesters. And I kind of explained to that protester, hey, I get what you're trying to do, but not this. And when I turned around, Rosenbaum was right there in front of my face, yelling and screaming. And I said, dude, back up, just chill. I don't know what your problem is. And he goes, you know what? If I catch any of you guys alone tonight, I'm going to fucking kill you.
And he said that to you?
Correct.
Did he say that to the defendant as well?
The defendant was there, so yes.
And as far as you could tell, the defendant was close enough to hear what Mr. Rosenbaum said.
That is correct.
Now, when this conversation occurred, were you wearing your AR-15 slung in front of your body?
That is correct.
Did Mr. Rosenbaum ever reach for it?
He didn't try.
Did he touch it?
No.
You had your Glock pistol on your hip, correct?
That is correct.
Did he ever reach for that?
No.
Did he ever touch that?
No.
Did he ever touch you?
No.
And at that point, could you see that Mr. Rosenbaum had no weapons of any kind?
He had a bag full of what looked to be chemicals to me in his hand, the guy with the Glock with a handgun behind him, and a female with a backpack. That was what I considered Rosenbaum having with him.
Okay. So a couple things. First of all, this bag, this plastic bag.
Yes.
Was it something that you could see inside?
It was a clear hospital type bag. It had containers, but I couldn't really tell what the containers were. I made the assumption at the time and told the FBI the same thing, that I thought it was for making Molotov cocktails.
And was that actually true?
I saw a similar bag later in the night that didn't contain those chemicals. So the assumption did not.
When you say you saw a similar bag in the night, what you mean, correct me if I'm wrong, is after the defendant shot Mr. Rosenbaum, in that incident, Mr. Rosenbaum threw that same, we can see from the videos, he throws that same bag at the defendant, and it is left lying on the ground of the 63rd Street car source. You're aware of that from all the videos, correct?
Yes.
Did you go to that 63rd Street car source after the defendant killed Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Did you see that plastic bag laying on the ground?
Yes.
Did you look inside of it?
Yes.
Did it have any sort of Molotov cocktail?
No, it had some like bottles that would be for soap, but I'd seen plenty of people carrying those around during the protest, so I had no idea what was actually contained within them.
And when you say you've seen a lot of people carrying bottles of soap around?
Incognito bottles to carry things around in.
When you looked inside the bag that Joseph Rosenbaum was carrying, did you see any chemicals that could be used to start any sort of tear gas or explosion or fire or anything along those lines?
I didn't really so much as look into it as I kind of picked it up and kind of tossed it back on the ground. But it didn't appear to be any sort of lighter fluid or anything like that in there.
Did you see anything in that bag that you would construe as harmful or dangerous?
No.
In fact, you felt safe enough to walk up to it, pick it up, and look at it. Fair?
That's fair.
So getting back to this incident where the defendant Mr. Rosenbaum is talking to you and the defendant, you mentioned that there's two people, male and female, that are close by. As we sit here today, do you now know who those folks were?
No, I don't.
Did that male and female that you're talking about, did they say anything to you?
No, the male always just had kind of a grin on his face the whole time. Like he was kind of enjoying all the violence and shenanigans that was going on.
Other than that, did he say anything to you?
No.
Did he say anything to the defendant?
I never saw him speak to the defendant.
Did you see the female speak to you at any point?
No.
Did you see her speak to the defendant?
No.
Did either one of them do anything threatening towards you?
No.
Did either one do anything threatening towards the defendant?
No.
You've described a series of events that occurred, and I'm trying to go back to the timing here, because I think you mentioned around 9:30 or 10 o'clock is when the police started pushing protesters by. And I think you said there were times when the protesters would come back and then be pushed back and forth. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Would you mind using that laser pointer again, and point out the 59th Street car source, please? And just for the benefit of the jury, when you talk about the police moving the protesters out on the street, would you agree with me that the police are pushing people south on Sheridan from 58th to 59th and eventually down south to 60th?
That is correct.
And then you've described times when the police would pull back. Would they pull back north of 59th?
Yes.
So the protesters would be cleared from your area, but then allowed to come back in front of you and back and forth.
Yes.
Okay. When those movements would occur, I know you've described a little bit about the interactions with the folks on the street. In general, how would you say the attitude was of the people on the street towards you and your group?
Most of them seemed indifferent.
When you say most of them, were there others that didn't seem indifferent?
There were some that either seemed really angry about us being there, and then there were other people that seemed like they were kind of happy to just stand around and talk to us.
Do you remember there being issues with the laser pointers?
I do remember them calling out about people on the roof pointing laser pointers at them. And during that exchange with the person, somebody in the crowd actually pulls out a laser pointer and started doing the same thing. And at that point, to me, it was kind of null, because who's pointing the laser pointer?
Did you have any sort of laser sight on your gun that would illuminate a target?
No.
Do you know who it was up on the roof who was doing anything like that?
No idea who had that up there.
Do you recall speaking with a individual who was taking video for a news source or a media online source called the Rundown Live?
I remember him coming into the car source area, but it wasn't so much of a formal interview as he was just standing around talking to us.
Do you remember him speaking to you and the defendant when that dumpster fire occurred out in front of your location?
Yes.
Do you remember him speaking about staying on your property as opposed to going out in the street?
Yes.
That's something you heard?
Yes.
What did you think about that?
We had protesters coming on to car source. By this point, we're already going out and people were getting knocked down in the street. We were already going out in the street, dragging them out of the street, making sure they were okay. He seemed to want to keep us out of the street as much as possible. But by that point, there really was no declination between what was car source and what was the street.
Well, you knew where the property line was.
Yes.
Declination, is that a word?
I understand you wanting to maybe go out and help people and things like that, but did you interpret that message, or did you think to yourself, we can stay here and protect this property, but it's not our job to go out there and police the neighborhood? Did that thought ever occur to you?
Not really, no.
Okay, so you felt like you were free to go out and confront people that you felt were doing things wrong?
No.
Help me understand that then.
It wasn't so much as I'm going to go out there and confront people because I can. It was if somebody from the crowd asked us to go help them, we would.
Okay, so if you're invited,
right?
But you weren't going to just rush into a situation when you're uninvited and try and.
That's correct.
Forgive me if I've already asked this, but I'm trying to keep the timing straight here. We've talked about your arrival at the 59th Street car source at around 8 p.m. When you first got there at that time, was there other folks that were supposed to be stationed at the 63rd Street car source?
No.
So when was it that you learned that the group that was supposed to be at 63rd Street had?
This was all gone through 40 minutes ago.
How much longer do you expect this particular examination to last?
Of this witness in total?
Well,
or about this particular issue?
Well, it's been a lengthy discussion, and I'm just wondering where we're getting.
If I could just finish this question, I'll jump forward. I'm sorry. I may have missed the answer earlier, and I apologize if I've already asked this. Do you remember when it was that you first learned that the folks that were supposed to be at 63rd weren't there anymore? What time of the day or evening?
It would have been about an hour after we actually got to the 59th Street.
So I think you said you first got there at 8, so maybe 9?
9.
Okay. Now, you've mentioned you had an interaction with Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Was that at the 59th Street location?
Yes.
After that, did you have any other interactions with him that night?
We encountered him hit and miss throughout the night, but he never approached us again that I saw, and he tried to engage us.
But you saw him around?
Yes.
Okay. What were your impressions of him when you saw him on those other times?
No, he was in the middle of them trying to light things on fire, smashing anything he could. In general, he was just being aggressive to the other guys down at the Ultimate. the protesters were getting pretty upset with him being around. They were very quick to let us know throughout the night, hey, that guy's not with us. That guy's not with us. Don't be mad at us. And like, hey, we get it. We've already dealt with him before. And that was just the general vibe from him throughout the night.
So you mentioned that you saw him starting things on fire. When did you see that?
A couple more dumpsters. They tried to light a road sign on fire that he was a part of that. Just random little things.
Do you know if the defendant saw any of that?
It's possible. The defendant was close by when all this was going on.
When you say Mr. Rosenbaum was trying to start some other dumpsters on fire, where was that at?
Throughout the street, all up and down 59th.
Did he ever take any or was involved in any of the dumpsters at Ultimate Gas being started on fire, if you know?
I do believe, talking to people after the fact, that he was, but I couldn't confirm that myself.
Okay, and again, I'm not interested in what other people think or even what you've seen. I'm that particular night, and I know it's hard to pretend you haven't seen any other videos in the last year, but I'm trying to focus in on what you actually remember that night, what you saw that night. Do you remember seeing Mr. Rosenbaum actually start any of those dumpsters on fire?
No.
Do you remember actually seeing him start that street sign on fire?
Yes.
Where was that at?
That would have been, the protesters had been pushed a little bit south of us at that point. Oh, where's the button? But there were road closed signs all through here, and they drug one off right about where I'm at. Right in there.
And so you're pointing to a location on Sheridan Road just north of 60th?
That's correct.
And when you say they took a sign, did you see Mr. Rosenbaum do that?
Yes.
And what happened then?
They tried to light it on fire. It wouldn't go, so they kicked it over.
When you say a road closed sign, can you describe what that looks like?
It was one of those big metal, the ones that they're portable that they can put in front of a road to stop it, to close it real quick. So about as wide as the witness stand is.
And again, you said they tried to start on fire, but they couldn't.
Yep.
So they just knocked it over.
Yep.
Other than that, did you see Mr. Rosenbaum try and start any other fires?
Not after that, no.
I think you said he was trying to smash things?
Yes.
What did you see?
He was throwing rocks into the car source area. He was throwing rocks at buildings along the street. He was having a pretty good time.
Did you ever see him throw any sort of tear gas or a gas container or anything along those lines?
I never saw him personally throw anything like that.
When you say he was throwing rocks into the car source location, do you mean the 59th Street car source?
The 59th Street and the gas station that's attached.
Did you see those rocks hit anyone?
No, I didn't see him hit anyone.
What action, if any, did you take after seeing the defendant throw rocks at your group? I'm sorry, Mr. Rosenbaum.
We didn't really take any action. By that point, the protesters were also pretty done with people doing that. So they were policing them as well.
Did you feel like Mr. Rosenbaum's act of throwing rocks at your group was a danger to your safety?
Yes.
Did you feel like you needed to defend yourself?
At that time, no.
Why not?
His aim wasn't very good, and he was pretty far away. He was pretty far away.
Sounds like he was trying, but not really succeeding.
Yeah.
Other than what we've just talked about, did you have any other sightings, conversations, encounters, or anything along those lines with Mr. Rosenbaum that night?
No.
Now, you said there was a time in which where the police had pushed the protesters down south of 60th Street. Is that right?
That is correct.
And I know you said that there was some back and forth. Did there come a time in which the line of police vehicles kind of finalized and stayed at 60th?
Yes.
When that happened, were you still at the 59th Street location?
That is correct.
After the police had pushed all the protesters south of 60th, was there any further risk of danger to the 59th Street car source location?
We were unaware of if or when the police were going to pull back again. So we did leave people there.
If the police hadn't pulled back, if they'd stayed at that 60th Street line and kept the protesters south of 60th, would there have been any further risk of danger to the 59th Street location?
Sustained.
After the police pushed the protesters south of 60th, was there any damage done at all after that to the 59th Street location?
Not that I'm aware of.
Were there any protesters around even trying to cause any damage to that location?
No, most of the protesters that were still up at 59th with us were just standing around talking.
After the police, I understand you may not have known at the time, but it turned out that they established that line at 60th and pretty much kept it there. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you ever, once that happened, did you ever walk
your
through
aunt's
that
house.
line heading south on Sheridan?
We'll pet you all day.
Who was with you when you did that?
Jason Lukowski, Kyle Rittenhouse, and Dustin Collette was supposed to be with us.
When you say he was supposed to be, what happened?
Once we got across the line, I turned around and didn't see him.
Where did you go?
From there, I got mixed up in the crowd. I ran across the Ultimate, went inside there, and came back and started looking for the defendant.
Was this the time where the Daily Caller reporter Richie McGinnis was following you?
We had passed Mr. McGinnis before we crossed the police line south of 60th.
Okay. So you're aware of this video of Richie McGinnis interviewing the defendant, and then you and the defendant walking south on Sheridan through the police line with Mr. McGinnis with you. Is that
Correct.
right? Is that the time you're talking about?
Yes.
And you said there was someone else, Mr. Lukowski, with you?
Yes.
Is he? Do you know? Is he pictured in that video?
You see him following in behind us, I do believe.
Okay. Now, we watched that video earlier today. There is a time in which you encounter some folks with some fire extinguishers. Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember that.
Once you passed 60th, and just so we're clear, you were walking on the west side of Sheridan Road.
Correct.
South of 60th. Richie McGinnis is there recording, correct?
Yes.
Tell us what you did after that point.
Once we got through 60th, we kind of paused on the north side of 60th. They were throwing rocks at the cops. And once they saw us there, they stopped throwing. They kind of shifted where they were throwing the rocks at the cops immediately right next to us. So a little further down, we walked across. And once we entered the crowd, the defendant started asking people if they needed any first aid. I was doing the same. And walking through past there at an indeterminate time, I lost track of the defendant.
Why would people have
Had
been
you discussed with the defendant what your plan was once you crossed that police line?
We were going to check and see if anybody needed any first aid, then go down to 63rd and make sure nobody was destroying it. And I'm not sure if the defendant was there when I said it, but me and Lukowski had agreed that if we got separated, we would go back to 59th.
Did you have any specific instructions for the defendant when you were heading out in that location?
Yeah, it was just stay close, don't get separated, and see if anybody's hurt.
You also told him to keep his mouth shut and not engage with people, correct?
I told several individuals at 59th Street that.
Including the defendant?
I believe I told him not to respond the way he was to certain people.
What do you mean the way he was?
That goes back to earlier in the night when he said, "I love you too, ma'am." That's when I told him, "Hey, don't say that. Don't even respond."
Why not?
Just because it can cause somebody to escalate the situation if they feel like you're making fun of them a little bit. So it just wasn't needed.
So the plan once you cross 60th is stay together, but if you get separated, go back
Correct.
and try not to engage.
Correct.
And you said there came a time in which you lost track of the defendant.
This is correct.
How did that happen?
Got lost in the crowd. I had a female protester approach me and started to try to get into a pro-gun, anti-gun exchange. From there, I went inside to see if he'd went to the Ultimate to get any snacks. When I came back out, I encountered more individuals protecting the property.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Kyle didn't have to do anything you told him to do. You're not his dad. You're not the police. He didn't have to do what you told him to do. Neither one of y'all should have been there in the first place. So just because you told him if y'all got separated to go back, that doesn't mean he had to do it. Who do you think you are? Jeez, you're right, Judy. This guy's dangerous.
I talked to them. I assumed at the time he wasn't over there anymore, and I started to make my way back north to 59th.
Can we please play exhibit number 17? I'm going to need to turn on the TVs again.
Amazing. His parents didn't care where he was.
So you guys are kind of like medics who are packing.
Yeah,
right?
basically. Well, he's an EMT, and
Gotcha.
I'm just kind of protecting his ass.
Oh, so you're a certified EMT?
Yeah.
Gotcha. And do you work as an EMT normally?
I'm a lifeguard normally. I got my ALS and I got my
Gotcha.
And I'm former Army infantry, and I got a whole bunch of trauma training.
Well, thank you for your service.
We got you if you need it.
I appreciate the service.
Oh, shit. Dude.
Thank you. Be careful, right? If you have that white vest, so be careful.
Hey, friendly, medic, coming through, medical. Medic, does anybody need medical? Anybody need medical?
Of course, the trial I don't want to do gets spicy.
Anybody need medical? Hey, guys. Medical? Fire extinguishers are here to put out the fires. They know. Okay, good. They know. You just got shot. You good? It's all right. Where are you shot? I'm not shot. You just said you got shot. No, I didn't. I thought you got run bullet. Oh, no, I just got run.
Pause the video right there. Did you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but it appears that you are a little bit ahead of Mr. Rittenhouse in this video, but then you start walking east across Sheridan Road.
Correct.
Okay. And in that direction is the Ultimate gas station.
Yes.
Do you remember where you went after that?
That's the point at which I went inside the gas station.
Okay.
And then came back out.
I thought I heard you say that the purpose of going across the police lines was to see if people are hurt and to go check on the 63rd Street location.
That is correct.
Help me understand, how does going to the Ultimate gas station and going inside fit in with that?
Because there were other people at the Ultimate gas station.
I don't understand what that
To
means.
go over there to see if they're hurt too.
Oh, I see. So you went over there to see if those people needed help?
Yes.
Did you go inside the Ultimate gas station?
Yes.
And I think you said at one point you were going to get a snack for yourself. Did you know at that point that you were leaving the defendant?
No,
What did you expect he was going to do at that point?
thought he was following me.
How long was it before you realized he hadn't followed you?
By the time I got across the street,
What did you do then?
I continued on to the Ultimate gas station and talked to some of the guys there. Turned around, he wasn't around. Went back inside and went inside.
Inside the gas station.
Yes.
Why didn't you go looking for the defendant?
I assumed that he had went inside the gas station as well.
And then when you looked inside, did you see him?
No,
So where did you look for him then?
back outside the gas station.
In the gas station lot.
Yes,
And this is a time in the evening when there are a lot of people in that lot.
this is correct.
Did you find him?
No,
So if he's not inside the gas station and he's not in the lot, did you go out around the area looking for him?
I walked on the outside of the crowd and tried to look for him, and then I decided to head north to 59th.
Why is that?
That's where I told Lukowski we should go.
Do you know where Jason Lukowski was at this point in the video that we just paused at?
He was behind Richard McGinnis in this.
And when you walked across Sheridan to the east, do you know where Mr. Lukowski went?
No idea.
When is the next time you saw Mr. Lukowski?
After the shootings happened.
So when you went back, when you left Ultimate Gas and headed back to 59th Street, did you see Mr. Lukowski at that point?
No,
Did he return to 59th Street while you were back there?
I never made it back to 59th Street.
Why is that?
The shooting started.
Okay. And we'll get to that in a moment. So your testimony is that as we're watching this video now, which has been taken by Richie McGinnis, and we see the defendant right there, that Jason Lukowski is somewhere close by.
He should be.
Okay. Can we continue to play the video, please? Let us know if you see Mr. Lukowski, okay?
It just fucking stung. I knew.
Little pepper boy never hurt nobody.
It was literally just like,
It's a little spicy, that's all.
it was like, oh shit, that was really annoying.
Yeah, a little salsa.
Could you please not? Does anybody need medical? Does anybody need medical?
If you were really hurt.
I think someone's got some medical weed, I'll tell you that.
Can you imagine if you were really hurt and you hear somebody yell, "Does anybody need medical?" And you're like, "Oh, thank God, someone's here to help me." And this 17-year-old kid rolls up with an AR-15 and a bag full of bandages and Neosporin.
I need medical. Medical.
Like, I need a real medical person. Who are you? Call 911. I gotta go to the hospital. I'm hurt.
Does anybody need medical? Medical.
What, yesterday or today?
He just had up and down. Talking about get off the car. Now he's talking about medical.
What car over in the dealership? Sorry, I don't feel.
I'm going to stop it there because there's nothing to see in the rest of this video. Did you see Jason Lukowski at any point in this video?
No, but the camera never panned to the rear either.
Sure, I understand. I'm just asking if you saw him. Okay, fair enough. So you indicated that you went over to the Ultimate Gas and then eventually back to 59th.
I headed towards 59.
When is the next time, after what we've just saw here, when is the next time you saw the defendant that night?
I didn't see him again that night.
At all?
Outside of a picture, no.
All right. I would like to play exhibit number 18 at that timestamp I indicated, please.
Things are a lot more peaceful now.
The cops decided to gas the fucking area.
Yeah.
Here I am walking the EMT around, protecting his ass. Now the EMT's working out.
Seconds. We missed a little bit of the beginning of this. A little bit further. Yeah, play there, please.
And we'll see how this goes, since everyone seems to be peaceful now with the militia. Seems like things are a lot more peaceful now.
The cops decided to gas the fucking area.
Yeah.
Here I am walking the EMT around, protecting his ass. Now the EMT's working out.
Pause that for a second. You saw yourself in that video.
Yes.
You mentioned that the police decided to gas something or other. I didn't quite catch it all. What were you talking about there?
I was talking about when they gassed the 59th Street location.
When you say they, you mean the police?
Yes.
When did that happen?
In the video where they show them throwing me and the defendant a bottle of water, it's like immediately preceding that.
So why do you know what was going on that caused the police to?
They saw that we had protesters standing in and amongst us, and it seemed like they didn't care for that too much.
Okay. Were you affected by that gas?
Yes.
How so?
Well, I'd already been hit with some sort of gas bomb from the protest crowd, and then that's when the gas hit the area. So I had to go inside and sit down for a couple of minutes.
When you say gas, is this like a tear gas type thing?
Tear gas, yeah.
Okay. What physical effect did that have on you?
I couldn't breathe for a good minute and a half there solidly. Once I got in, sat down, the defendant helped me out with that. I was okay. For the days after, I really couldn't talk too well.
What did the defendant do to help you?
Kept shoveling water at me. So.
Did he give you any sort of medicine or anything
No.
like that? So when you're talking about the police gassing things, that's what you're referring to?
Yes.
And then you talk about something about the EMT having to guard the EMT or something like that.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I said I was referring to me watching the defendant.
So you're basically saying that one of your roles was to guard and protect.
That was
the
part of
defendant.
my intent for going south.
And this conversation occurs at the Ultimate gas station.
Yes.
Where is this time-wise in relation to what we had just seen, the last video where you were being followed by Richie McGinnis, and then we saw you walk east across Ultimate Gas? Where is this in relation to that?
I don't remember exactly when I had this conversation, but I would say it was probably pretty soon after that.
So this is after you walk across the street. You said you went into the store,
Yep.
grabbed some snacks or whatever. And then I think you actually said earlier, you spoke to some of the folks that were. I'm trying to set the time frame for the jury, but the ultimate relevance, Your Honor, is that this witness is indicating that his role was to protect the defendant that night. And he's obviously not with the defendant at this moment.
What would be the relevance of that anyway?
Well, I think it goes to the overall issue of the safety of the defendant and the safety of this crowd, the perceived need, the perceived danger, the perceived need for protection south of 60th Street.
Perceived by whom?
By at least this individual who's close to the
What
defendant,
relevance would his perception?
because they're part of the same group, and he's taken this responsibility, and now they're in an area where there's a perceived need to protect the defendant.
Well, why don't we take a break? Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Let's see about 5 after.
3:46.
Pardon me?
It's 3:46, so 15 minutes before. Forget it.
Well, you're right. Yeah, you're right. She's correct. As I've complained about that clock before, we're going to start at 4 o'clock of actual time, and pay no attention to that clock, which you won't be able to see from the jury room anyway. Okay. 4 o'clock actual time, Central Standard Time. Good afternoon, folks, again. By the way, how are the calzones? You can be seated. Were they, anybody who didn't like them? How about the staff down here ate all the chips before I got any, but we have Subway tomorrow. Okay, good. Let's go.
Mr. Balch, I want to show you another video that has been admitted into evidence. This is Exhibit 11. This is the Corey Elijah or Corey Washington live stream. We've got it paused here at, I believe that's the 54-minute and 30-second mark. Or to be precise, 54:29. Do you see yourself in this video?
I do.
Okay. We're going to play this video forward for about 20 seconds and then we'll pause.
Okay.
That's fireworks man right down there.
Anybody else that said that there's Patriots LARPing here? I don't know what that is. You young kids.
Now, Mr. Balch, what we've just seen in that video, it showed you walking near the gas price electronic sign there for the Ultimate gas station. Would you agree with me on that?
I would.
And you appear at the end here to kind of walk behind that, almost at the corner of 60th and Sheridan. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you just see the defendant run through the screen?
I saw him, yes.
Now, you had testified earlier that when you were at the Ultimate gas station, you were looking for him. It appears that you were within 10, 15 feet of him. Did you see him at that time?
No.
If you had seen him, what would you have done?
I would have went with him.
Is it after this point then that you returned to the 59th Street car source?
I headed in that direction, yes.
And you said you didn't make it there because why?
Shooting started.
What shooting was that?
I had to point at the thing.
Sure.
I headed across 60th. The Bearcats were right here. When I got there, a sheriff's deputy held me over to the car. I'm at the Bearcat. He opened the door. I sat there and had a 2 to 3 minute conversation with him, maybe about what was going on over there. At that point, he directed me to go behind the Bearcats to go across the street. So at about that point, I moved west across Sheridan Road. When I got there, I turned to go north, and that's when I heard a pistol shot. And then almost immediately following it, I heard 4 rifle shots.
What did you do then?
I turned and headed south.
Where did you go?
Towards where I'd heard the shooting. So I was right around in here, and I ran across the street into this green area here, telling everybody to get down. And then I got to the end, overlooking this area here. There's like a low wall. And then shooting erupted behind me over in this general area.
When you say this general area, can you point the pointer at that again, please? I'm
Yes.
sorry, I missed that. You're pointing to the area along Sheridan Road, south of 60th, sort of in front of the Boost Mobile and Check and Go?
Correct.
Again, we're going to try and play this artificial thought process.
Right.
I know you probably know now what that was, but let me just ask, first of all, at the time, the shooting you just described, at that time, that night, did you know what was going on?
I had no idea what was going on.
With the benefit of hindsight and watching all the other videos now, what was that, if you know?
The first shooting that I heard, the pistol shot and then the rifle shots, whereas the engagement between the defendant and Rosenbaum and the people that were with him down here. The secondary shootings would have been Anthony Huber and Gage Gorowitz.
Is that Gage Grosskreutz?
Grosskreutz, yes.
It's kind of a difficult name. Can I just ask, Mr. Balch, when you were, where were you specifically when you heard or observed the shootings of Mr. Huber and Mr. Grosskreutz?
I didn't visually see them. I heard them.
Okay.
But I would have been right in this area right here.
Do you know if the shootings of Huber and Grosskreutz were further north of where you were at on Sheridan or further south, if you know?
It sounded like they were coming from behind me, so they would have been to the north.
We're going to have another video. It's just going to take a second to set it up. This is going to be Exhibit 5. It is the BG on the scene video. And I'm going to be playing a portion at the end. Can we rewind just a little bit from there, please? Keep going back. Keep going back. Keep going. All right, play from there, please. This is at the 43-second mark in the video. We've already had some testimony about this video, but Mr. Balch, do you see anyone that you know in that video?
No.
Okay. There's an individual there that is standing. There's two individuals that I see on that screen. The one on the right is kind of in all dark and appears to be holding a rifle of some sort. Do you know who that is?
I have no idea.
Okay. Can we back that up again about 10 seconds, please? And then we'll play it forward.
That would appear to be me.
That's you, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're actually at this point north of where the Huber and Grosskreutz shootings occurred. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
So when you said earlier you were south of it, it turns out you were actually north.
Yeah.
Do you remember what you did? Actually, before I ask that question, we can see in this video that the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, is walking up the street after he has just shot and killed Anthony Huber and just shot Gage Grosskreutz in the arm. At the time, and I know with the benefit of hindsight, you've watched these things, but at that particular moment, had you any idea what had just happened?
No.
Did you see those shootings?
No.
Did you see the defendant?
No.
You've been trained in the military, been around shootings before, fair to say?
Yes.
How is it possible that you didn't see those things?
I wasn't looking down the street when it happened.
Did you hear those gunshots?
Yes.
Did they draw your attention to that area?
Yes.
Did you look?
Yes.
So how come you say you didn't see?
Because by the time I got that far, close enough to see it, everything was done.
Did you see the bodies? The body of Mr. Huber.
Yes.
At what point, when you're moving down the street, did you see him? See that body?
After I got to Grosskreutz, when I got down there, Jason Lekowski was helping put a tourniquet on his arm. There's actually a video of that where I come around the side and ask everybody's all right if they got it. Saw the wound on Grosskreitz's arm. Holy crap. And then I ran over to check Anthony Huber's body.
When we've played this video before, we've heard a lot of people's voices shouting out about the defendant. That's the guy, whatever, things like that. Did you hear any of those voices at that time?
I wasn't really trying to pay attention to what they were pointing out.
When in this process did you realize that an individual or individuals, people, had been shot?
Well, I'd heard the shooting, so I knew that there was shooting going on. I didn't know anybody had actually been hit until I got to Grosskreutz.
Is it fair to say that this wasn't the first time all evening that you'd heard gunshots?
We had heard them a couple of times throughout the night.
When you would hear gunshots, would you wonder if that meant someone was injured?
Most of the time they were far enough in the distance that there would be very little impact from us going in that direction.
I think you testified earlier that what originally started you heading south was hearing the pistol shot and the 4 shots that occurred at Car Source and 63rd.
Correct.
And that, according to the map, is about 3 blocks away.
Correct.
You talk about hearing other gunshots that are in the distance. Why did the shots here 3 blocks away attract your attention when others did not?
They were a lot closer than the other ones had been, and there was the potential that people that I was with that night were down there.
Did you think to yourself, that's the defendant?
No.
You didn't know? Did you know where he was at?
I didn't know where he was at, but I didn't assume who had been doing the shooting.
When we see you in this video, is that after you have looked for the defendant?
Yes.
When we see you in this video, did you have any idea where the defendant was?
No.
When we see you in this video, had you checked at Ultimate Gas to see if the defendant was there?
Yes.
Did you find him?
No.
When we see you in this video, had you already traveled north of the police line at 60th?
Yes.
Had you seen the defendant up there?
No.
Is it fair to say that at this moment in the video, you didn't have any idea where the defendant was?
I had no idea where him or Jason Lekowski were.
And even though he's walking up the middle of the street near where you're at this point in the video, you didn't see him?
I didn't pay any attention to him, no.
Who is the first person who's shot by the defendant
Stop.
that you went to?
Grosskreutz.
Did you help to treat him at all?
I made sure that Lekowski had everything under control. I saw that he had a handgun in his hand. I already knew that a pistol shot had been fired and some rifle shots. I kind of assumed he was the person that shot the pistol shot. But as far as who had shot him, I had no idea. In fact, for a minute there, I thought it was Lekowski.
Who had shot
Yeah.
Mr. Grosskreutz?
Yeah, because he was already there.
After you dealt with Mr. Grosskreutz, what did you do next?
I ran over to Anthony Huber.
Tell us about that.
He was laying kind of slumped over in the gutter a little bit there in the street. There were a couple of protesters kind of around him. When I ran up on him, they ran off. I started to roll him over, check on him. put my hand on his neck to see if there was a pulse or whatnot, and didn't feel one, but it was really just like a split-second check. And then the Bearcat pulled up next.
When you say Bearcat, you mean one of the armored law enforcement vehicles? And what, if anything, did those folks do?
They climbed out. They told me they were going to take him. So I kind of gathered up his stuff that was laying on the ground, put it on him, helped him load him up in there.
What did you do next?
I continued south.
Now, I know you described what you've done so far with Mr. Huber lying there. Did Mr. Huber say anything?
Mr. Huber was deceased, as far as I'm aware.
So at the moment you came upon his body, he was already dead?
So far as I know, yes.
And you said you continued south after that?
Correct.
Where did you go?
I went to the 63rd Street location.
What did you find when you were there?
On the way down, I heard protesters saying somebody else had been shot down there, and I could hear shooting going on at the 63rd Street location or thereabouts.
What did you do once you got to the 63rd location?
Once I got there, I had somehow on the run picked up a couple of folks associated with the protest who were armed as well. Mr. Lukowski came in not too soon after that. Because you could hear the shooting coming from this area over here. And there were protesters kind of like huddled over into here.
I just want to make a record, Mr. Balch, because we need to be able to have everything typed in. So if I could just describe what you've just shown us, and please correct me if I'm wrong. I think you had pointed the pointer at the 63rd Street area in the block west of Sheridan Road between there and, is that 10th Avenue? Yeah, between Sheridan and 10th Avenue. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And I know you indicated there was an area where, did you say there were gunshots that you heard coming from?
Yes.
Can you again point so I can make sure I am, okay. You're describing the area that is sort of the west half of the block between Sheridan and 10th Avenue along 63rd on the north side of 63rd. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And you indicated you heard some gunshots from that area?
Yes.
Do you remember how many?
There were quite a few.
Did you see anybody who was doing the shooting?
I didn't visually see anybody shooting, but once we moved into this area right next to the building. I kind of popped around into those cars. There were like 2 or 3 cars over in there. And it looked like this building right here was where it was coming from, but there were also shots coming from further back.
Okay.
And
if I could just please make a record of all the things you just described. You indicated that you were in the car source lot near the building on the car source lot and kind of looked around it. Is that right?
Correct.
Would that have been along sort of the south of that building looking west?
But it had been in the south looking down to the west.
What did I just say?
And you indicated that you saw something.
Stop.
You described a building, and I think that building was at the southwest corner of 10th Avenue and 63rd Street. Is that accurate?
That would be accurate.
What did you see again or observe at that location?
It looked like there was somebody standing in the second floor window, and they looked to be holding a gun. To get a better look, I kind of moved out into the cars and faced in that direction. As soon as the person in the window saw me, they ducked around the corner. And then bullets started coming from the west and started hitting the car that I was hiding behind.
The person you saw in the window, is this a window of a house?
It looks like a house, yes.
This is someone inside a house holding a firearm.
They may or may not have been.
And then bullets came from the west and hit the vehicle that was near you?
Correct.
Did any of those hit you?
No.
What did you do as a result of that?
One of the folks associated with the protest was behind the car with me. I told him to get behind the car source building, and we scooted around behind the building real quick.
What happened then?
That point, there was a white car that had caught on fire. The gas tank went off on it. Kind of poked our heads back around. By that time, SWAT was directly behind the building from Car Source. And they're like, hey, somebody's over here shooting. Somebody's over here shooting. Get the fuck back around. So we just stayed over there.
This is after everything relevance.
Searching for the relevance, Mr. Binger.
That's fine. Let me skip ahead for a moment. Can we show exhibit number 13 at the 2140 mark, please? You had testified that when you went down to the 63rd Street location, you saw that plastic bag on the ground. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to have an image of that up on the screen, and I'd like you to take a look at that when it's ready here.
And he's brandishing a knife and then tried to steal a car to flee.
Is this at the 2140 mark?
And the arrest warrant was for SA of somebody, right? This is a bad dude.
Yes, that is a car fire, but there is more than just a car fire going on here. All right, guys, it looks like there's an interview going on. We're going to see if we can squeeze in on this.
All people care about is he was black and the cop was white. So they have to get out here and protest. Nobody should have been there. Nobody should have been there. The protesters or the people that were helping. There was police out there. Kyle tried to turn himself into the police out there when it happened. And they just yelled at him to go home or something.
Mixed up there. We're going to play a little bit of that video here. I'd like you to take a look at it if you could, please. Thanks.
All right, guys, so here's what we got going on. We are not trying to spook anyone. We're going to move in. It looks like...
Okay, just play the video, please. Thanks. Mr. Balch, there's an object on the ground on the left side.
I don't know when they got there. I just know that they were there eventually.
Can you identify that for us?
I don't know.
That's the plastic bag that I picked up to take a look at.
That's the one that Mr. Rosenbaum threw. Is that correct?
Correct.
A couple more things finally. After all is said and done here, you stayed at this location and spoke to some individuals who were from the media. Is that fair to say?
We kind of got ambushed by them.
Well, make it sound like they were trying to attack you. They came up and were...
Yeah, they came up out of nowhere and we weren't expecting them.
When you say we, who was with you?
Jason Lekowski was with me.
When these folks asked you your name, what did you tell them?
I gave them a false name of Thomas Craig.
Why did you do that?
To protect my identity so that I could get out of there and figure out what was going on.
there were folks there that showed you video of what had happened that night.
Yes.
In those view screens, were you able to see the defendant?
One of the live streamers did show me a picture of the defendant when he was laying on the ground, being struck on the head, I believe, when he fired his weapon.
From that, were you able to identify that that was someone that you had been with?
Yes.
That evening? Did you admit that?
To them, no.
In fact, when they confronted you on it and accused you of knowing exactly who that was, you lied to them and told them you did not, correct?
Correct.
And when I discussed this with you, you gave me the explanation that because you were concerned for your safety at that time?
Testifying.
Yeah, we were surrounded by several people, and there were groups of them milling around us as well.
At that moment that you lied about knowing the defendant, you still had your AR-15, correct?
Correct.
And your Glock.
No, I didn't have the Glock at this time.
And Mr. Lukowski was with you?
Yes.
Was he armed?
Yes.
Were there police cars nearby?
Further down the street from us, yes, but they were dealing with the shootings and whatnot.
Once you were informed that the defendant was the one who had been involved in these shootings, was a suspect, did you approach the police that night and tell them about your information?
No.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Mr.
Why? He wasn't there when it happened. He didn't know anything.
Just 1 second. Does anybody need a break? Go ahead.
Broad question. That evening, while you were out on patrol with my client, Kyle Rittenhouse, you're armed, he's armed.
This is correct.
And you went by law enforcement on numerous occasions.
Yes.
Did anybody ever tell you you can't be out there with these weapons?
No.
Did anybody ever question you or him about your age?
No.
You were interviewed several days after this by the FBI, correct?
Correct.
And they specifically asked you about that bag, correct?
Correct.
And reading from the report, you told them you examined the bag quickly and observed an ammonia mixture and a small bleach bottle, correct?
Correct.
Is that what you observed?
That's what I thought I'd observed at the time.
By smell?
I didn't check the smell.
Okay. What made you think it was ammonia?
Because of what we'd been hit with earlier in the night.
And when the bomb had been hit earlier in the night, Mr. Rosenbaum was there with that bag, correct?
Yes.
You testified that when you were out there that evening at the end, you didn't have your Glock, correct?
Correct.
You had borrowed it to Nick Smith?
He told me his name was Nathan, but yes.
Okay. So you were using a pseudonym, false name?
Correct.
Nathan was using a false name?
Yes.
Did he give you a false name or did he say Kyle Rittenhouse? I'm pointing to my client.
I don't remember if he gave me a pseudonym or not. He went by Kyle most of the night when he was talking to me.
Kyle.
Yep.
You refer to a man and a woman who you always saw with Rosenbaum, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe that man?
He was tall, scraggly looking with a beard.
Okay.
He had like camo shorts on too, I think.
Okay. Do you remember anything about the top?
I can't remember the color of the top specifically.
Yeah. Do you remember anything specifically about the woman?
She had a black backpack on. She was a little heavy set, maybe.
Do you remember anything about her hair?
I think it was dyed a bright color, maybe.
Okay. I'll show you a picture, see if you recognize these individuals.
Hey, Aurora. It is taking so long.
I'm going to show them this, then we can print it out. Showing you a photograph from my associate's computer. Do you recognize anybody in that picture?
The female with the red hair is the one that was accompanying Rosenbaum, and the other male.
Okay, the other male is not in the picture completely, correct?
Correct.
But that is the individual
Yes.
who was with Mr. Rosenbaum. Do you notice anything in his hand?
He's got the handgun in his hand, as usual.
And you might not be able to tell, but with this bar right here, does that tell you where that was?
That's at the Ultimate gas station.
And you and my client were present when Mr. Rosenbaum threatened you and Kyle, correct?
Correct.
And he specifically said if he got either of you alone, he would expletive kill you.
That's correct.
Any doubt about that?
No doubt about that at all.
Told the FBI that?
Yes.
And that was right after, I'm going to get his name wrong, Dustin had put out dumpster fire?
Correct. It was about 20 to 30 minutes before we headed south and the shooting started.
And Mr. Binger asked you some questions about did he try to attack you at that time? How many guys were there?
There were about 4 or 5 armed men in front of him.
Okay. And there's some other armed men on the roof?
Correct.
That were upsetting him because he
seemed to not appreciate armed men.
Okay. And you specifically referred to him, and I wrote the words down. He was a hyper aggressive individual, correct?
That is correct.
Could you tell me what that means to you?
Every encounter I saw him have with someone was extremely aggressive.
You saw him lighting fires?
Lighting fires, getting in people's faces. Protesters and armed individuals were having to get between him and other people to stop fights from happening.
Did you see him tip over the porta potty?
I didn't witness that.
Okay. Did you see him take rocks out of the St. James rock pile?
He got the rocks he was throwing from somewhere.
Okay. Did you see him involved in taking the trailer out of St. James, taking it down the road and starting it on fire?
I didn't witness that event.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
No problem.
Question?
Couple things, Mr. Balch, and then we'll be done. You testified you gave a statement to the FBI.
Correct.
That was dated August 28th of 2020. Was it sound right
Correct.
to you? Yes.
That sounds correct.
3 days after this incident.
That is correct.
When you spoke to the FBI, what was your intent?
Well, I really didn't have any intentions of speaking to the FBI. They just showed up at the house. I gave them what information I could remember and what I could make sense of. They were very clear with me to only give them the information that I was 100% sure about.
Did you withhold any information from them?
No.
Did you tell them the truth?
Yes.
Were events in your mind clearer 3 days after the incident than they might be now?
Even then, it was the whole situation was kind of a big jumble of, and I was trying to put timelines together. So I had told them explicitly that my timelines are going to be a little off.
I understand that, but do you think your memory of what happened on the night of August 25th was better 3 days later than it is 14 months later?
It would be, yes.
When you spoke to the FBI, did they identify themselves as the FBI?
Yes.
Did you know you were speaking to law enforcement officials?
Yes.
Did you understand that if you didn't tell them the truth, that could get you in trouble?
Yes.
And you wanted to be completely honest with them?
Yes.
Did you understand that they were asking you questions about a homicide?
Yes.
Did you understand that it would be helpful to give them as much information as possible about what happened here?
Yes.
Was that what you wanted to do?
Yes.
Did you want to cooperate with them?
Yes.
Did you want to tell them everything that you knew about what happened?
Yes.
In your statement, you say, and I'm going to quote, this is on page 3 of your statement, Balch stated that this eventual victim, who's Joseph Rosenbaum, was carrying a hospital-style bag with chemicals to make Molotov cocktails. You then say later on that this is on page 4, Balch examined the bag quickly and observed an ammonium mixture and a small bleach bottle. First of all, am I reading your statement to the FBI correctly?
You are.
None of that is true, is it?
It doesn't appear to be, no.
Nowhere in this statement to the FBI did you mention any tall guy with a scraggly beard or a shorter woman with colored hair, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Are you lying under oath today?
No, they just never asked those questions.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but when the FBI talks to you, they don't write out a statement for you, let you review it for accuracy and completeness, do they?
No.
They just ask you questions. They show up to your house unannounced. You answer the questions. They leave, and they write down what they think is important.
That is correct.
I have nothing further.
Okay, folks, let's break for the day, and please call after, excuse me. Okay. I'm thinking about my Monday juries when we finish for the day. Please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. And I'll turn you over to the clerk of the court. And I think she could probably take care of it here in the library, maybe? Or maybe they want to go upstairs anyway. You have things upstairs? Why don't you go up there and we'll tell her, go up there and see you there. Thanks. See you tonight. See you tomorrow. All right, number 27 will be excused at her request based upon her medical, medical situation. I thought he indicated, yeah. Okay, then the other one is a question. I don't see the juror's number on it, but it's one I wouldn't answer anyway, to be honest with you. Does anyone disagree with that?
Yes.
All right, mark these exhibits A and B for today.
Well, I just file stamp them and put
Oh,
juror notes.
okay, all right. So would you ask the juror number, what was it, 27? 27 to come down, please.
This is day 4. Who's in another juror? Who's a sicko?
Really rather it came at noon, but I was able to get my hair cut anyway. But yeah, I don't know. And that low on my list of things that I care about. Is there a big issue?
Well, it's just when we try and time our witnesses.
Yeah.
We generally think we're going to have a 12 to 1 break.
You got it. I agree with you. Well, it's Subway, so presumably it'll keep. I hope it does. What? Oh, hi. Well, yeah, right over here. You can have that first seat there, man. Yeah. The lawyers and I have agreed that it's appropriate that you be dismissed on your request. And bless you and good luck. Okay, I hope you're feeling great. Thanks. Anything else before we start?
Your Honor, I've heard from other folks that there was some issue with your mic yesterday being broadcast.
Yeah,
I don't know if you're aware of that or not.
I was made aware of it, and I spoke to Court TV about it, and I gather it was typical a judge commentary about the pace at which the questioning was proceeding.
Honestly, I don't even know. I just want to make sure you're aware of it. That's all.
I was aware of it, and from what I heard, I commented on the length of the examination. That was it. Okay. Anything else? Okay, let's get the jurors down.
Hello?
Would you come down, please?
Yes.
I want this open.
That's why I don't have to serve on a jury. It's also why I don't have to work. Which I don't recommend. Because I wish I could work. It sucks.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. And number 27 was experiencing some mild discomfort. She's pregnant and requested to be dismissed, and I have granted that request with the consent of the attorneys. So there's 18 of us, and I don't want to hear any sniffles or sneezing. Okay, let's begin. And Mr. Binger.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Jason Lakowski to the witness stand.
Good to know, Marty.
Could you please pull that microphone close to your mouth and state your name for the record, spelling your last name?
Jason Legowski, L-A-C-K-O-W-S-K-I.
What community do you currently reside in?
Green Bay.
In August of 2020, where did you reside? What community?
Brown Deer.
What is your current occupation?
I'm going to school full-time.
You go to school full-time?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, yes, yes.
Do you have a background in the military?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that?
I was a Marine Corps infantryman, 0311 rifleman.
It's hard for the court reporter to follow that. If you could slow down and say that again, please.
Sorry. United States Marine Corps, 0311 infantry rifleman.
And what period of time were you in the Marine Corps?
2011 to 2015.
Did you serve any tours of duty abroad?
No combat, no, sir.
Are you familiar with a man by the name of Ryan Balch?
Yes, sir.
How are you familiar with him?
I met him after I got out of the Marine Corps.
How long have you been friends with Mr. Balch?
Since about 2015, 2016.
This trial is about events that occurred on the night of August 25th, 2020. Were you here in Kenosha that evening?
Yes.
What time did you arrive?
I believe around 10:45.
Why did you come to Kenosha that night?
Just to help out.
Can you tell us more about that?
I saw the community in trouble and I wanted to come help any way that I could.
I know you said you saw things yourself. I assume that's on the internet?
Correct.
Did you speak with Mr. Balch or anyone else about your desire to come to Kenosha?
Yes.
Can you tell us about what the plan was?
To come down and help any way we could. It was to protect local property.
How were you planning on doing that?
Just to make sure nobody would come and harm the property that we were supposed to protect.
And how exactly, what methods were you going to use to accomplish that goal?
Shouting.
Anything else?
I was trained in the shout, shove, show, shoot.
Shout,
what does that mean?
show.
You shout, you shove, you show your firearm, and you shoot.
Did you have a firearm that night?
Yes, sir.
What kind of weapon did you have?
An AR-15.
And that is a semi-automatic rifle?
Correct.
Was it armed?
Correct.
Was it loaded?
Yes.
How many rounds did you bring with you?
I don't recall.
What was the capacity of the magazine in the weapon you were wielding that night?
30.
Was it fully loaded?
Correct. No. 28.
So before coming down that night to Kenosha at around 10:45 p.m., did you have conversations with Mr. Balch about what exactly, specifically, you were going to be doing?
No. Just that I was supposed to come down and link up with him.
So tell us what you did when you came down to Kenosha.
When I came down, I linked up with Ryan. He brought me around to our area of occupation, which is where we were just supposed to protect. He introduced me to everybody that was there. Couldn't really tell you most of their names because they were just in one ear out the other. And then I took my post and that was it.
Where was your post?
It was on the southwest corner of that car lot I was on.
And when you say that car lot, can you tell us what car lot you're referring to?
I don't recall what the name of it was.
Do you remember where it was located?
I think somewhere on Sheridan. I don't know the actual intersection.
There's a map behind you on the wall there, and I don't know if you are able to identify the area of Kenosha
Shouting
that's
at people
shown
in a
on
riot
there.
is so
But
effective.
I will represent to you, Mr. Lakowski, that this is a map that shows the area of Kenosha from about 58th Street and Sheridan on the north end down to 63rd and Sheridan on the south end. And there are 3 properties on there that are labeled Car Source. Are you familiar with the name Car Source?
No, I am not.
I'm going to represent to you, Mr. Lakowski, that we have videos and photos that show you at the Car Source location, which is at 59th and Sheridan. And I'm going to use this laser pointer to point to that location. Do you see where I'm pointing?
Yes.
That's my representation to you. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
That is the Car Source, the car lot that where your post was?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall guarding any other properties that night?
There was the property that was a few blocks south or north, sorry. South.
There is another Car Source that I'm going to point out, which is at the intersection of 63rd and Sheridan. Do you see where I'm pointing?
Yes, sir.
Is that the other property you're referring to?
Yes.
Did you go down to that 63rd Street location and guard it at any point during that evening?
I walked down there first to see what it was, walked back on up to physically guard it. No, I was not down there.
Do you know what, if any, plan or understanding or anything like that there was between the folks that you were with to guard that other Car Source location at 63rd?
No, sir.
Is it fair to say that up until the time of the shootings, which we'll get to in a moment, you, after visiting the 63rd Street location, came back and stayed at that 59th Street location?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about your experience at that 59th Street location.
For the first little bit of me being there, it was pretty boring, just milling about, doing whatever. And then once the police started to push the protesters toward us, that's when things got a little chaotic. Everybody was screaming, running back toward us. There were a few people that were attempting to come into the car lot. I had yelled at them to stop. They went about their way. At one point, I know that there was an individual that I believe hurt her ankle, and then Kyle had helped her. There, for the most part, once that happened, there was a lot of actually polite conversations between myself and a lot of the protesters and everything like that. And at that point, that's really all that happened.
I want to try and break that down a little bit. You said that there came a time in which the police pushed the protesters south past you?
Correct.
Do you remember approximately what time that was?
I do not know.
And you indicated it started to get, I think you said chaotic was the
Correct.
word? What made it chaotic? Can you describe that more specifically?
The way that I see it is that you had the actual protesters and you had the a-holes that were trying to use the protest as their own gain.
You're in court.
I'm sorry. I apologize, Your Honor.
There were protesters and then there were other people that were using this for what purpose in your mind?
To cause havoc.
Tell us more about the chaos that you observed.
Because I had talked to a lot of individuals that were there to legitimately protest. And some of them were saying how there were people that were instigating a lot of things, that they weren't part of what was going on. And I had noticed that a lot, that there were people that were using that to, cause havoc.
What specific types of havoc did you witness?
People throwing things at police, people starting fires, people with malintent.
Other than throwing things at police and starting fires, did you observe any other specific instances of, to use your word, havoc?
There were some individuals that were to the west of us that they were trying to come onto the property to start one of the cars on fire, and we had stopped them. And then they had a lot of vulgar, what is it? They had a lot to say that was not nice. And they had said that they were going to come back and burn down this explicit terms. And then later on, maybe 5-10 minutes later, they started throwing rocks at us.
Do you know who any of those people were? There's been some testimony in this case about someone who has been identified as Joseph Rosenbaum. As you sit here today, do you know who we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
On that night, and again, I'm going to ask you to try and put yourself back in the frame of mind that you were in that night and try and ignore anything you might have learned since then. At that time, that night on August 25th, when you were at the 59th Street Car Source, did you have any idea who Joseph Rosenbaum was?
No, sir.
The folks that you just mentioned that attempted to start a car on fire, was Joseph Rosenbaum one of those people?
No, sir.
So I'm going to come back to Mr. Rosenbaum, but let's continue talking about specific examples of, to use your word, havoc. I think you've mentioned that incident, throwing rocks at the police. Were there any other examples of things that you observed around that time period?
Individuals were throwing what you would call chlorine bombs at us and the police.
Did you see who any of those people were?
I did not see you through that, no.
Was Mr. Rosenbaum any one of those people?
Not that I know of, no.
Any other examples that you can share with us of this havoc or chaos that you witnessed?
No, sir.
You mentioned someone had something with her, was it a sprained ankle or something?
I believe it was a sprained ankle because she was limping.
Okay. And you indicated that you referred to Kyle. You're referring to the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse?
Correct.
And for the record, can you point him out for us, please? Okay, that's the individual at the table with the sitting next to Attorney Chirafisi?
Yes, sir.
No dispute. What did you observe what the defendant did to treat that person?
No, I did not.
I think you mentioned that when the crowd was being pushed back, there was some words exchanged between your group and the crowd. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Can you tell us more about that?
They were just screaming nonsense. And they were trying, I know that there was a few individuals that attempted to come to the car lot, and we yelled at them to back off. And they did.
The individuals that were attempting to start.
It seems to me, you know how he said there were people out there that were just using it to cause havoc. It seems to me that there were, I don't know if I should use the word good people, but it seems like there were just as many people on the other side that was there to make themselves feel more important, like they were the good guys that were there trying to help control things. They had no business being there either. So there were people on both sides that were there for their own agendas that didn't even need to be there. Just because, okay, like if you want to look at it as good versus bad, you can look at the militia, this guy, Ryan, Kyle, those people. If you want to look at them as good and bad, you can say, okay, they're the good guys. And then Rosenbaum and these other people, they're the bad guys. They're both there where they're not supposed to be for their own agenda. So those people, there are no good and bad guys in this. They're all there for their own agenda, and they should all be at home minding their own business. The cops were there. doing their job. Right. Right. They're all there for their own purposes. They didn't need civilians to go out and do the cop's job. They're not getting paid. This is not what they signed up for. They're just out there not minding their own business. Just like the people that are out there setting things on fire out there not minding their own business. Nobody had any right to be out there doing anything. Just an observation.
That car on fire, how did you stop them from doing that?
Yell at them.
You used, I think, what was it? Shout, shove, show, and shoot.
Correct.
Did you ever have to get to the second step?
No.
Shouting was enough?
Correct.
Did you ever have any problems with people coming on to the car source lot?
No.
You were
Outside
able
of
to...
that one incident, no.
Okay. And I think you said earlier your post was physically located on that lot. Did you say the southwest corner of the lot?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to use...
East. Sorry, southeast. Sorry.
Okay. I want to make that clear. I'm going to use the pointer here as best I can. And would you agree with me that this, where I'm pointing, is the southeast corner of that lot?
The other corner. I'm sorry, my directions are a little off.
That's why I wanted to ask. The top, just for your benefit, the top of this map is north.
Yes.
So would you say then that you were in the northeast corner of the lot?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. While you were observing the crowd and things going on, do you know personally where the defendant was?
No, I couldn't tell you.
Were you paying close attention to his movements or anything like that?
No, sir.
Well, yeah, I'm sure.
Did you speak
They also
with
knew there
the
was
defendant
curfew.
when you were at that 59th Street location that night?
They went anyway.
Yes.
I'm sure it was on the news that
Do you
there was
remember
a
anything that he said?
He introduced himself. That is his name. He said that he was an EMT.
What did you think about that?
I think he's just an EMT out here to help, just like we were.
Did he tell you how old he was?
No.
How old did you think he was?
I assumed he was 18.
Why did you assume that?
Because in the state of Wisconsin, you have to be 18, I believe, in order to have your EMT license. And he was carrying a firearm.
Was one of the reasons that you assumed he was 18 the fact that he was carrying a firearm?
Correct.
Why is that?
Spit it out.
What he's testified to is his understanding of the law. It's not to be taken as a statement about what the law is. It's a statement of what the witness believes the law to be. So your objection's overruled.
Do you remember the question?
Of why I assumed he was 18.
What did the gun have to do with it? The fact that he's possessing a gun, why did that make you think he was 18?
Because you have to be 18 in order to buy a firearm, a long gun in Wisconsin.
Did there come a time while you were at the 59th Street car source where you observed an individual that you now know to be Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yes.
How many times that night did you observe that person?
Just the one incident.
Can you tell us what you observed?
He had been acting very belligerently. He had asked very bluntly to shoot him. He did a few what I would call false stepping, which is making a step to entice somebody to do something. He had done that a few times. After he'd done that a few times, I turned my back to him and ignored him.
What did you think of him?
A babbling idiot.
Did you consider him a threat?
No.
Did you feel that he posed any danger to you or anyone else?
No.
How tall are you?
I am 5'10".
Do you have an estimate as to how tall Mr. Rosenbaum was?
Not really. He was bent over.
How was he dressed at that time, if you recall?
He had something red over his face, no shirt, and he had a bag in his hand.
A plastic bag?
Yes.
Were you able to get a look at that bag?
No.
You said that he was asking someone to shoot him.
Correct.
Was he saying that to you?
He said that to me, and he said that, I believe, to multiple others.
Something along the lines of shoot me, shoot me. Would that be fair to say?
There was more explicit terms after that, yes, but yes.
Did you see him with any sort of weapon?
Outside of that bag, no.
Did you see him with a gun?
No.
Did you see him with a knife?
No.
Did you see him with a club or a bat of any kind?
No.
Did you see him with a chain?
No.
You indicated that he was false stepping. Would you mind standing up on the
Oh, I know
main
exactly
floor
what
here
you're talking
and physically demonstrate for us what you're talking about? Yes, please. For the record, if you allow me, I'll go ahead and see it. I'm going to try and describe what you just demonstrated for us physically, so we've got a good record here. You're standing still and then sort of taking 1 foot, maybe 2 to 3 feet ahead, stepping forward with that foot and sort of almost pushing your chest out towards that other person, and then withdrawing that same foot again and repeating that a couple of times. Would that be a fair description of what you just did? When you said that this individual was doing that, was he doing it towards you?
In my general direction.
Was there anyone else around you that he was doing that to also?
There was an individual to my right and to my left. I don't recall who they were.
Do you know if those were other individuals that were guarding that car source location?
They were, yes.
Do you know if any of them was the defendant?
I don't recall.
At the time that you had this interaction with Mr. Rosenbaum, were you armed?
Yes.
Can you tell us how you were armed?
I had my weapon slung and pointed to the ground.
When you say your weapon, you mean your AR-15?
Correct.
Was there a sling around your body that the weapon was attached to?
Yes.
And when you say the gun was pointed to the ground, was that in such a way where the butt was maybe at the middle of your chest and then
You'd be facing like this.
At an angle?
Correct.
Okay. So the butt is sort of at an angle towards one of your shoulders, and the barrel is downward at maybe a 45-degree angle or thereabouts?
Yes.
Did you have any other weapons other than that AR-15 that night?
I had my knife.
Anything else?
I had a CS gas canister.
What is a CS gas canister?
It is a deterrent. It's like pepper spray, but a lot more potent.
Is that also commonly referred to as tear gas?
Yes.
Or is there a technical difference between
There's a technical difference, but for the records, yes, tear gas.
Where did you physically have that canister located on your body?
In my dump pouch.
Did you say dump?
Yes. Okay. It's a pouch that you put on your opposite side to put empty magazines in.
Was there ever a time in which you pulled that canister out to use it?
When the protesters had started pushed my way and started causing a ruckus, I had put it on a car in front of me because I needed to use it.
You put it in a place where you could get at it if you needed it. After you put it on that car, did you ever grab a hold of it with the intent of getting it ready to be used?
I'm pretty sure it fell off the car.
I don't either.
Where did that CS gas canister come from?
An individual, I think his name's Dustin. I don't recall his actual name. It starts with a D.
Is that one of the other individuals that was there at that location?
Yes.
So you had the AR-15, the knife, and this CS gas canister. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
Did you have any other weapons on you?
No.
I know we've talked a little bit about the false stepping that Mr. Rosenbaum was doing And you said there were two other individuals, one on either side of you. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you able to tell us if Mr. Rosenbaum was doing this directly at any one of the
It
three
was
of
just
you?
in our general direction.
How far away was he from you when that was going on?
I want to say a max of 6 feet.
Did he ever touch you?
No.
Did he ever threaten to harm you?
Outside of his banter, no.
When you say his banter, what specifically in his banter did you construe as a threat to harm you?
I really didn't see him as a threat at all, to be honest with you. But it would be his false stepping and his banter saying, shoot me, explicit term.
Did you interpret him saying, shoot me, as a threat to you?
No.
Did you interpret it as a threat to anyone else?
No.
How long did Mr. Rosenbaum continue this behavior before you turned your back on him and walked away?
I'm not sure, but it wasn't very long. He had done it maybe 1 or 2 times, and I just ignored it.
Do you recall putting out any fires that night?
Multiple, yes.
Can you tell us about that?
The first one I put out, it was just north of the car lot. Somebody had set up a deliberate barrier and set what you'd call like a campfire behind it and set it on fire to deliberately set fire to the barrier.
I want to make sure I understand that. You said they set up a small barrier.
It was a rather large barrier. It was taller than I was. It was a wooden structure.
Do you know what type of wooden structure it was?
It was just a rickety structure. I don't recall.
Do you know where it came from?
No.
Did you see any of the individuals who started the fire?
No.
Do you recall where that was located in relation to the 59th Street car source lot?
That was just in front of the church, or the demolished church.
There's actually a little laser pointer in front of you. There's a button on the side, and when you point that, could you use that and point on the map where that fire was?
Right there.
And I just want to narrate for the record, that appears to be a location. Was that on Sheridan Road?
Yes.
North of 59th, closer to 58th Street. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
What did you do in response to that fire?
I stomped it out.
With your feet?
Yes.
Did you use any sort of fire extinguisher or water?
No.
What happened after you did that?
After that, I had walked back to the car lot.
You mentioned there were other fires you put out?
Yes.
Tell us about those.
There was a few after the incident. There was one on this car lot. There was a pickup truck that the interior was on fire. Then I had found a fire extinguisher next to it. I had put that one out. And then there was another one that I couldn't put out because the fire extinguisher was spent. So there was cars around it. It was myself and another individual. I pushed cars away from that.
I believe you said those two fires were after the incident.
Yes.
What incident are you referring to?
The incident with, I don't want to, the incident with Kyle.
The shootings?
Yes.
I want to try and keep this in chronological order as best we can. So if we can just go back for a minute to the 59th Street car source. While you were at that location, other than the barrier in the street that you've described, did you put out any other fires around that area?
No.
Do you remember a time in which there was a dumpster on fire out in the street?
I don't recall, no.
And I believe you said other than the one interaction with the false stepping, you didn't have any observations or contact with Mr. Rosenbaum at any other time that night.
Correct.
Do you guys remember when I was talking about imperfect self-defense and perfect self-defense? So you've got these two guys. He was in the Marines. Ryan, I think, was the name of the guy that testified before him. He was in the Army. So you've got these two guys that have been in situations where, well, this guy said he never saw any combat. I don't remember about Ryan, but you've got these two guys that have been taught how to fight, how to handle weapons. They've been in the armed forces. They're older than Kyle. They're more, what's the word I want? More, not worldly, more experienced than Kyle. They don't see this guy as a threat. But he's shoot me, and like cussing and freaking out. They don't see him as a threat. Kyle did. That would be an example of imperfect self-defense. Those guys just blew him off. They didn't think anything about it. He scared Kyle. He would have scared the crap out of me. I know that for sure.
We've heard a lot of testimony and seen videos of
Doesn't
what
it
we
be
now
in
know to be the
Facebook
shootings.
too?
And I think everybody's got a good idea now with hindsight of the sequence of those events. But what I want to ask you is, on that particular night, do you remember hearing or observing those shootings?
I remember hearing gunfire, yes.
Where were you located when you heard that?
At the car lot on 59th to Sheridan.
The original one that we've been talking
Yes.
about. From what direction did you hear those shots coming from?
From the south.
What did you do, if anything?
Ran toward them.
That would be running, and I'm going to use the pointer here, that would be running in a direction from the car source at 59th and Sheridan, south on Sheridan Road?
Correct.
Do you remember encountering a line of armored police vehicles?
I don't recall.
Tell us what you remember. When you heard those gunshots and started running, tell us what you remember about that.
There was myself and another individual. I believe his name is Dustin. I don't remember his actual name. Him and I ran down there. Once I got down there, I was by myself. I don't know where he went. And then I got to the corner of the lot, which there's an alleyway there, and then the lot, there's a fence line. And then from there, Mr. Rittenhouse came up to me. He had said, I don't remember exactly what he had said, but he had said something to me. And then I had told him to run toward the police, which he did. I had followed him a little ways, but then there was gunfire behind me. So I turned around to attempt to assess that. And then once again, there was gunfire behind me. And at that point, that is when, pretty sure I blacked out. I don't remember anything after that.
You said you're pretty sure you
Blacked out?
Yes, because I don't remember anything. The next thing I remember is helping out with Gage.
I want to try and break that down if we can. You indicated that at some point as you were running south on Sheridan, you encountered the defendant.
Okay, forget
Are
everything.
you able to
Blacked
show us
out?
on that map where that encounter occurred?
About right there.
And you've pointed to a location which is on the west side of Sheridan Road.
Why did he black
It
out?
appears to be right at the boundary between that 63rd Street car source and the property that is located just to the north of that on the
Yes.
west. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. How did the defendant appear to you?
Frazzled, in shock.
Did he have his weapon?
Yes.
Where do you know where he came from?
He ran from the car lot.
Were you still running at that point?
At that point, when I looked up at him, I stopped.
When you stopped, did you come in close proximity with the defendant?
Yes.
Did you say anything to him, if you recall?
I don't recall.
And I think you indicated earlier you don't remember what he said to you.
I do not.
Now, do you remember after this night speaking with the FBI?
Yes.
And that conversation occurred about a week later?
Yes.
And do you remember telling them what the defendant had said to you?
I remember telling them yes.
If I showed you a copy of that statement, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor? Mr. Okowski, I'm going to hand you the statement, and there's a portion here that is marked, and I would like you to take a look at that. Take as much time as you need, and when you're done looking at it, please look up.
Okay.
I'm going to take that back from you now. Does that refresh your memory as to what you told the FBI?
Yes.
And does it refresh your memory as to what the defendant said to you when you encountered him?
He had indicated that he had shot somebody.
According to your statement, Mr. Lukowski, you're
Sorry, did not shoot anybody. I apologize. Okay. I apologize.
just want to make that clear.
Did not shoot anybody.
When the defendant spoke to you, he said he didn't shoot anyone.
Correct.
But he said he needed help.
Yes.
What did you tell him? If
I
anything?
told him to run to the police that were down the road.
What did you do then?
At that point, he started running. I followed him.
Let me pause for a second, and I just want to make sure we get our directions correct. What direction did the defendant run from there?
From here that way. So north.
North on Sheridan. And did you run in that same direction?
Yes.
What happened then?
And then there was gunshots behind me.
And when you say behind you, are you meaning back down south?
Yes.
What did you do then?
I stopped and turned around.
Where did you go?
I was in place because it felt like seconds after there was more gunshots behind me, which would have been to the north.
And that would have been the direction that the defendant had been running.
Yes.
Is that the moment in time when you feel like you kind of blacked out?
Yes.
And I think you said the next thing you remember is Mr. Grosskreutz?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I remember being on the sidewalk, and then there was an individual on the ground screaming. I had walked up to them with a group of individuals. Somebody was screaming for a tourniquet, I believe. So I had given an individual, I believe his name is CJ. I don't actually know if that's his name. I had given that to him. He had applied the tourniquet. He had done it wrong. So I had pushed him out of the way, applied it correctly for the most part, and I stayed with Gage until police showed up.
What happened then?
And then the police showed up, told me to back off. I backed off. Once he was in the vehicle, I had noticed an individual saying that there was a gun on the ground. He had pointed to it and started walking toward it. I pushed him out of the way. I had picked up said firearm. I dropped the magazine and emptied the chamber.
I want to make sure the record is clear. You said someone was put inside a vehicle. The he is
Gage.
Gage Grosskreutz?
Yes.
And then there was you said a gun on the ground. What type of gun was it?
It was a Glock.
A pistol?
Yes.
After you took care of neutralizing or disarming the gun, what did you do next?
The police had come up to me and told me to put it down, and then I had walked toward the sidewalk, and then I believe I had headed south toward the car lot.
What happened then?
There was a bunch of reporters, I guess, over there talking to people. And wait, no. I don't recall. I don't want to mix up my story.
Understood. You mentioned that you dealt with a fire in a truck
Yes.
at the car source location?
Yes.
And found a fire extinguisher?
Yes.
Are you able to show us on the map where that occurred?
Yes. about right there.
You are pointing to a location that is on the 63rd Street car source lot near the northeast corner of that lot. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Where did you find the fire extinguisher?
Laying right next to the truck.
And the fire, you said, was inside the truck?
Yes.
Inside the passenger compartment?
Yes.
What did you do after putting that fire out, if you recall?
I put that fire out. There was another fire that was just on the opposite side of the building. There was a car on fire, and then the fire extinguisher was spent, so I couldn't use that. But there were cars around it, so it was myself and another individual. I don't recall who that individual was. Had pushed, I believe, 2 vehicles away from it, so it didn't catch fire on those.
In the sequence of events that you've just described, beginning with hearing the gunshots when you were at 59th Street all the way down to where we just left off, did you encounter Ryan Balch at any time?
Yes.
Do you remember when and where that was?
No. But I know that I did encounter with him.
Do you remember when you were at the car source lot at 63rd Street being with Mr. Balch?
When I was putting out the fires, no.
After that, at that location?
After that, yes.
You mentioned some reporters down at the 63rd Street car source. Did you speak with them?
I avoided them as much as I could.
But is it fair to say that there were a number of them around you with cameras
Yes.
asking pictures, or asking questions rather?
Yes.
And they were also asking questions of Mr. Balch?
Correct.
During that process, did anyone show you an image or a video of the person who was suspected to have committed these shootings?
No, because they thought it was me.
Those people thought it was you?
Yes.
When did you first learn that it was the defendant?
I don't recall.
Was there a time when you were speaking with those reporters that you learned that the person who was suspected to have done these shootings was the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that those reporters were asking you who that person was?
They were asking me if I was the one that had done it, because they were looking for a tall white individual with an AR-15 wearing a green shirt. And that's what I was wearing.
There were also people that were saying that the shooter was with your group.
Yes.
At that time, when they were saying that to you, you knew that was true, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you didn't volunteer that information at that time?
I did not.
Were there police cars nearby at that moment in time?
I believe there was a police blockade on the west side of, I think, 63rd Street.
Did you ever approach any of the police that night and tell them what you knew?
No.
After dealing with the things that you dealt with at 63rd Street car source, where did you go?
We had gotten, Brian and myself had gotten into my truck, and we drove toward the other car lot to pick up a firearm and I believe his cell phone that was inside the building.
Whose property was that?
That was
I mean, the
Cars.
cell phone and the gun. Who did those belong to?
Ryan.
What happened when you got to the 59th Street car source?
It was locked and there was nobody there.
Mr. Lukowski, I want to go back to beginning of your night. You indicated that you arrived at that location around 10:45 p.m. And we talked a little bit about your interactions with the defendant. Did you bring along any medical supplies with you that night?
I did.
Why did you do that?
Just in case it was needed.
I didn't hear you.
Just in case it was needed.
Did you interact with the defendant with regard to those medical supplies?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
He had said he was an EMT. I said that if he needed anything to let me know. And then he had asked, I don't remember exactly what he said, but he had said something. And then I remember giving him my flashlight, turning around, and him digging through my med bag.
I'm not sure I heard that word. You said digging through your med
Digging
bag?
through my med bag, yeah.
Was that the defendant doing that?
Yes.
Did he take any medical supplies from you?
I don't recall what he actually took. But yes, he did take some medical supplies from my bag.
Do you remember speaking to the FBI about those medical supplies?
Yes.
If I showed you a copy of your statement, would it refresh your memory as to what the supplies were?
Yes.
May I approach you? Mr. Lukowski, I'm going to show you your statement. At the bottom of the first page, there's some items marked. Please look those over, and when you're done, look up. It may continue on to the next page.
Okay.
I'm going to take that back. Did that refresh your memory as to the medical supplies that the defendant borrowed from you?
Yes.
What were those specific items?
A quick clot, a bandage, and what you'd call a vitamin pack, which has a bunch of random stuff in it.
What is quick clot?
It is something that you use to stop bleeding, severe bleeding.
Quick clot. Were you aware at that time what sort of medical supplies, if any, the defendant already had on him?
I was not aware, no.
One second, please. I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
Good morning.
Is it fair to say that prior to August 25th, you had never laid eyes on Kyle Rittenhouse?
Correct.
After August 25th, have you ever spoken to Kyle Rittenhouse?
No.
So you didn't know who he was when you got there, and you haven't talked to him since?
Correct.
And you had made mention when speaking to Attorney Binger about shout, shove, show, shoot, right?
Yes.
Okay. In anywhere in that kind of commands that you do, is run away or retreat? Is that in there?
No.
So if you shout at someone and make physical contact or show them your firearm and they're still coming forward, have you ever been trained to
No.
head for the hills?
No.
Run away from them?
No.
Try to get yourself out of the situation that you're in?
No.
You watched the video. Have you watched the videos in this case?
I have watched several, yes.
Okay. Have you watched the video at Car Source at 63rd?
Not in its entirety, no.
Okay. So have you or have you not seen what Mr. Rittenhouse did prior to the shooting?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, you saw Mr. Rosenbaum. Did you see Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Rittenhouse running through the parking lot?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. So you arrive at 59th Street Car Source 10:45-ish,
Around, yes.
and you have an AR-15 and a medical pack with you.
Correct.
Okay. Same kind of situation that when you meet Mr. Rittenhouse that he has, right? He has an AR-15.
To a sense, yes.
You have more than he has, but you both are carrying a medical pack.
Yes.
And he goes through some of your things, your medical things, and takes things that he needs.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yep. And you see him that night.
Correct.
And he is, when you speak to him, you get his name and the EMT information.
Correct.
Is that about it?
Yes.
You see him that night out and about trying to actually help people.
Correct.
Do you see him that night threaten anyone?
No.
Do you see him being aggressive in any manner toward anyone?
No.
You take a peek at exhibit number 40. Can you tell me, do you know who that is a picture of?
Joseph Rosenbaum.
Now, do you remember seeing him that evening? The 25th?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't know his name, but was his behavior such that made you remember him?
Yes.
All right. So can you? Is that enough?
Wasn't he just released from the hospital after a suicide attempt? And then he's yelling, shoot me, shoot me. He wanted to get shot.
You said you see Mr. Rosenbaum in that picture, right?
Yes.
Which I'm not saying that makes it right for Kyle to shoot him, but if Kyle did it in fear for his life,
I'm sorry, Joshua.
there's no crime there.
Recognize or do you remember seeing the person behind Mr. Rosenbaum?
No.
You don't remember seeing Mr. Zeminski?
Looks like Paul O'Keefe.
You had said that Mr. Rosenbaum was yelling at people.
Yes.
Okay. And he's yelling in a crowd of people, right? We're talking about the Ultimate gas station.
No.
You remember seeing him at the Ultimate gas station or not?
No.
So where did you see him in particular?
I saw him on the 59th and Sheridan.
And when he was on, tell me if this is fair, when he's on the corner of 59th and Sheridan, he is yelling, shoot me, and then he uses the N-word.
Yes.
So he's saying, shoot me, N-word, shoot me, N-word.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And to set the backdrop here, he's saying this at a protest for an African-American man who was shot by police.
Correct.
And while he's saying, shoot me, N-word, do you remember people behind yelling or chanting, Black Lives Matter?
I don't recall.
Do you remember that night hearing people saying, Black Lives Matter?
Yes.
Okay. Are people reacting to him?
In a negative manner.
Are they reacting
How is
to him
it self-defense? It's not.
screaming the N-word at a Jacob Blake protest?
In a negative manner, yes.
Okay.
I didn't hear you. In a what manner?
In a negative manner, yes.
How?
Stepping away from him.
Okay, so they're separate, if I have it right. They're trying to disassociate themselves with the guy screaming racial epithets at a Black Lives Matter rally.
Yes.
And you had said that he is, now I'll ask you this. At 59th Street, are there other people around?
Yes.
So it's not a situation, you had said that you didn't feel threatened.
Correct.
It wasn't a situation, though, where you were one-on-one with Mr. Rosenbaum, was it?
It was not correct.
Okay, so there's other people, are there other people that are protecting the business there as well?
Yes.
Okay, so you have support, for lack of a better term.
Yes.
And you had said that, let me ask you this. You said you didn't view him as a threat. Would that have changed at all if you were alone with him?
No.
You didn't view him as a threat?
So, Wills, if someone breaks into my house and has a weapon and tries to kill me, let's say they've got me down in my kitchen trying to kill me, and I'm able to reach up and grab a butcher knife and stab them in the neck and kill them. Who committed the crime? Me or the person that broke into my house and attacked me? I'm alive. They're dead. Do I go to jail for killing them? How is unaliving someone like that a crime? There are instances when unaliving someone is not a crime. Yes, he should have been punished with something. Well, that's not what you said up here. It should always be a crime to unalive someone. No, it shouldn't always be a crime to unalive someone. You're right. It is different. Because someone came into my home. He shouldn't have been there. He should have been charged with what he did wrong. That's where this prosecutor screwed up. He should have been charged with the things he did that was illegal, not the fact that he had to shoot these people. The reason why he had to defend himself was because he was there when he shouldn't have been and with an illegal gun. If he had been charged for the things that he did that was illegal, then he would have been punished. But no, they decided to charge him with crap that didn't stick. And so he didn't get punished. He got off scot-free. I'm not saying this kid's an angel, y'all. I'm not. He should have been punished for the things that he did that was against the law. And he knew it was against the law. Because he gave the money to his friend to buy him the gun. He knew he was not allowed to have that gun. But because he had the gun, he had to defend himself. If he had never had the gun, he probably wouldn't have had to defend himself. He should have been punished for having the damn gun. And then people probably would have left him, even if he'd been there without the gun, this might not have happened. Because then people would have left him alone. But no, little jackass, I'm sorry, y'all. I don't like this kid. But I don't think he should have had to go to prison for killing people. No, he had to go around with his gun yelling, medical, medical, I'm an EMT. Yeah, parenting, like Judy said. This is a parenting issue. This is his parents' fault. 100%.
Did he ever threaten to kill you?
No.
Did he ever say to you, if I get you alone, you're dead?
No.
You said that he was false stepping towards you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did he ever do more than that? Did he ever come actually after you?
No.
If he would have done that, would have made you more concerned?
Situation dictates.
Okay. Well, if I'm false stepping on you, okay, would you be more concerned instead of me false stepping if I'm coming full
Why
stepping
did it
right
get
at you?
so
Yes.
quiet?
Fair, right? I mean,
Yes.
I'm then in your personal space.
Microphone.
And you have a gun too, right?
Yes.
So one of the things I could do is take that gun from you.
Yes.
Try to.
Yes.
And if I threatened to kill you if I saw you that night, and then I'm running full speed at you and I'm going for your gun, are those all things you would have considered when making a decision what to do against somebody like me?
A threat to my life, yes.
Now, you had mentioned that people were throwing chlorine gas bombs.
Yes.
Right? I don't know if we've ever actually established what one of those is. It's a homemade device.
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what you saw that night in terms of these homemade gas bombs?
A water bottle with substance in it. You shake it up, throw it, and then it gets to a point where it explodes because of the chemical reaction.
Okay, and then does it release some form of gas?
Yes.
And Were you guys on 59th Street getting hit with those?
Yes.
And you were also getting hit with, now you say rocks. There's been testimony that people were taking chunks of concrete or cement, breaking them on the ground and throwing those.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so I know rocks come in different shapes and sizes, but we're talking about chunks of concrete. Yes?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I think you had mentioned in your statement to the FBI that Mr. Rosenbaum was one of the most aggressive people that you had encountered that night.
Yes.
And is that true? Are you?
Yes.
That has stood the test of time in terms
Yes.
of your recollections? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. There was some conversation that you had with Attorney Binger about your interaction with Kyle on on Sheridan Road as he's running north.
Yes.
He never stops running, correct?
He stopped running to talk to me.
For how long?
I couldn't tell you the time span.
Okay, well, I want to see if we can do this. Is it minutes?
It seemed like seconds.
Okay. Are there, if you know, are there people behind him running after him?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you hear anything of people yelling?
At one point, somebody did shout, "Get him."
So I'm going to show you if I can, and it only works on this video. So, Judge, do you mind if he steps?
Go ahead.
If you can, well, if we can do it. All right, perfect.
Yeah, it says out of order.
What's happening?
Yeah, thank you. This is the
It's so quiet.
So, Judge, I have marked this video as 41. I don't think there's an objection from the state to move it into evidence.
May I see it?
Yeah, this is just the front page of this is all I have. We're going to move the video eventually, but this is
It's the
front
identifying
page. Yeah,
document for the video. Go ahead. Receive.
No, you can.
No. Well, okay, it's your the defendant cannot currently see the screen. Oh, it's up now. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'll stay out of it.
There's a screen there too.
I'll stay out of it. Okay. Oh, and he's going there.
Judge Rogan.
All right.
Okay.
All right, who got?
Take screenshots. That dude shot him. That nigga just shot that dude. Cranium that boy. He just shot a man.
Are you in this video? Can you tell?
I can't tell.
Are you, from your recollection, are you walking south on Sheridan Road at that time?
Yes.
Okay. So, is this about the location where you made contact with Mr. Rittenhouse, if you remember?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Can you play the video? Is that you right there, Mr. Rittenhouse?
Yes.
Okay, so you have a brief conversation with Mr. Rittenhouse, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, can you play it for one more second? not being critical. You keep walking then north on Sheridan?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard on the tape things like people saying cranium that boy, right? Cranium, like your head? Cranium that boy.
On the tape, yes.
Do you recall hearing that?
Use your microphone.
No.
Okay. Now, you had told the FBI that Mr. Rittenhouse said to you, I didn't shoot anybody, but I need help.
Yes.
Now, you'd agree, well, tell me if you'd agree. The statement that makes more sense is, I did shoot somebody and I need help. Right? Why would he need help if he didn't shoot someone? Right?
Yes.
Okay. So, again, I'm not being critical. How certain are you that in fact he didn't say, I did shoot someone and I need help versus I didn't shoot someone, but I need help?
I don't honestly recall.
Okay. Are you after Mr. Rittenhouse leaves you and is running north on Sheridan Road, do you hear or see, if you recall, any of the people that are yelling at him and running toward him? Do you remember seeing and hearing that?
Yes, there was some individuals running toward him. At least they were running to the north.
Do you remember hearing them talking or yelling at him or not?
Outside of individuals saying, get him, no.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Outside of an individual saying, get him, no.
Okay, so you at least heard one person yell, get him.
Yes.
And is it at that point then that you kind of, I think you told Mr. Binger, at that point you had kind of blacked out?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell us what that means to you?
It's when you just go through the motions. I guess it's when your body just goes through the motions and you're kind of like the lights on, nobody's home kind of deal. It's when your body hits to a certain point of stress to where it just goes through the motions.
Okay, so in high stressful situations, your recollection of events for you becomes difficult.
Yes.
At least in this situation.
In this scenario, yes.
And you you make, or then what you recall is making contact with Gage Grosskreutz.
Yes.
You have that photo? I'm sorry? Now, do you remember where you made contact with him? Are you on Sheridan Road?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the location? If you look at the map, does that help you? So this is 63rd. And that's 59th. Oh, next from St. James Church. Do you remember where you are?
Just before the intersection.
Okay. And that's a picture of Mr. Grosskreutz, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in that picture, he's holding a black pistol?
Yes.
Does that appear to be, or look, I can't say does it appear to look like the pistol that you located on the ground?
Yes.
All right. That pistol that you located on the ground, you had said, I'm going to use your term, you dumped the magazine, right?
I had dropped the magazine and cleared the chamber, yes.
So the magazine is the, for lack of a better term, if we see TV or whatever, it's the thing that goes into the grip of the gun that holds bullets, right?
Correct.
Okay. And there was a magazine with bullets in there?
Correct.
Yep.
And then you said
that's exactly right, Marty.
Correct. It's when you take the top of the slide and rack it back.
Okay, so like you'll see on television or whatever, they pull it back and then the bullet can fly out?
Correct.
Does there have to be a bullet in the chamber to fire the gun?
Yes.
Was there a bullet in that chamber?
Yes.
So in your training and experience with firearms, was that gun ready to be fired?
Yes.
So in the past with some witnesses, Mr. Binger has asked them if they had shot anyone that night. And what I want to do is just ask you a couple questions about you that night. Okay. Fair to say no one verbally threatened to kill you, did they?
Not that I recall, no.
No one actually chased you, did they?
Not that I recall, no.
Yeah, read the whole thing,
Did
Michelle.
anybody ever say to you,
And it's also like from a militia against the government.
"Don't do shit, motherfucker"?
No.
No one ever said that
No.
to you? Did anybody ever, well, were you alone at various times that evening?
Yes.
Okay. And you have military training?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever feel there was a situation where somebody had kind of snuck up on you or ambushed you that night?
No.
Is it fair to say the reason that you didn't use your firearm that night is nobody had attacked you that night, right?
There was no need for it.
Now, after the shooting, you had said that you put out a truck that was on fire by Car Source.
Yes.
We call it Car Source 3, but it's Car Source at 63rd.
Yes.
And that, by happenstance, there was a fire extinguisher located close to that?
Yes.
Did you ever see Kyle walking back toward the police line on 60 or on 59th or 60th here? Did you ever see him walking back this direction after you had contact with him down here?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what happened after that?
No.
I just have one or two more questions for you. I just want to make sure that we're clear on your contact or interaction with Mr. Rosenbaum. Now, you had said that you had witnessed people pushing a lit dumpster in the road. Is that right?
I did not know.
You did not see that?
No.
Okay. Were you ever at the Ultimate gas station then?
I walked past it, talked to some individuals there, and then just kept on my merry way.
Okay, so the contact, when you heard Mr. Rittenhouse screaming, I'm sorry, Mr. Rosenbaum screaming the racial epithets and saying, "Shoot me," it wasn't at this location,
No.
it was at another location.
Correct.
So can I ask you this? When you left for the evening, you had driven down there, right?
Correct.
Was your vehicle damaged?
Yes.
How?
I had a smashed back window and a smashed front windscreen.
Sorry, front.
Windscreen or windshield. Yeah.
Okay. So you drove back to wherever you were with a smashed up vehicle?
Yes.
I think I have one more question.
See, that's so stupid. He got his window all busted up. Why? Stay home where it's safe. Why is there so much dead air when this attorney gets up there? Dude, be prepared. My number one pet peeve in an attorney is to not be prepared.
So, if I can ask you, Mr. Lukowski, is that the fire extinguisher, if you recall, that you used to put out the fire in the truck that's next to it?
Yes.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
How much redirect do you have? All right, let's take a break. Please don't talk about please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
I love civics. That was one of my favorite classes in high school. And I don't even think they teach kids that anymore.
All right, Mr. Binger.
Mr. Lukowski, I just have a few follow-up questions after Attorney Chirafisi had questioned you. At any point in that evening, did you receive a report that you or other folks guarding 59th Street needed to go down to 63rd to put out a fire?
No.
Or to deal with any sort of property damage at that location?
No.
So when you decided to go down there in the end, it was simply because you heard gunshots?
Yes.
You were asked about your FBI statement regarding what you heard the defendant say.
Yes.
That was a statement that you gave to the FBI on September 1st of 2020. Does that sound right?
Yes.
That would have been about 6 or 7 days after the incident occurred?
Yes.
Was your memory of what occurred on the night of August 25th fresher in your mind at the time you spoke to the interview than it is today?
Correct.
When you spoke with the FBI, did they identify themselves as law enforcement agents?
Yes.
Did you understand that they were there to ask you about what had happened on the night of August 25th?
Yes.
At that time, did you know that 2 people had been killed that night?
Yes.
Did you feel that you had a responsibility to cooperate with the investigation?
Yes.
Did you feel like you wanted to be as open and honest with the FBI agents as possible?
Yes.
Did you feel like you wanted to give them as much information as you could about the events of that night?
Yes.
When you spoke to them, did you tell them the truth?
Yes.
Did you understand that if you lied to law enforcement, that that would potentially be criminal activity?
Yes.
And when you spoke to the FBI, you were clear with them about what the defendant had said to you when you met him on the street. Is that right?
At that point, what I recollected, yes.
The reason I ask that is because
Explain.
when
Yeah.
Attorney Chirafisi was asking you,
Yeah,
I think you said you weren't sure, as you sit here today, what the defendant said. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is that because over the last 14 months, some of the details are no longer as clear to you as they were when you spoke to the FBI on September 1st, 2020?
Yes.
Your statement to the FBI, where you told them Rittenhouse's face was pale white, and he stated that he didn't shoot anyone but needed help. That was accurate, correct?
Yes.
Why would you go up to someone and say, I didn't shoot anybody, but I need help?
That was accurate as the fact.
Yes. Stupid
It was
statement.
accurate that I had stated that at that point in time, yes.
And was that, in fact, what the defendant had said to you?
From what I recollect at that point in time, yes.
It's what he thought he said. Doesn't mean that's what he said.
You characterized Mr. Rosenbaum and the way people around him were reacting to him, and I think you used the word they were disassociating from him. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did you see anyone else that appeared to be friendly towards Mr. Rosenbaum, or somebody that he was in association with or accompanying that night?
Not that I recall, no.
Did he appear to be solo?
Not that I recall.
I'm a little confused, so help me understand. Did he appear to be in the company of any other people?
I was confused at that. There was people around him, but I'm not sure if they were associated with him.
Did you see anyone that you felt was associated with him or accompanying him or anything like that?
Not that I recall, no.
You were shown a photograph which has been marked exhibit number 14, and you were asked to identify Mr. Rosenbaum, and you were asked about this person behind him. Do you have any idea who that was?
No, sir.
Do you recall seeing that person at any point on the night of August 25th?
No.
Could we please show an excerpt from exhibit 18?
And if you can't read cursive, you can't read the Constitution. I knew what they were doing.
Mr. Lukowski, there is a female in this almost center of the video, a little center left, with a backpack on and a dark shirt and
regular
blue jeans.
type.
Do you see that person?
Somewhere.
Do you recall ever seeing that person on the night of August 25th?
No.
And I'll state for the record for the jury, there's no dispute. That is Kelly Zeminski, and standing next to her is Joshua Zeminski, whose face can be seen here in exhibit number 40.
I wish to God Beer would quit testifying.
With regard to those two people,
I know, I was
I've
kidding, Marty.
drawn your attention to, were they around Mr. Rosenbaum when Mr. Rosenbaum was stepping at you and saying the things he was saying? Do you recall?
Not that I recall.
You characterize Mr. Rosenbaum as the most aggressive person out there that night. Is that fair to say?
From my recollection, yes.
Did you ever see him physically harm anyone?
No.
Did you ever hear him threaten to physically harm anyone?
No.
At any point on the evening of August 25th, did you personally witness anyone physically harm anyone else?
No.
You mentioned that at one point you walked past the Ultimate gas station. And just so we're clear, the Ultimate gas station is right here on the southeast corner of 60th and Sheridan. Do you see where I'm pointing at?
Yes.
And you know, you're from, as you sit here today, you're familiar with that location? Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
Is that the location that you're talking about that you passed by at one point?
Yes.
What I want to ask is, where in the timeline did that occur?
Right when I got there, I had parked my vehicle on the one street over, and then I walked up. I think it's his 60th.
Would you be able to use that pointer to show us what you just described?
I parked somewhere back here, and then I walked up 60th.
Okay. So you're pointing along what I think is 8th Avenue. Is that right? Guys? 8th Avenue there by Library Park, and then walked up to 60th and headed west on 60th.
Yes.
And that was the only time in the evening when you passed by the Ultimate, that you stopped at the Ultimate gas station?
Yes.
The final thing I want to inquire about is the folks that were shouting as you encountered Mr. Rittenhouse, and Mr. Rittenhouse was running north on Sheridan. I think the one thing that you've described hearing is the words "get him." Is
Yes.
that right? Do you recall any other specific words that the crowd was saying?
No.
I'm going to try and ask you to put yourself back in the mindset of that night, at that moment when you heard that. Who did you think the him was?
I'm not too sure, to be honest.
Was it obvious to you that the him was the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse?
No.
At that moment in time, did you have any reason to believe that the defendant had shot anyone?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe that when people are shouting or pointing or doing whatever, that they were meaning the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse?
No.
I have no further questions.
Any cross?
I do, briefly. When you heard "get him," you didn't know that Mr. Rittenhouse had shot Mr. Rosenbaum, right?
Correct.
Okay. Would it be fair to say, though, whoever they were yelling "get him" to, that person had something to be concerned about?
Yes.
And Mr. Binger asked you, did you see Mr. Rosenbaum yell at anyone or threaten anyone, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you hear anybody else demanding to be shot that evening other than Mr. Rosenbaum?
No.
Did you hear any other white people using racial epithets in the way that Mr. Rosenbaum was using them that evening?
Not that I can recall, no.
He also said that he was the most person out there.
I just want to clarify your statement to the FBI. Okay. When Kyle made contact with you, was that in the portion of your statement or your testimony where you don't have a good recollection of it? You had said you had blacked out. Was that during
After the meeting with that little meeting, I guess I had with Kyle, and then I had followed him down, and I heard gunshots behind me, and then I had heard gunshots behind me once again. At that point, next thing I remember is seeing Gage.
Okay. So I'm not being critical about this, but you hear what you believe to be a rifle shots fired near 63rd and Sheridan.
Yes.
You see Kyle Rittenhouse running in your direction.
Yes.
You hear people yelling, "Get him."
Yes.
He tells you, whether he says, "I just shot somebody" or "I didn't shoot somebody, but I need help." At that point, you don't suspect that he may have been the person who shot someone?
It didn't cross my mind, no.
Is that in part because he wasn't aggressive during the night?
I'm going to object.
Correct.
This is beyond the scope.
No.
Even if it is, I generally do not adhere strictly to that rule. So
Is that part of, you wouldn't have a reason to believe he shot someone because he wasn't acting aggressive when I say?
I don't think it's beyond the scope.
Correct.
They're asking about aggressiveness of
My
every
final question is this.
that night.
As you sit here now and think about that statement, does it make more logical sense to you that he would have said that he shot somebody and he needs help versus he didn't shoot somebody but needs help?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope. It's been asked and answered.
I just said that. It would make sense for him to say, I didn't shoot anybody, but I need help.
Why don't you rephrase your question? The first part, they asked and answered, as I said, we're here to develop the facts for the jury. And we all have seen abuses where people lie back and hold their questions until they're into a redirect or a recross. But I haven't seen that from either side in this case, so I'm not going to swerve from my usual indulgence with these kinds of things. But on the second point, I think the question should be restructured.
So I know that you've testified about what you believe you heard that night, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what I'm asking that you do is, have you looked at your statement since you gave it? Have you ever read your statement?
A few days ago, and then in the court.
Who had you read your statement?
Myself.
Who gave it to you?
I did.
Okay, so you met with Mr. Binger?
Yes.
I want to be clear. Is this his statement or a statement, a summary made by the FBI?
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
So the statement that Mr. Binger provided to you was a statement written by the FBI saying what you told them?
Yes.
Okay. So remembering that, now my question to you was this. Having read that statement, and the portion I'm talking about is what Kyle said to you, does it make more logical sense to you today, or when you had, and he can shake his head if he wants, while you're sitting here now, why would he need help if he didn't shoot someone?
I'm going to object.
Argumentative.
Okay. I have no other questions. Thank you.
I have one final question, Your Honor.
I understand his question.
You said you didn't think the get him was aimed at Mr. Rittenhouse, right?
Yes.
At that moment in time, you didn't think Mr. Rittenhouse shot anybody because he said he didn't shoot anybody, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
I understand the question. I'm not quite sure why they're not allowed to ask it.
They don't just fax them.
It is more logical that he would have said, I shot someone and I need help. Because why would he say, I didn't shoot anybody, but I need help? I think the guy misheard him. So they're trying to make him look like a liar? I don't know.
Call Amber Rasmussen.
Oh. Sorry.
Can this matter be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God? I do. You may be seated.
Can you please state your name and spell it for the benefit of the court reporter?
Amber Rasmussen, AMBERRASMUSSEN.
And where are you employed?
I am employed at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Milwaukee.
And what is your position there?
I'm a DNA analyst in the
Okay.
DNA analysis unit.
And how long have you been a DNA analyst?
I have been employed as a DNA analyst for just over 10 years.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's of science in biology and human biology from the University
Oh, I
of
know,
Wisconsin.
Judy. I'm just saying, I
a
don't
master's of
think he
science
said
in
that. I don't think he
commercial
lied that time.
What are your primary duties as a forensic scientist in DNA analysis?
As a DNA analyst, we will receive evidence, analyze that evidence for any possible biological materials, attempt to develop a DNA profile from that evidence, make any comparisons to known individuals, write a report on our findings, and testify to those findings in court if needed.
And have you received any specialized training in the areas of DNA analysis?
Yes, in addition to my education, I also received approximately 9 months of on-the-job training prior to being signed off as a full DNA analyst. I also undergo annual training and review current literature.
And are you a member of any professional organizations related to forensic science?
Yes, I am a member of both the Midwest Association of Forensic Science as well as the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
And is your laboratory accredited by any organization?
Yes, we are accredited by it's ANAB, which is an acronym for another acronym, but it is American National Accreditation Board, ANSI, ASQ, National Accreditation Board.
And is there any sort of proficiency testing or peer reviewing that you participate at your laboratory?
Yes, we participate in both proficiency testing and peer review. Proficiency testing is when an external company provides us a test with known results, and we work that test as if it were a case and send our results back to them, and they verify that we obtain the correct results on that case. Peer review or technical review is when another analyst evaluates our work and work we did on a case, and they review every case. Another trained analyst will review every case that we work within the lab.
And what actually is what people commonly refer to as DNA? What actually is it?
DNA is often referred to as the building block of life. It is present in all living things. It is the same throughout your body. It is unique to each individual except for identical twins, and it's what makes you who you are. It's what makes you a human. It's what determines your genetic characteristics.
And how do you test for DNA, or what's the process you use?
So for forensic testing, we look at areas of DNA that aren't typically associated with physical characteristics. They are areas often referred to as junk DNA, but we have found these areas that vary from individual to individual, and one individual may have the same DNA type at a location as another, but when we look at multiple types, that will vary from person to person, and we can use that totality of DNA types within an individual's DNA profile to differentiate between DNA from different people.
Now, when I read these reports, there's something called an STR. What is an STR?
Or tandem
STR is a specific reference to the type of DNA we look at. STR stands for short tandem repeat, which is the small repeated sequences of DNA that we use for our analysis.
And is that kind of analysis a commonly or generally accepted procedure in forensic science?
Yes, it is.
And how do you go about doing a STR DNA analysis?
So first we will take an item of evidence, whether it is swabs or clothing, and we will take a sample from that item, and we will subject that sample to a series of reagents in order to break open any cells that may be present, clean up that sample from anything that is not DNA, and end up with a small volume of liquid that contains purified DNA. We will then take that small sample and count how much DNA is present and run it through our system to make copies of those areas that we use in our analysis.
Now, I've placed a document in front of you that has been labeled in another way, Exhibit 22. Can you please take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it?
Is this the document?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, this is a copy of my confidential report of laboratory findings for laboratory case R20-2992, dated June 25th, 2021. and I can tell that it is my report because there is my signature on the first page and my initials on each subsequent page.
So did you review that report before coming to testify today?
Yes.
And is this, as far as you can, is this a true and accurate copy of your report?
Yes.
I'd like to move Exhibit 22 into evidence. Now, in this case, is this case related to the Kyle Rittenhouse? This report related to the Kyle Rittenhouse case?
Yes.
And what did you receive to test for DNA in this case?
In this case, we received 3 sets of swabs from a firearm, 2 sets of swabs from an ammunition magazine, and 3 standard or reference samples from known individuals.
What is a standard or reference sample?
A standard or reference is a sample that is directly collected from a person, and we use that to establish what that individual's DNA profile is, and we can then use that for comparison to any questioned evidentiary profiles we obtain.
And the 3 standards in this case you received from Joseph Rosenbaum, Anthony Huber, and Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yes.
Now, Kyle Rittenhouse is called a buccal swab. What is that?
A buccal swab is a swab of the
You
bones,
said
which
it
are the
right.
inside of your cheek contains buccal swabs. So these are basically swabs that are taken from the inside of a person's mouth.
And the ones from Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Huber are dried blood standards. What are those?
Dried blood standards are when blood is applied to usually a card, and then we can take a sample of that blood to develop a profile.
So you can get the DNA from the dried blood.
Yes.
And you talked about swabs from a firearm and from some ammunition magazines. Can you describe how that process is done?
Which part of the process?
I'm sorry. What do you mean by swabs? Like, what do you actually receive?
So in this case, what was received were envelopes containing swab boxes, which are small boxes that contain basically a wooden stick with cotton on the end, a long-handled Q-tip. And each of those boxes was marked as having been collected from a different area of either the firearm or from a magazine. In this case, there was 1 set of swabs marked as having been collected from a trigger, another from a barrel guard, and another from a pistol grip, and then 2 sets from a magazine. And what we do is we will cut off the cotton portion of that swab, and that is what proceeds in our testing to try to develop a DNA profile.
So is it your understanding that someone would have taken that swab, swabbed the parts or the items that are listed, and then packaged it up and sent them to you?
Yes.
So it's being represented to you that the gun has been swabbed by these Q-tips?
Yes.
Or not technically Q-tip, but. Now, did you find any DNA on any of those swabs?
Yes.
Where did you find DNA?
There was DNA detected on all 5 of those evidentiary items.
And what did you do once DNA was detected?
I attempted to develop a profile from each of those, and then attempted to interpret those profiles and make any comparisons to those.
Now, for the trigger swab, was there any DNA found from the trigger swab?
Yes.
And who was the source of that DNA?
A single source male profile was obtained from the swabs from the trigger, and Kyle Rittenhouse is the source of that DNA profile.
Wow.
Now, the next finding is swabs from the barrel guard. Is that a part of the gun?
Yes.
And what were the findings on the barrel guard?
The barrel guard contained a mixture of DNA, so there was DNA present from at least 2 people. This contained DNA from at least 1 male. And assuming that there were 2 people present, I was able to do a comparison to each of the 3 different individuals in this case. Would you like me to read those results as well?
Let me ask you one question before you do that. You said you used a process or a procedure called STR mix. Just briefly, what is that?
STR Mix is a software program that helps us to interpret DNA and analyze DNA profiles, and it also helps to perform comparisons to the DNA profiles.
Is this the standard you use when there are potential mixtures?
It is most often used for mixtures, yes.
Is it the only thing your lab uses for mixtures now?
We do, in certain cases, we do have, we can not use this software and we can do a manual interpretation.
Now, what were your findings on the barrel guard?
For the barrel guard, this was a two-person mixture, and assuming there are two people present, we compared two different hypotheses or propositions or explanations for the data. The first explanation is that this DNA profile came from the person of interest in an unknown individual, and the second is it came from two unknown individuals. So in this case, there were three different persons of interest, which were each compared separately to that mixture profile. There was strong support for exclusion for Joseph D. Rosenbaum. It is at least 70,000 times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it is a mixture from two unknown individuals than it is a mixture resulting from Joseph Rosenbaum and an unknown individual. There is very strong support for exclusion for Anthony M. Huber in this mixture. It is at least 2 billion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from two unknown individuals than Anthony M. Huber and another unknown individual. And there is very strong support for inclusion for Kyle H. Rittenhouse. It is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from Kyle Rittenhouse and an unknown individual than if it is a mixture resulting from two unknown individuals.
So am I understanding that there's strong support to exclude Joseph Rosenbaum and Anthony Huber on that DNA swap, on that DNA analysis, but very strong support to include Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yes.
Now, were the next item is the swabs from the pistol grip. What were the results from that? Was that also with the STR mix?
This was also a two-person mixture, including at least one male, and it was also interpreted using the StarMix software.
So what were the findings on that item?
Because this was a two-person mixture, our possible explanations are the same. We have either the person of interest in an unknown or two unknown individuals. And for the pistol grip, there is strong support for exclusion for Joseph D. Rosenbaum. It is at least 657,000 times more likely to observe this profile if it is a mixture resulting from two unknown individuals than if it is a mixture resulting from Joseph D. Rosenbaum and another unknown individual. There is strong support for exclusion for Anthony M. Huber. It is at least 13,000 times more likely to observe this profile if it is a mixture from two unknown individuals than if it is a mixture from Anthony M. Huber and another unknown individual. And there is very strong support for inclusion for Kyle H. Rittenhouse. It is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from Kyle Rittenhouse and an unknown than if it is a mixture from two unknown individuals.
Is it fair to say that's essentially the same findings as the swab from the barrel guard? The numbers and the likelihoods are different.
They are similar conclusions, yes.
Now, the next item is the magazine swabs. What were your findings from the magazine swabs?
There were 2 sets of magazine swabs submitted in this case. The first set was a low-level 2-person mixture that contained DNA from at least one male. And this was also interpreted with StarMix.
And what were the results?
There is moderate support for exclusion for Joseph D. Rosenbaum. It is at least 2,670 times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture from two unknown individuals than if it is a mixture from Joseph D. Rosenbaum and an unknown individual. The conclusion was uninformative for Anthony M. Huber. The statistical value generated for his comparison has been seen for both individuals known to be included in a mixture and known not to be included. So our laboratory will not make a conclusion in this statistical range. There is very strong support for inclusion for Kyle H. Rittenhouse. It is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from Kyle Rittenhouse and an unknown than if it is a mixture resulting from 2 unknown individuals.
Now, so in terms of Mr. Huber, you cannot either exclude or include him.
Correct. The amount of DNA present from the second contributor, and this is a low-level mixture, there was less information present, so we are less able to make a definitive answer one way or another.
What is a low-level mixture?
Low level just means that there isn't much DNA present, or not our ideal amount of DNA for performing an interpretation. So there is less DNA than a full profile from all of the contributors to the mixture.
Does there have to be a certain amount or a certain quality of DNA present in order for your laboratory to continue with testing?
We have a threshold where so we count how, I mentioned earlier, we count how much DNA is in a sample, and we have a threshold where we have determined we may get results. Anything below that does not continue in our laboratory process. But as far as once results are generated, we will see if we can make comparisons. Sometimes there isn't enough data to make comparisons.
Now, the last item here is the second set of magazine swabs. What were the findings there?
This was also a low-level 2-person mixture with at least 1 male present, and this was also interpreted using the StarMix software.
And again, what were the findings?
The presence of Josen D. Rosenbaum's DNA within this mixture was uninformative. Statistical values in this range have been observed for both individuals known to be included in a mixture and known to not be included in a mixture. So we will not make a conclusion regarding his presence of DNA in the mixture. Anthony M. Huber was also uninformative. Statistical values such as those obtained for his profile are inconclusive, and we will not make a conclusion. And Kyle H. Rittenhouse, there was strong support for inclusion of his profile within the mixture. It is at least 874,000 times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from Kyle Rittenhouse and an unknown individual than if it is a mixture resulting from 2 unknown individuals.
What is touch DNA?
Touch DNA is the term that is often used to refer to the DNA that is transferred to an item when a person touches or handles it.
And is it more or less likely to transfer DNA in a touch DNA situation than, say, if bleeding onto an item?
Body fluids are a definite source and good source of DNA. Touch DNA will vary greatly in the amount of DNA contained in the resulting sample. It will vary based on how long the object was handled, how much friction or pressure was involved, how recently that individual had washed their hands, if they had touched their face prior to touching the item. There are quite a number of factors. So touch DNA has much more variance in the quality of DNA obtained.
So assuming your hand is not bleeding or doesn't have any sort of other bodily fluid on it, what kind of cells would you be expecting to find if it's touch DNA? Like from where in the body or what fluids in the body?
Touch DNA is often from skin cells or transferred from, as I said, usually touching your face is the most likely source of DNA. Or touching any other items may also be a secondary transfer of DNA.
So if I touch this television here briefly, I may or may not leave DNA behind on it.
You probably left DNA behind. Whether it was enough to be detectable via our methods is a different question.
But if I sat here and touched it for a longer period of time, or if my hands are particularly sweaty, would it be fair to say that it'd be more likely there'd be enough DNA to test?
Yes.
Now, we in the courtroom have seen a video that shows Mr. Huber making contact with the firearm that was in question here. how could it be that Mr. Huber makes contact with the firearm and does not leave DNA behind?
As far as leaving DNA behind or being detected on the samples we received, touch DNA, again, can vary. There may have been very little DNA on his hands when he handled that object. It may have been wiped away later. The sample may have been exposed to heat or moisture or undergone a duration of time before it was collected, and all of those things will limit the amount of DNA that can be detected.
Is it true? Let me ask it this way. Does your lab have restrictions on what they will accept in terms of items for simply touch DNA analysis?
Yes.
And why is that, to the best of your knowledge?
We have submission guidelines for touch DNA items. They are less likely to result in usable DNA profiles, and we will not accept touch DNA items on nonviolent cases.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examine. Can I ask you, Ms. Rasmussen, when you get a sample to be tested, who tells you what area, in this case, so there's a firearm, right? You test
The DNA unit did not receive the firearm itself in this case.
What did you receive?
We received swabs that were collected from a firearm.
Okay. And so when law enforcement sends those to you, they tell you this swab was taken from this area of the firearm or this area of the firearm, and we'd like you to test it. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that you never got a swab from the barrel of that gun?
The barrel guard was the closest, to my knowledge, that was obtained from the barrel of the gun.
Do you know what a barrel guard is?
I do not.
Okay. You'd agree, however, it's listed barrel guard. There's nothing on here listing barrel of gun.
Correct.
So if, for example, Joseph Rosenbaum touched the barrel of that gun, we'll never know that, right?
I have no way of determining it.
Because it wasn't sent to you for analysis, right?
Yes.
Now, Jim.
That always happens. Have you guys noticed that? They never send the right thing for DNA analysis.
I just would like if you can tell me what you see in those exhibits.
How many people have said this man
In
went
Exhibit 45, I see a
Barrel.
person walking the opposite direction of whoever's taking the photo, and a person on the ground, and there's an object connecting them. The person on the ground appears to be holding on to the object.
Okay. No disagreement that the person on the ground is Mr. Rittenhouse? No disagreement that the person standing up is Mr. Huber?
Oh, dude, use your mic.
The object in between them is a firearm? No disagreement. Okay. So, Ms. Rasmussen, if I told you that person standing there is Anthony Huber, okay, that we agree on that, you agree that it appears Anthony Huber is touching that, and we agree that's a gun. You'd agree that Anthony Huber is touching that gun, right? Appears to be he's touching that gun?
It appears to be.
Okay. Now, in the areas, so the fact there's no DNA present in the areas you were asked to look at doesn't mean that the person didn't actually touch the firearm. We see it, right?
Correct.
Okay.
The DNA, yeah, correct.
Okay. So if I told you that's a different angle, that's Mr. Rittenhouse on the ground, that's Mr. Huber holding the skateboard, and that's a firearm, you'd agree it appears that Mr. Huber is touching that firearm. Would you agree with that?
That appears to be the case.
Okay. And
So the fact that, I don't know where that is on the gun, but the fact that the DNA isn't there, and everybody thinks DNA is this thing that proves everything. You'd agree that we can see he's actually touching the firearm.
What is your question?
Well, the fact that it's not present, and I don't know where on the gun that is, but the fact that DNA is not present in any of the areas of the firearm for Mr. Huber doesn't mean that he didn't actually touch it.
Correct. Whether DNA was detected from an individual or not does not mean that they did not touch that item.
And I think you said, and tell me if I have this right, the shorter amount of time someone touches something, the less likely there'll be DNA which you can compare or find.
Yes, the less an item is handled, the less I would expect there to be an opportunity for DNA to transfer.
Was there ever a follow-up request by law enforcement to test any other areas of that gun?
Not to my knowledge. That may not have gone directly to me, though it may have been to someone else at the crime laboratory.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I don't remember the numbers. I'd move 40 to 45 and 46. Right?
Yes.
I'd move 45 and 46, if there's no objection.
No.
Steve? And I have no other questions. Thank you for your time, ma'am.
Any redirect?
No.
Let me step down, ma'am. I haven't heard anything about food, so we'll just. Mr. Mayor?
Okay.
Yeah, well, here.
We have it digitally that will submit.
Okay. Although actually, unless you need it, well, go ahead, do it.
No, you can have it. We have
No.
copies of it if you want it.
Let's fight over it.
Okay. We are going to stop. We're going to stop there for today. It is after 3. And I think we're all tired. And now we're getting into the sciencey stuff too. So thank you guys for coming out. It's been another constructive conversation day. I know we're at odds with this. I think we agree. But differently. I agree that he should have been punished. I don't agree that he should have been charged with murder. What? What do you mean, Michelle? You'll still give what? Oh, okay. Yeah, I get it. I know the DNA stuff is boring. But that cross-examination, though, that was pretty interesting because he showed her an actual clip of the guy touching the gun and got her to say it's possible, even though the DNA didn't say it, obviously. But I think we're agreeing, just not like different degrees, I guess, of responsibility for what he did. And I don't think it's the jury's problem. I think it's the prosecutor's problem. I think that he charged him incorrectly. That's what I think. Yes, I think he should have been punished. Oh, you're just kidding? Oh, I was going to say, if you don't want to be here for the DNA stuff, that's fine. I totally get it. I think it's the prosecutor's problem. I don't think it's the jury's. I think the jury got it right. I think it's the prosecutor's problem. He charged him incorrectly. Because First degree murder? No, that wasn't. He did not go out of the house with that gun and say, I'm going to kill someone tonight. He's a little boy that was trying to be a big man with a gun. He didn't think he was going to shoot anybody with that gun, or at least I don't think he thought he was going to shoot anybody with that gun. I think it was just a lot of bravado. You know, I have a gun and I can carry it. I don't think he had any intention of using it at all. And yeah, there is a dichotomy with medic, and yeah, I've got an AR-15. There is a dichotomy. But I don't think he ever intended on using it. And then he found himself in a situation where he needed to use it. Or food. Or food. We talk about food a lot. Dang, I wish his cough would go away. That's the only thing left from this flu. This has been the crazy. Yes, he testifies. Yeah, he testifies. And he blubbers like a baby. Well, I mean, I guess I shouldn't fault him for that. He is a baby. But I imagine the child has some PTSD from being, I mean, like he's relaying what happened, right? And he's down, you can see in that one picture, he's down on his back on the ground with these guys above him. One of them's hitting him with a skateboard. So I guess he's got a little bit of PTSD while he's really reliving it, you know. But yeah, he bawls like a baby. I started to put that picture on the thumbnail and changed my mind and just put the picture of him being sworn in. But yeah, he testifies. Which may actually have been what saved him, to be honest, because the emotion and everything, like, it's not someone that murdered somebody and is on the stand being manipulative and making up this crazy story like Jim McIntyre. It's a kid getting up there and literally explaining that he was in over his head and what happened and crying. So exactly. Exactly. He shouldn't have been there. Yeah, I don't think they swabbed the right part of the gun. Because he obviously touched it. I mean, that's why and that was a good cross-exam for the DNA. A lot of times they don't even cross-exam the DNA people because it's science. Like, you can't cross-examine science. But the very good point that they never received the gun, they just got swabs, and it probably was not swabbed. And then he shows her the picture of the guy actually touching the gun. So we know he touched the gun. Yeah. That's exactly, if I got in trouble, like, why were you there? You weren't supposed to be there in the first place. Yeah. Tough love. People don't do tough love anymore. It's like, but I guess if it was my kid, I don't have kids. I don't know. Don't listen to me for parenting advice. I don't have kids. I don't know. But I imagine if my 17-year-old had been there and then got charged with first-degree murder, yeah, I'd be on his side. Because it wasn't first-degree murder. But still, yeah. Any other thing, drunk driving, being arrested by association, like if they're hanging out with people doing drugs or something like that, yeah. Why were you there? You shouldn't have been there in the first place. Then, yeah, you can spend the night in jail. But something like this is totally different. Yes, this was good. Of course, the direct was just your normal boring DNA testimony. But the cross was good. because she said his DNA wasn't on the gun, and then he showed her the picture of him touching it. So, oh my God. Oh my God. You know, I look back now and I can think of two things I did that if my parents had ever known about it, they would have killed me. And I am so fortunate that I did not get caught. I was little goody goody. They never did anything wrong because I knew my parents would absolutely ground me till I was 30. And I twice, I'm sure there were other times too, but the two big bad ones that like I could have really gotten in trouble or hurt or worse. One was I was spending the night with a friend. Well, like we had planned this in advance, and we were, you know, I was just telling my parents I was going to spend the night at her house, and she had met some older guy. I think they were college guys, some older college guys, and we were good. I was in high school. I don't even remember what grade I was in, 10th or 11th. I might have been a senior. I don't know. Anyway, so I spent the night at my friend's house. This is before cell phones. And we went to Gainesville, which is like this is when I lived in Bronson, so like 20 minutes away. And she had met this guy, and they had invited her over. So it was him and like a couple of his friends. So they were college guys. And we went over to their house. And my mom wanted me to call her at midnight. And back then there were no cell phones. And there was caller ID, so we had to be back at my friend's house at midnight so I could call my mom. And that was probably my saving grace, because who knows what would have happened if we had stayed at those guys. Like, why did they want to hang out with underage girls? So, and I never told my mom. In fact, the plan was to go back to her house, call my mom, and then go back. And we both changed our minds. We were tired, decided we wanted to stay there. I have no idea why we changed our minds, unless it was divine intervention. Maybe God was just like, nope, you're not going back there. I have no idea. And the other thing I did, this is way worse because this is illegal. This was illegal. Oh my God, if my dad or any of his troopers had stopped me, oh my God. I think it was the night of my baccalaureate. So I was a senior. We'd skipped baccalaureate. I don't remember where we went or what we did, but we all skipped baccalaureate. Like the N group had skipped baccalaureate. And then my friend, and we were going to go to Pizza Hut afterwards, and my friend got someone to buy us some wine coolers. So I was waiting on her to get this older friend of ours to buy us some wine coolers. And we got them, and then we're drinking them in the car as we're driving to Pizza Hut. Never, ever dawns on me that we're not allowed to drink while we're driving. I mean, yeah, we're underage and not even supposed to be drinking, period. But never dawns on me we're not supposed to be drinking in the car. I was 18. So, two things wrong there. Then I run a stoplight because I'm getting buzzed, right? My dad would have killed me. I've never told him and my parents, anybody, that ever happens. And then, so we get to the Pizza Hut. They're closed. But my friends are still inside. Like, they're still finishing their meal, but they've closed down the restaurant. And so we're standing there, and it's locked, and we're knocking on the door, and they're like, we're closed. And one of my friends gets up from the table and goes and unlocks the door and lets us in. And we're buzzed because we've been drinking all the way. And I will never forget that. As long as I live, those 2 instances, somebody was looking out for me, man, because, and I look back now as an adult and think, how stupid, Debbie, how stupid. But I'm also so blessed that that was the only of I look back, and yeah, I got in trouble for stupid stuff. But those 2 things were the worst things I ever did, and I did not get caught. And I'm just, it flabbergasts me that I even did those things. Like, what? Stupid. How stupid could I have been? Stupid. Oh my God. But, so you can say, he was 17. You can say, oh, my kid wouldn't have been there, all you want to, but you don't know. When they're that age, you don't have the control you think you do. I mean, I was on a short lease. I've told y'all stories about my mom, man. She didn't let me do nothing, and I got away with those 2 things. So, oh, I know. People got stories. I know those are my only 2, because I knew if I ever got caught doing anything, and it was the same friend both times. She was a bad influence. Really? You were kidnapped? Oh my God. What happened? Well, in the 80s, our parents just dropped us off wherever. We got dropped off at the mall. We got dropped off at the skating rink. You see memes about it all the time now. It's like, yes, Gen Xers, yes. Our parents dropped us off at the skating rink, and then they would get a call sometime hours later, collect from "We're ready," or "Come pick us up." Where was it ever legal to drink at 16? Oh, out of the country somewhere? Because you were a Army brat, right? And then another funny thing about Gen Xers, there was we're always saying we used to drink out of the garden hose or whatever. And then there was a thing with a guy going, why'd y'all drink out of the garden hose? Was a sink not an option? And then the reaction that was a woman going, who's going to tell him? I'll tell him. We weren't allowed in the house. I was like, nope. It's like, if we came in the door, it was like, why are you in the house? Get back outside. Why are you in the house? What are you doing in here? I live here, Mom. I gotta pee. Okay, well, hurry up and go pee and get back outside. I don't know why we weren't allowed in the house. Why weren't we allowed in the house? No idea. Oh my God, Wiggles. I am so sorry. Did they get him? Did he go to jail? I hope. Oh my God. Well, I wasn't going to tell y'all this. I told Wiggles, and she's like, no, don't tell us on stream. I'm like, I don't know if I want to tell this on stream. Because of Marty. Because he's going to make fun of me, and he's never going to let me forget it. I got stopped for suspicion of DUI the other day. This is before I was sick, before I had this flu thing, because I got the flu at Disney. This was the day I was going down there. This was the day. Oh, he did? Why? Cop out. He needed to go to jail. Anyway. Okay, so my car is a 2001. It has the original headlights on it. So you know how they get dull after so long? And then I live out on a dirt road. Gravel, rocks, all kinds of stuff hit them and make like little imperfections. And so it's really hard to see when there's no street lights. It's like pitch black on this, because I live way out in the country. So there's this little road that, yeah, they'll just bring you back. I heard that too. If you get kidnapped, they'll just bring you back. Oh, the Netherlands. Oh, that's why he went to a mental hospital. So this road, it's like, yes, we do. We need all you guys. All of you guys are great for the planet. You're good for me. I love all you guys. You guys give me a reason to get up in the morning. So this little road, it was like 6 o'clock in the morning. This little road has no streetlights, and I'm eating breakfast. I had planned for like a month to go to Epcot on this day to see Gary Sinise. I was so excited. So I've got my new scooter broken down. It's in the back of the car. I'm on this dark, dark road. I can't see crap. There's no other cars on the road. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. And I'm eating my breakfast burrito. And I'm trying to see. There's no reflectors on the road. There's no street lights. And I'm just all over the place trying to eat and whatever. So then when I get to the highway, there's still no street lights. And it's a 4-lane highway. So instead of pulling all the way up to the divider and then going onto the correct part of the 4-lane, I almost pulled onto the other direction. And then I caught myself. But there was a car behind me the whole way. And I'm thinking, I bet that's a cop. Because there's no other cars anywhere. And this guy's not passing me. So then, when I turned, and I screwed up and almost turned on the wrong direction, he's still behind me, and I'm like, oh crap, that's a cop. So then, he starts to pass me, and I was like, okay, good, maybe it's not a cop. And then, he pulls back. And then he turns his lights on, and I was like, oh shit. So then, because I've got a 2-door Mustang, so he gets way back and knocks on like the farthest part of the window. So I look and I don't see him. And I thought maybe he came around the passenger side. And I look over there and I don't see him. And then I hear, ma'am, roll your window down, like he's screaming. So I rolled the window down. And he's like, do you know why I stopped you? And I said, no, sir. And he said, you're all over the road. And I was like, oh, I'm eating. And he laughed at me and he goes, you can't be doing that. And he asked to see my driver's license. And I accidentally gave him my debit card. Thank God I didn't give him my medical marijuana card. Because then I might have been in jail. So then he asked me to step out of the car. And I'm wobbly because I'm scared and I'm nervous. And I'm thinking I'm going to have to do field sobriety tests out here. I want to go see Gary Sinise. If you don't, and I'm thinking if you don't let me go now, I won't be able to get there in time to get my ticket. And I won't get to see Gary Sinise. Like, I'm getting very upset at this point. I'm starting to cry. And he's like, have you been drinking? I'm like, no, I have not been drinking. And he said, well, you can't even follow my simple instructions. I asked you to walk back here to my car and you're walking towards the road. What's going on? Tell me the truth. And I'm like, I have fibromyalgia and osteoarthritis and I'm going to Disney and I can't even walk around Disney. I've got a scooter in my car. And he's like, yeah, I know. I saw it. Be honest with me. I'm like, I am being honest with you. And he goes, well, I'm off duty right now. Okay. So I called some other cops. We're right here by the station, which we were. We were really close to the police station. So I called an on-duty cop. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to be here all damn day. And I'm like, great. So they come and they talk to me. They believe my story. They asked me questions though. They're like, what road is this? And I gave him the wrong road number. And he goes, they're like, this is not that road. I'm like, so I don't know road numbers. And they're like, well, where are you going? I said, Disney World. By yourself? I was like, yes. And they're like, well, how do you get there? So I gave them the directions to Disney World. Like, turn by turn, road by road. She goes, and you've got your GPS set in case you need it. I'm like, yes, I have it programmed in my phone right there. My phone was in a phone holder where I could see it and didn't have to touch it and everything. And they're like, okay. I'm like, you're not going to make me do field sobriety tests or anything like that? And she's like, no, I don't smell any alcohol on you. Good God. I was so scared. I have never been so scared in my life, y'all. Because all I could think was, they're going to make me do field sobriety tests. This is going to end up on Biggin, and all my friends are going to see me out. And I'm not going to get to go see Gary Sinise. It was awful. It was awful. It was. So, apparently, it's going to be very, very expensive to get new headlights. So, I don't know when I'm going to get new headlights. But I discovered on the way home that I still had my steering wheel set for when I was fatter. If I put it down, because I had it like tipped up to accommodate for my belly, and I had my seat like leaned back. If I pull it down straight and sit up straighter, I can see better. So I was like, oh, if I reset my seat for a more normal sized person and not a fat person, I can see better. But I haven't been back since then. So, he was doing, I didn't even know they did this as much of a Disney person as I am. I'm kind of ashamed that I didn't know, because they started this out in Disneyland, like when Disneyland opened. They've been doing this for years and years and decades. It's called the Candlelight Processional. And, they have an orchestra. It's a full orchestra. And then they have people come down the aisles holding candles. Well, they're not candles. They're LED lit candles, and then they've got a group that sings in the American section of Epcot called the Voices of Liberty. And they usually sing a cappella, but they sing with the orchestra. And they've got a thing, like a riser in the middle that's shaped like a Christmas tree, and there's a big star on the top. So they file into the Christmas tree while the other people are filing in with their little fake candles. And then they file in and they sing Christmas songs, and then they have the narrator come out, and then he'll read the Christmas story, and he'll read part of it and then stop, and then they'll sing a song or two, and then he'll read more. So I was there for Henry Winkler and Gary Sinise. I got to see it twice in person, and then I also got to see it on some live streams as well with some other lesser known people. Where's my phone? My batteries were dying on everything. I wanted to Actually, I wanted to live stream it, but everything was going dead. Because that was my first live stream from Disney. Y'all don't watch it. Because it was sideways most of the time. Because I didn't know how to use the software. I was going to use StreamYard, but everybody was like, no, don't use StreamYard because it doesn't work well in the parks when you're moving around and stuff. So I was like, okay. So I used the other one, and they didn't tell me the important stuff that I needed to know.
Praise music of the holiday season. To continue this marvelous heritage, I invite you to sit back and enjoy this marvelous, magnificent orchestra right here. These awesome singers. Let's begin. In the 6th month, the angel Gabriel was sent from God to a city of Galilee named Nazareth, a virgin who was betrothed to a man whose name was Joseph, of the house of David. The virgin's name was Mary. And he came to her and said, "Greetings, O favored one, the Lord is with you." But she was greatly troubled at the saying and tried to discern what sort of greeting this might be. And the angel said to her, "Do not be afraid, Mary, for you have found favor with God. Behold, you will conceive in your womb and bear a son, and you shall call his name Jesus." Praise music of the holiday season. To continue this marvelous heritage, I invite you.
Well, I was trying to remember what I was supposed to do. Not do those. I couldn't remember if it was you don't do that, but you blow. I couldn't remember. And I was sitting there trying to think, what is it? Because I don't want to go to jail. I haven't been drinking, but I don't think I can pass the tests. I mean, I couldn't even walk back to the cop's car without almost walking into the road. That's why he's like, you can't even follow my simple instructions. Well, it wasn't that I couldn't follow the instructions. I have trouble walking on uneven ground. That's part of the fibromyalgia thing. Like, I have, it's weird, but it is a symptom of fibromyalgia that you have trouble walking on uneven ground. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a balance thing or I don't know. But like, if I'm on something paved, I'm fine. But if I'm on uneven, like on dirt or grass or whatever, I'll turn my ankles, I'll lose my balance, it's weird. And so that's what was happening. And I stumbled because we were on the side of the road. I stumbled and I almost stumbled out into the road. Well, see, that was my thing. I thought, oh crap, I'm going to go to jail right now, no matter what. And I haven't done anything except be a crappy driver with bad headlights. So that's what I was thinking. As soon as I got stopped and he said, have you been drinking? I was like, well, shit. Excuse my language. But that was my first thought was, crap, I'm going to jail right now. And I didn't do anything. And now I'm going to have to call Travis to come get me out of jail. And he's going to be pissed off at me. But then, like, I stopped at a rest area to go to the bathroom. I'm in the bathroom and I'm texting Judy. Judy, you're not going to believe what just happened to me. And she said, good grief. Oh my God, it was awful. And then, of course, you know, when you start crying in front of a cop, Dad was like, if they cry, I'm giving them a ticket, no matter what, if they cry. Cops hate it when you cry. But now I'm scared and they're like, why are you crying? I'm like, because I watch body cam videos and I know what happens when you get stopped for suspicion of DUI. That's why I'm crying. I'm like, I'm going to jail. That's why I'm crying. So that I was going to say, I'm not going to do the field sobriety test because I'm not going to pass them because I have fibromyalgia and I have osteoarthritis. I have a bad back. I have bad knees. I have bad ankles. That's what I was going to tell him. I was going to tell him I will blow because I won't blow anything because I've not been drinking. But I wasn't going to do the field sobriety test if they asked me. But they didn't make me do anything. They believed everything I told them. Yeah, exactly. And on uneven ground with uneven ground with fibromyalgia, you can't walk a straight line. It's impossible. So, yeah. I couldn't even walk back to the cop's car without stumbling. So, which is another reason why he thought I was drunk. But no, after I handed, he looked at me and he goes, ma'am, this is your credit card. And I just remember thinking, oh, thank God that wasn't my medical marijuana card. And I hadn't been doing that either because I don't do that when I have to drive. I don't do that when I stream. I'm responsible with the medical marijuana use. I only do it when I need it. It's for pain. It's a pain medication. I don't do it recreationally. It's a pain medication. So I wasn't even doing that. I couldn't see. They need to put street lights on that road or I need to take out a loan and get new headlights for my car. Travis said they're like $500 a piece, over $500 a piece. We don't have that kind of money right now. So, and I need new tires now because when I went, I think I already told you guys this morning. When I went to get Spike's medicine yesterday, came out of the vet and I had a flat tire. So I need new tires now. And I need new batteries for my scooter because the past 2 times I've taken it to Disney, I've just had to pray that my battery lasts long enough to get me back out to the car in the parking. So I've skipped doing things in the park and left earlier than I wanted to because the battery dies too quickly. So yeah, I need stuff. I don't have the money for new headlights. I need tires, I need batteries, I need other stuff. And we also need to we have a leaky roof. We need new carpet. Well, no, actually we don't need carpet. We need flooring. So yeah, I guess, can I just do a general GoFundMe for like household repairs or something? This is why I need to go to Disney. So I can get my Disney live stream channel started. Do you guys know? Okay, my first live stream on this channel got less than 50 views. My first live stream on my Disney channel got almost 300 views. And it was sideways for over half of the live stream. It was sideways because of the software. I didn't know what I was doing. I started it in portrait and then flipped it to landscape, and I didn't realize that it didn't automatically fix itself. So it was sideways. So almost 300 people watched me sideways. Like, man, I'm going to do great when I learn how to use the software. I don't don't even know if I have a donut anymore. Travis says I don't have a spare, but I think I do have a donut underneath the thing that you lift up in the trunk. But he met me at the vet, and then he put air in it, and it held air long enough to get back to the house. I've not been to check it. If I go out there now, it's probably flat again. But he says they're dry rotted. I said, you mean to tell me I've been riding around on dry rotted tires and I didn't have a blowout or anything? Thank God. Like, I've taken it down to Orlando 3 or 4 times now. And I feel extremely lucky that I didn't have a blowout. If they're dry rotted that bad. All you got was a cutting board? I'm sorry. Well, my scooter's not the one that I wanted, but at least I have a scooter. Yeah, I've not, and I had I can't remember which car. I think it was my very first car. I had a donut. And then the next car I got, my dad insisted that I get a regular tire as my spare tire. But the car I have now, well, no, wait. My dad was with me when I bought the car I had now because that car's 20 years old. So it probably has a full-size spare in it too. But I don't know. Oh, you watched it? I didn't know if you watched it or not. And then, because I started in portrait, my chat was in portrait. So then when I went landscape, my chat was crooked. So then every once in a while, I would flip it back to portrait so I could see my chat. And then afterwards, because Magic Adventures was on there, trying to help me, but I couldn't see the chat. So then afterwards, because first, I don't know what I did. I accidentally ended the stream. I didn't say goodbye or it just ended, and I don't know what I did. And so then they called me and they're like, what happened to you? And I'm like, I don't know. I have no idea. And Mike was like, why did you keep flipping it back and forth? I said, because I couldn't read my chat because my chat was sideways. And he goes, and they go, oh yeah, well, if you start in portrait, you have to stay in portrait. I was like, oh, they told me like everything else I needed to know. Like the stuff I didn't really need to know, the stuff that I would need to know for later on. But like for my first live stream, I needed to know more about the software that I was using. They were trying to help me though, bless their hearts. They were trying. Next time it'll be better. Except I don't know when next time is going to be because I need new batteries for the scooter. I need new tires for the car. I don't know. Whatever. I was supposed to go. The guy that I'm making these for is going to be back down there. Not this weekend, but next weekend. I was supposed to go down there and take him what I've got already made. But now I can't go. Oh, did you chat? Yeah, I couldn't read chat because, and that's another thing I don't have to worry about here. I mean, yeah, right now the sun is making me look all day glow or whatever. Comic book. I don't know. But I can still read my chat. But when the sun was bearing down on the phone like that, I couldn't see anything. Even, like I would try to, even when I flipped it to portrait, I still couldn't see the chat because the phone was just black. Even though, it wasn't, the sun shining on it made it black, so I couldn't see anything. And then Jen tells me on the phone afterwards, she's like, when you were filming La Befana, her head was cut off. And I told you to pan up and you did. I said, oh, you did? I didn't see you tell me to pan up because I couldn't see the phone. Because I was watching her and I couldn't see her through the phone. I was just holding it and hoping that I got her. And so apparently her head was cut off, and Jen told me to pan up, and I didn't see it, but somehow I lifted it up and got her. But that was the coolest. I'd never heard of La Befana before. She's the Italian Santa Claus. And then I watched the first season of the Santa Clauses this year, and La Befana was in it, and I was like, oh, cool, I know who she is, because I saw her at Epcot. Her story was, well, it's on the live stream. It'll be sideways, but if you want to know who she is, go to my Debbie Loves Disney channel and watch her sideways. I'm going to take it down eventually when I get like other better live streams up. I'm going to take it down, but it's still up there right now. I guess the three wise men went to her and told her about Jesus, but then when she went to visit Jesus, she couldn't find him. So she's still searching for baby Jesus. So she goes down chimneys looking for kids, and she makes some handmade toys looking for Jesus, and that's her present to the baby Jesus. So she's the Italian Santa. That's not right, but it's a paraphrase version. Bacon? Just bacon? Not even chocolate covered bacon? I love chocolate covered bacon. Your dad lives 20 minutes away and you didn't get together to exchange gifts? The only thing I had to open was the video game that the girls got me, and then they got us like a cheese platter thing with a marble cheese cutter. That's all I had to open. Travis got lots of stuff. Hey, darling. Yeah, I got my scooter, and that's all I wanted. And then he's like, oh, I'm going to save up and get you something else and get you this and get you. I'm like, don't worry about it, Travis, because all I wanted to do was go to Disney and see Gary Sinise. And he was complaining about, we need to do this and we need to do that. And we need to get this and we need to get that. And I was trying to save my money so that I could go down there, because you don't have to have a separate ticket, but in order to get a guaranteed seat, you have to buy, what do they call it? Not a meal plan, a dining package. So all of the ahead of time dining packages were sold out. So I had to get a same day dining package, which was $41, which is cheaper than the ones that you buy ahead of time. They can be up to like $70, $80, but you get like a big, nice sit down meal. I just ended up with a barbecue meal that I ended up not being able to eat, but that was my fault because I made my live stream start at, I think I had it start at 12. Yeah. And I got my food at like 11:45. So I didn't have time to eat before I started my live stream, but that was a learning experience because I'd never gotten that dining package before. So now I know, because I thought I could like go in and pay for it and get my ticket and then go back later and get my food. And no, I had to get my food right then. So I miss my parents. Yeah, I don't have Christmases like that anymore either. It's just we get up in the morning and Travis is like a kid. No, first he goes on Christmas Eve, he goes, do I get to open something under the tree? And I said, yes, I guess you can. It's Christmas Eve. And then he goes, well, can I open the video game so I can have it downloaded and ready to play? I said, how do you know you're getting a video game? He said, because of the size of the package. I was like, yes, go ahead. Hey, Tricia. You're done for the day. We're just chatting right now. What is on my, what is that? Yeah, so I decided last year in my brain that Christmas is just different now that I'm older and the kids are grown and they don't have kids. So, we just eat a modest meal and have a few presents for each other. And then the girls come over and give us a couple of presents. And that's just the way Christmas is now. It's not a bad thing. It's just different. And I made sure that I watched a bunch of Christmas movies this year because the past few years I've not watched. Because usually the girls were here, like when they were in high school, and middle school and high school, they were here their whole Christmas break, and we always watched Christmas movies together. And then as they got to where they didn't come over as much, we didn't. Travis doesn't like watching Christmas movies, and so I kind of quit watching Christmas movies when I didn't have the girls to watch with. And this year I was like, nope, I'm watching Christmas movies, and I even got Travis to watch some Christmas movies with me this year too. So, I got him to watch Die Hard with me, although some people say that's not a Christmas movie. I still say it is. And he watched the Santa Claus movie with me. I think he watched the other one too. I don't remember what it was. Oh, and I watched the sequel to Jingle All the Way. And I'm sorry, Tracy. I didn't know you had a daughter that died. I can't imagine. Yeah, I tried it because Larry the Cable Guy is in the sequel to Jingle All the Way, and Travis loves Larry the Cable Guy, and I tried to get him to watch it, and he's like, no, I don't want to watch it. And after I watched it, I was like, good decision, Travis. You made a very good decision. I was like, that's 2 hours I can never get back. I mean, it wasn't awful, but it wasn't that good either. So, yeah. Christmas is different once you're grown and don't have kids anymore. But the best part of Christmas, my favorite part of Christmas this year was doing this stuff at Epcot, because Epcot's Festival of the Holidays is a lot of fun. And I got to get the Christmas cookies, and I did the cookie stroll, and I got the little present for doing the cookie stroll, and got to see Henry Winkler and Gary Sinise, and it was a lot of fun. So I had a good Christmas. Okay, guys. Well, I will see y'all in the morning. Thank you for hanging out with me today again. We had a good day. Hopefully it won't be a bunch of boring DNA stuff. This DNA person was short and sweet, and the cross-examination was useful. I guess I should say useful, because it actually showed that the DNA results didn't matter, because he did touch the gun. So, okay, guys, I'll see you in the morning. Remember, be kind to people of your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. See you at 8 o'clock in the morning for the rest of day 4 and maybe day 5. Bye, guys. Have a great evening.